Weren't we just here for directions? Yeah, why the hell is he demanding loot all of a sudden, seeing his buddy's about to blow their cover? Subai cleared his throat and hissed through gritted teeth. You two shut it. Crushed by that heavy aura, the Emerald Elder broke into a cold sweat and started nodding his head like crazy. You noble lords have come so far. Our tribe will surely treat you well. Please wait just a moment. A moment later, the Elder slithered back with two subordinates respectfully presenting a wooden tray. Here are 3 glowing red spirit fruits, sparkling with pure magic. These humble little snacks are just a small token of our deepest respect. Han Jan's eyes lit up behind his glasses the second he saw them. He whispered in total shock, Whoa, this is level 4 spirit grass. These spirit fruits are literally packed with insane amounts of spiritual energy. Just one bite can fully heal a gold-rank warrior in seconds. Beside him, Wang Yang swallowed hard and nodded like a bobblehead. Exactly, total jackpot. Subai hid a devious smirk under his hood, nodding like he was some kind of big shot. All right, you guys did great. It is getting late, so we are going to crash here for the night. He pointed straight at the massive fortified castle sitting right in the center. We are staying in that building, he commanded loudly. And make sure someone brings me a detailed map of the surrounding terrain soon. Han Jan and Wang Yang shared a look of pure disbelief. It is barely noon. The sun is still high, and he wants to sleep. They looked where he pointed. The second elder freaked out, breaking into a cold sweat. Lord, that building is actually the clan leader's private mansion. You cannot just walk in there without his express permission. The old green snake turned pale and scrambled to offer another plan. I will have a much bigger house built for you immediately. How does that sound? Subai glared and barked. You dare! He pulled little Xiaohong forward like a human shield. He shouted intimidatingly, Even if your clan leader were here right now, he would not dare turn me down. Are you suggesting that the saintess of the ancient Phoenix clan is not good enough for the leader of this tiny tribe? Terrified, the second elder slammed his head against the ground repeatedly. I would never dare. I'm so sorry. I truly did not mean it that way. Playing along perfectly, Xiaohong puffed her cheeks as magic flames erupted from her tiny hands. The little girl growled, but then a moment later, Xiaohong unleashed a massive pillar of fire that swallowed the room. Feeling that ancient Phoenix heat, the snakes panicked and scrambled back. The elder wailed in fear. Seeing them terrified, Subai dropped the act and leaned down, speaking coldly. Second elder, relax. We are only staying for one single night. The snake trembled and agreed. Understood. Before entering the castle, Subai turned back. Do not forget to bring that map later. Got it? The old snake bowed respectfully. Yes, of course, my lords. Stepping inside, the whole group froze. The massive room was literally overflowing with treasure chests and stacks of food. Wang Yang rubbed his hands together. Ha, the snake clan definitely hid a ton of loot here. Subai stopped him. Not yet. Wait for the map. He faked. The second those words left his mouth, the heavy wooden doors slammed shut, sealing them inside the castle. Subai instantly tossed his cloak aside, his eyes gleaming like a professional thief. Old Han, old Wang. Listen up. You two search the first floor and bring me everything valuable. Xiaohong, you and I are raiding the second floor. Like a pack of starving animals, the group shouted back with pure excitement. On it. Xiaohong showed her fangs with a grin, while the guys ripped off their cloaks, looking totally devious. The looting officially begins. Wang Yang smashed a treasure chest open with raw strength. Han Zhan picked up a precious jade vase, cheering with joy. Oh my god, this is a level 5 jade energy elixir right here. Seeing his buddies making way too much noise, Subai broke into a sweat. Han, be quiet, damn it. You are being too loud. If anyone outside hears us, we are totally dead. Han Zhan whispered back. Okay, I got it. From the loft, Xiaohong poked her head out, eyes glowing like headlights. Master, I found an entire chest of level 4 spirit fruits. Subai gave her a huge thumbs up. Great job. Keep looking. There have got to be more secret compartments around here. After a whirlwind of raiding the place, a massive mountain of food and resources was piled up right in the middle of the hall. Shiny roasted drumsticks, fresh fish, glowing spirit fruits, and those super rare potions. We wiped it all out, not even a crumb left on the table. Staring at the massive food pile, Tubok swallowed hard. Everyone ready to go. Wang Duong and the gang roared back. Hell yeah, let's get this party started. The second he said it, they dove in like they hadn't eaten in years. Tabak went ham on a drumstick, the pets kept pace, and the boys chugged potions and fruit like crazy. It was a total messy feeding frenzy. Rubbing his stuffed belly, Wang Duong felt great. Energy was surging. Old Han, I think my level cap is finally starting to break. Han Trin slumped on the floor, gasping for air. Dude definitely overdid it on dinner. After cleaning up, Tabak rolled out the map, looking sharp and a bit devious. Belly's full, so let's check the map and find our way out of this dump. Soon we go out and round up the snake tribe. Tabak started giving orders. Little Red, you take point and handle all those silver-rank snake guys for me. The kid saluted like a soldier, grinning wide. Aye, aye, Captain. He turned to his hyped friends. Han Vuong, we're taking attack today. I'm tearing you all to absolute shreds. Vuong Duong didn't blink. He grabbed his gear and jumped in. Kill Han followed close. Right then, Little Boss shifted into his massive form. He used his shell like a steel wall, blocking a snake's deadly lunging bite. Little White the Tiger lunged at an enemy's throat. His eyes glowed with pure malice. High above Little Red hovered her tiny body pulsing with white-hot phoenix fire. She looked down and smirked. It's time to burn this whole place down. Flames exploded everywhere, charring the snakes. She laughed. Who's ready for some grilled snake meat? Below, snakes burned in the fire, screaming for help, watching the carnage. Tabak broke a sweat. That is some serious power. That phoenix fire is no joke. The entire snake den was a massive roaring inferno. The smell of burnt meat and screams filled the air. Elder, save us. Back at his own fight, Tabak smiled smugly at the last guy standing. Hanjin, this one is all yours. Hanjin grips his weapon, smirking. Just watch and learn. The gold-rank giant snake collapses in blood, wheezing out its final words. Who are you people? Tabak steps up, his gaze cold and empty. We are the ones here to end your life. No more talking. A fiery slash cuts through the air, ending the beast for good. That slash kills any hope of survival. Wang Yang plants his spear, looking totally disappointed that it was so easy. That was basically a warm-up. These guys are still way too weak. Tabak checks the map, his face turning serious. Keep your guard up, boys. We're deep in enemy territory now. In the middle of the flames, the pets let out a satisfied roar. They can feel the energy. Whoa, I feel a gold rank breakthrough coming. Me too. Tabak gasps. That fast. Hanjin puts his gear away and walks over. Tabak, we're done here. Should we regroup now? The firelight flickers on Tabak's thinking face. He squints at the map and gives a wicked grin. Hang on, I have a crazy idea. The others freeze. What kind of idea? Tabak points at the map, his eyes burning with pure recklessness. Look, we are already at the heart of their land. Why don't we just kick their front door down instead? The guys freak out. Just the three of us. That is way too risky. Tabak just squints his eyes, wearing a smile that is incredibly devious and shady. High risk means high rewards. The more dangerous the zone, the better the loot right. You guys are not scared, are you? Hanjan just face palms and groans. Seeing them hesitate, Tabak acts like a big shot general. Relax. I am the captain. Trust me. Just follow my lead and we'll be fine. We're camping right here tonight. He points a finger toward the burning horizon. Tomorrow we march straight for the Gale Mountains. Gale Mountains, Hanjan warns him. Is not that the home of the wind leopards? Wang Yang just sighs and watches Tubak walk away with a headache. Do you think Tubak has been acting a bit too full of himself since he became captain? The next day at the mountains, the leopards are just chilling on the rocks and trees. Hiding in the bushes, someone whispers, "Why are we using this old trick again?" They pull out their black cloaks for the disguise. Tabak smirks. Why use an old trick? Because it works, obviously. He looks at the lazy leopards and shouts with total confidence. The hidden serpent lords have finally arrived. Are you going to come out and welcome us? One leopard jumps up and runs away in a panic, screaming at the top of its lungs. Tell the elders the hidden serpents are here. Another leopard growls. The hidden serpents. No way. Suddenly, a buff black leopard man steps out with a massive blade and a squad of killers. He scoffs. You losers came here to die. The plan is already going totally off the rails. Under his hood, the old man adjusts his glasses. Tabak asks what is going on. The leader points a jagged sword at them, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. My tribe has a serious grudge against you snakes. Today is the day I get my revenge. He swings that huge blade flying forward like a rocket. Kill them all. Today we wipe every single one of you out. Red energy waves fly toward the team. Roars and screams echo through the entire forest. Hanjan blocks a heavy hit, his hands shaking. He grits his teeth and blames his friend. Tabak, your stupid plan is failing big time right now. Tabak dodges and snaps back. How was I supposed to know they had a beef? Guess the act is over. Tabak gets into a fighting stance, eyes sharp. If it is like this, we just gotta break through. Tubak, time to work. Tubak lunges out to bite the leopards. Tubak turns into a white shadow, biting down hard right on the leader's giant weapon. Tabak turns to little Lulai. Hey, these cats are fast. I'm counting on you too, Hong. She nods her head, eyes glowing red with excitement. Roger that. She flies up. That tiny frame was glowing with a wild burst of pink magical energy. She was ready to nuke everything while those two were still getting trashed below. Then out of nowhere, a massive pillar of fire slammed straight into the dirt. Little Red screamed as the Phoenix Hellfire orb exploded, literally deleting everything in sight. The Panther boss was totally cooked against that Phoenix heat. He threw his hands up like it mattered, his face twisted in pure, unadulterated terror. Fight is over. The leader's a pancake on the floor, and Hanjan is just over there cracking up. Awesome. I just hit a new level. Meanwhile, Little Red was just chilling on one of Ba's horns. Subai looked at his buddy with a smug grin. See, told you my method actually works. Suddenly, the system starts clapping like crazy. Congratulations to the host. Earth Spirit Turtle reached early gold, evolving into Mystic Abode Turtle. Your level jumped too. Oh, and here's more news. White Tiger hit early gold, becoming dark gold. White Tiger. Subai checked the glowing screen and nodded. Not bad at all. This is a huge upgrade. In the middle of the clearing, Little Ba roared at the clouds, his body getting way bigger. Subai just stood there, arms crossed. Man Little Ba is a literal tank now, the mystic abode. Turtle's stats are insane. Earth and water type early gold, rank with 50% black tortoise bloodline active. Stats constitution 4,538 agility, 2,000. Spirit 2,000 plus talents like Wall of Despair for triple defense. Cuts enemy attack by 20% with a 10-kilometer water zone and gravity core. Plus Earth-Water Origin allows for massive health regen and defense. Subai was loving it. Nerfing enemy damage while trapping them in a watery cage, perfect. Little Ba's new skills are basically a cheat code at this point. Dark Gold, White Tiger's skill panel, metal and shadow attributes. Early Gold rank with 50% White Tiger blood. Metal and shadow fused into something new. Stats Constitution 4,250, Agility 65,550. Got Mirage Dance for double speed and Shadow Strike for another 200% speed boost. When the Shadow Origin kicks in, he vanishes into the dark for massive buffs. Gold Spirit adds Shredding and Armor Pierce, ignoring all defense. Plus, Gold Shadow Origin lets him absorb primal power for massive damage and incredible lightspeed movement. Subai was hyped. Shadow Strike doubles his speed. That is way faster than the Ghost Walk. Little Bai looked like a beast covered in those dark blue shadow flames. Subai pointed a finger, acting all proud. From now on, you are the Shadow Lord. Hanjan's eyes practically popped out from pure jealousy. Bro, you leveled up again. Old Hu looked miserable. I've got the willpower and the faith, so why am I still stuck in place? Subai saw the chance to brainwash them again. He turned around with a devious little smirk. Look, Old Hu. There is only one reason. He squinted. It is because your faith is weak, man. Sick of the preaching, Little Red just cut him off. So where are we going? Subai grabbed the map, grinning. Only one spot left on the list. A picture of a giant mountain hidden in dark clouds appeared. Subai's voice was buzzing. That is the main city of the Hidden Snake Tribe, hearing that Old Hu nearly fell over. You have got to be kidding, right? Subai's eyes went cold and serious. All right, we are doing this. Hanjan was sweating in buckets. Wait, is not this move literally insane? They imagine those scary tribe lords. Old Hu swallowed hard, trying to be the voice of reason. Even though we are at war with the tribes right now, there are definitely high-level monsters guarding their capital city. Hanjan freaked out, looking like a ghost. Just us attacking the capital city. Are you for real right now? That is a one-way trip to a grave. He yelled, "It is suicide." Old Hu started nodding along, trying to stop him. If they find out we are human, we won't even have a second to run away or hide. Hanjan added exactly. The three of us hitting the capital is just way too risky. Since everyone was losing it, Subai looked at the sky and started his hero speech. Guys, did you already forget your faith and your drive to reach the top? He stepped up, punching the air with a shout. If we want the loot to get stronger, we are hitting that city. His two friends were totally speechless, and before they could even clap back, Tabak just kept hyping up a future of pure glory. Imagine the day you reach king status, standing atop the Great Wall, looking down at those monster tribes like they are nothing but tiny little ants. Just think about all the fame you will get, and the legendary victories you will eventually deliver for the sake of the human race. Tabak's eyes burned with pure fire as he yelled like a preacher. Plus, we are doing all this for the greater good of mankind. This is peak glory. Even if we do not make it back alive, we are still performing one truly epic and legendary act for the world. You guys get it or what? That brainwashing worked way better than anyone expected. Hanjan clenched his fists, veins popping on his neck, and screamed at the sky with some serious main character energy. Exactly, all for humanity. I, Hanjan, was born for greatness and will die in glory. With tears in his eyes, he rushed right over, grabbing Tabak's hand and shaking it like crazy. Honestly, old Han right there was the literal definition of a proud human hero. Watching this weird bromance unfold, Old Hu pushed his glasses up his mouth, twitching as he wondered to himself. Is he really that easy to hype up? The plan was set. Tabak excitedly waved his arm forward. Xiao Hong, lead the way. Little Lu Lai Jiang replied with a smile. Got it, master. Hanjan stood right behind her, throwing a punch to celebrate their new mission. High up on the dead branches, crows cawed as they blended in with the loud shouting coming from the group nearby. Move out! For the greater good of humanity. For the greater good. Even the crows were over it. 3 days later, led by Xiao Hong, the crew had crossed the entire wasteland. A totally exhausted Tabak asked, "How much further is it?" The little girl skipped ahead, waving with a huge smile. "Almost there we are, just about there." Suddenly, Xiao Hong pointed all the way toward the horizon and cheered, "That is the main city of the Hidden Snake Tribe." Tabak shaded his eyes, squinting ahead and stuttering. What was currently appearing, right before their eyes, was definitely not your average normal city, but a massive dark castle piercing right through the swirling storm clouds, looking as terrifying as a literal mountain of death. Hanjan swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. How can you even call this a main city? It looks exactly like a giant mountain to me. Bold too. I'm suddenly starting to regret this. Tabak clenched his fists and tried to hype himself back up. What are we even afraid of? We are the great heroes of the human race. Meanwhile, Xiaohong started explaining everything with a knowing look. The main city of the Hidden Snake Tribe is easily the most impressive place out of all the major cities. A few years ago, the Grand Elder and I actually came here for a visit once. She pointed toward a hologram map that appeared, showing that each side of the wall has 13 different gates. Usually the royal forces pass through the main center gate, while the actual members of the Hidden Snake Tribe use the side entrances on both sides. The rest of the side gates are for other noble races. However, everyone still has to pass an aura check and pay a fee to enter. Hearing that, Tabak's eyes went wide with shock. What an entry fee! Xiaohong naively pulled out a small, golden pouch from her pocket. It is basically just purple crystal stones. To put it simply, just one of these purple crystals is enough to buy a standard level 3 spirit herb. Xiaohong held up a glowing purple stone explaining everything very clearly. Purple crystals are not just money, they also hold massive energy that is great for cultivation. She kept talking with a professional vibe. Cultivators who are platinum rank or higher even use better grades of spirit stones for their own personal training. These high-grade spirit stones do not just contain regular old energy. They are infused with the elemental powers of heaven and earth, like metal, earth, space, and other elements. Tabak crouched down, patting Xiaohong's head with a sneaky grin. Xiaohong, you are a noble saintess, so do not tell me this little bag only has one cheap purple crystal in it. Xiaohong puffed her chest out proudly. This is a spatial pouch with 100 square meters of storage. She spoke clearly, then turned the bag upside down, letting a waterfall of purple crystals pour out. Xiaohong smirked. I am actually pretty loaded. Both Hanjan and Old Hu stood there with their mouths hanging open in total shock. Old Hu gasped. Man, that is a lot. Hanjan was visibly jealous. No wonder she was so calm when she was using up those spirit herbs. She did not even hesitate because it turns out she actually trains using these purple crystals. She is a total little rich girl. Xiaohong looked at her pile of wealth and pouted. Hey, that belongs to me. Tabak quickly snatched up every single crystal, his eyes flashing with dollar signs while acting all serious and noble. It is not safe for a kid to carry this much cash. As your master, I will keep it safe for you. Xiaohong stared at the empty bag, stuttering. Wait, but... Tabak tossed the heavy bag over his shoulder with a satisfied grin. All right, it is decided. He grinned ear to ear, thinking to himself, man, I finally hit the freaking jackpot this time. Old Hu saw the scene and cleared his throat, trying to snap everyone back to reality. Cough, cough, hey, old. We probably should get into the city right now. Shouldn't we? Little Hong nodded. I will once again grant you all the aura of an occult hidden serpent. This aura lasts for 7 days, so if we slip through the side gate, we can save ourselves a little bit on those entry fees. Tabai gave a thumbs up. Okay. With Little Hong's cover, the group radiated the exact energy of the Serpent Clan, making the surrounding monsters back off out of pure respect. Tabai folded his arms, acting smug. See that? Told you so, this method never fails. Just look at their reactions. Moments later, as the crew reached the side gate, the Serpent Guards immediately bowed their heads in greeting. That is the real reason. Tabai looked around and smiled. I did not expect the main city of the myriad tribes to be this hyped. How about we take a little stroll around? Suddenly a ding rang out in Tabai's head. It was Little Ba's voice coming straight from the system space. Master, I found something good. About 10 kilometers to the southwest. He was surprised, huh? A note. After leveling up, Little Ba and Little Bai were chilling in the system space. Tabai turned to his two friends and cleared his throat, acting all serious. Cuffled Han Old Hu, just look at this royal city. If the three of us stay bunched up, our efficiency is going to be trash. How about we split up and move solo? Old Hu immediately agreed. Fine by me, I want to see if there is a place to study the ancient records of the myriad tribes. Tabai pulled out 2 purple crystal stones and gave one to each guy. Do not go saying I am an unreliable brother now. Here, everyone take a purple crystal, just wing it, and I will meet you back at the city gate when you are done. Anjan was annoyed. You're only giving us one that is way too stingy. Old Hu joined in. Yeah, Little Hong has got a whole bag full of them. Tabai waved his hand like a big spender. No need to thank me, just remember this. Then he turned to the girl. Little Hong, I wonder what kind of good loot is hiding around here. Staring at the towering stone tower in front of him, he muttered, could this actually be the main city's treasure vault? The wall is not even that high, I could easily hop over it. Right then, Little Hong pointed at the sky and screamed, Master, look, a giant black dragon is appearing out of thin air. Its whole body was covered in mysterious purple ancient runes, radiating a terrifying aura of total destruction. Tabai broke into a cold sweat and mumbled, Whew, glad I did not act too fast. He squinted at those ancient runes, feeling a bit of familiarity. These runes, they look kind of familiar. I think I've seen them somewhere before, maybe in some ancient book. Tabai's eyes suddenly went wide as he shouted in shock. I remember now, this is a no-fly barrier. He muttered with a look of pure disbelief. This Earth-hidden python tribe really went all out on this. With this barrier up, even a diamond-level expert could not just slip over the walls that easily. Right after that, a sneaky grin spread across Tabai's face. He rubbed his chin, so what exactly could they be guarding inside? Just then, Little Hong tugged on his shirt. Master Company's here. Tabak signals the group get out of sight. Crouching behind a massive stone pillar, the group hears the guards. One soldier asks an approaching figure, Master, are you back for another inspection already? The figure asks in a commanding voice, Any trouble? The guard replies with total respect. Nothing, everything is normal. Once the figure disappears, Tabak crouches down to give Xiaohong orders. Xiaohong, wait here for me. She nods obediently. Okay. Tabak whispers, Let is test out the new power. Instantly, his body turns transparent like a blue phantom activating his killer new Shadow Strike ability. Xiaohong whispers in total shock, Whoa, you actually went invisible. Hidden from sight, Tabak strolls past 2 snake guards barking orders like he owns the place. Lock the doors once I'm inside. A guard obeys without a single doubt. As Tabak passes, he delivers a swift strike to her neck, dropping the guard instantly before she can even make a single sound. Reappearing, Tabak casually dusts off his hands, standing over the unconscious guard saying smugly, This Shadow Strike move is actually pretty useful. Standing before the massive stone doors, Tabak's shadow stretches inside. He grins, wondering what kind of epic loot is hidden away in here. Stepping inside, Tabak eyes light up. The entire room is packed with chests of glowing purple crystals. He runs around in pure excitement. Whoa, this place is absolutely loaded. Tabak cheers. We hit the jackpot. I'm never going to be broke again. Suddenly a weird sound echoes from a corner of the room. Tabak snaps into a fighting stance. Wait, is someone else here? 2 dark shapes peek out from behind a stone gate. Tabak gets suspicious. Could it be the Snake Clan? Then a very familiar voice rings out from the shadows. Who is there? Show yourself. Tabak freezes. Out from the deep darkness, Old Hu and Han Zhang cautiously peek their heads out. What are you doing here? You two? One said he was checking weapon shops, and the other was reading ancient books. Han Zhang coughs awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. Wow, what a massive coincidence. Old Hu stammers too. You are here as well. Tabak puts his hands on his hips. Aren't you two supposed to be all righteous? What is with this stealth gear? He looks impressed. Man, you guys are even more talented than I am. How did you guys even get in here without alerting the guards? Han Zhang scratches his head, laughing awkwardly. Well, there is a tunnel over there. I was just wandering around and somehow just ended up inside. Tabak waves his hand, cutting off the excuses. Enough! Stop talking and start moving right now. Grab what you can, just keep it quiet. He points to a corner full of chests. And do not follow me. Old Hu and Han Zhang start looting, grumbling as they go. Come on, Old, don't be so stingy. A bit later, Han Zhang carries a heavy, bulging bag, panting hard. I think I grabbed enough. I can't carry anymore. Old Hu nods in agreement. Me neither. Tabak looks at them with pure contempt. You two seriously have zero ambition, don't you? Right then, a small bell slips out of Han Zhang's bag, hitting the stone floor with a sharp clang. Outside, the guards immediately shout, What was that noise? Something is moving in the ancient temple. Han Zhang turns pale as a ghost, stammering, Oh, crap. Tabak turns around and roars, Han, you idiot, you messed up big time. The guards outside rush in, finding their master knocked out cold. Master, sound the alarm! Another one screams, The temple has been robbed. Crank the anti-flight barrier to the max. Don't let the thieves escape, Tabak screams at his 2 stunned friends. Run. If we don't move right now, we're completely finished. The 3 of them bolt from the vault like a whirlwind with angry guards in hot pursuit. The whole city erupts in sirens. Guards are screaming. They are getting away. Get them, a massive snake lord appears, roaring orders across the city. Seal the exits. Lock the whole place down. Search every single house. Find the intruders. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, the crew is secretly watching the chaos unfold. Xiaohong reports, Master, the entire city guard is on the move. Han Zhang starts sweating absolute bullets. I think we really made a massive mess this time. Old Hu wipes his forehead with a dead serious look. No doubt about it. The whole city is on lockdown and there is no backup coming to save us. In the middle of that tense atmosphere, Tabak suddenly gives a mysterious grin. But hey, haven't you guys heard the saying? The most dangerous place is the safest hiding spot. Han Zhang and Old Hu exchange confused looks. Han Zhang asks, what does that even mean? Before Han Zhang can even process what Tabak said, Xiaohong points toward a squad of guards on patrol and shouts, yelling loudly, Humans detected! There are humans right over there! The entire squad of guards spins around instantly, looking totally shocked. Wait, humans? A guard barked, spear ready. Where exactly? Little Hong pointed enthusiastically. Right there, idiots! That was the signal. A flurry of bone-crunching hits echoed through the air. Before the guards could even blink, Subai was on them. Han, clean up the mess, he snapped. Done. Han grunted. Subai turned to Little Hong. Come on, let's head back in. They ducked back into the treasure room. Master, what's the goal here? Little Hong asked. Subai scanned the room, sensing there was way more loot hidden away. A barrier this crazy. No way it is just for some basic herbs and shiny rocks. Suddenly Little Hong pointed. A secret door, Master. Subai blinked, totally caught off guard. A hidden passage. He squinted hard, seeing nothing but stone. Little Hong explained it was masked by a charm to trick humans. She tapped the wall and the stone door swung wide. Subai cursed. Sneaky snakes, no wonder we blew right past it. Little Hong paused, sensing something big. Master, serious power is coming from below. Subai grinned. Let's go see. As they descended the stairs, a wave of pure evil hit Subai like a truck. He froze. A massive twisted tree stood there, draped in rotting snakes and red mist. What is? He stammered. Behind him, Little Hong gasped in terror. Is that the legendary wish-granting tree? Subai narrowed his eyes. What kind of freakish tree is that? That's forbidden sorcery, Little Hong yelled. How do the deep earth pythons dare grow something this messed up? Are they trying to jump to royalty? Subai muttered. The wish tree? I've definitely heard of this before. The system chimed. Divine tree fragment detected. It contains power rules tied directly to the great ancient cataclysm. Do not let this slip away. Little Hong stomped, pointing at the dead snakes piled at the base. Those pythons committed a total massacre just to get this tree to grow. Tens of millions of snakes died for this? Subai spotted a figure above. Hey, Little Hong, what's that thing? That's an 8th-rank spirit fruit, she whispered. They sacrificed a whole generation just to grow that one piece. Subai didn't blink. He lunged forward and snatched the glowing red fruit right off the branch. Whoa, he gasped. This thing was the size of a fist but weighed over 100 pounds. He turned the fruit all over, fascinated. Never seen anything like it. So what's this wish fruit actually good for? Little Hong sighed. Each fruit holds an insane amount of energy. It helps Lord-level experts purify their monster bloodline. She looked grim. But once their power peaks, they have to... And gold light exploded and the entire cavern started to rip apart. Reality itself began to fracture around Subai, opening pitch-black spatial rifts. A rift? He roared at the system. This is what you call a minor disturbance. You're kidding. Little Hong panicked. Master, what did you do? The world is collapsing. We've got to move and fast. If we don't, we're stuck in the void forever. Explosions rocked the entire cavern floor. Little Hong screamed in a panic. Master, move it! We are out of time! Let's go! Subai fought the massive gravity of the growing rifts. He gritted his teeth. This whole place is toast. Seeing no choice, Subai yelled, Little Hong, get down! He shoved her spatial bag into a safer crack. The bag vanished into the darkness of the chaotic void. After a brutal struggle, they tumbled out of the rift into safety. He panted, Okay, we're clear. Barely. Little Hong cheered. Master, you did it. You actually stole the legendary wish-granting tree. Inside the system space, the wishing tree turned into solid gold, standing right next to the massive treasure pile that To Bok had collected. He muttered that it looked like a success. But then why was the ground still shaking? To Bok realized with horror that his purple crystals were melting into energy and getting sucked up by that gold tree. He yelled, What? Is this tree literally devouring my loot? He lunged forward in a rage, kicking the trunk over and over. What the hell? Did this damn tree just steal all my elixir ingredients? Spit them out right now, you total jerk. Suddenly, the golden tree exploded with a blinding light. Xiao Hong screamed, Master, move! The wishing tree looks like it is. Right then at the Great Wall defense base, a massive pillar of golden energy shot straight into the sky. A soldier turned to his superior, Lord Niijing, this energy. The general stared at the light in total shock. This power, it is incredibly intense. It feels like it is literally breaking the laws of nature. Niijing muttered. With a face full of worry, could something even more powerful than the 9 Nether King have finally awakened deep inside the Myriad clan's territory? The soldier was terrified. What? You mean something beyond the king level exists? Niijing gripped the balcony railing tight, knuckles turning white. His face was incredibly tense as he immediately ordered his subordinates to contact the scout team and find out exactly what was going on down there. The soldier bowed solemnly, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, at the royal capital of the 9-tailed Heavenly Fox clan, the Fox Queen hovered in the air with a look of pure shock, whispering, Is this actually god-level power? Her maid was just as panicked behind her, asking how this was possible when the forbidden zone was still intact. How could divine power leak out like this? The Fox Queen narrowed her eyes, her voice dripping with suspicion. Why would such a terrifying source of energy suddenly appear in the capital city of the Earth Python clan? Without wasting a second, she barked an order. Hurry! Send scouts to investigate. The maid hurried to obey. Understood, Majesty. It was not just the foxes. Even in the 9 Nether capital, the white-haired king on his frozen throne frowned as he felt this terrifying surge. What is going on here? He muttered in confusion, wondering why such a horrific aura was showing up right in the middle of the Earth Python capital. His massive muscular subordinate stood below, sweating bullets. He turned back nervously and said, I honestly do not know, my lord. I will head to the city immediately to investigate. The impact of the blast did not stop at the cities. Over at the forbidden Clearwater Marsh, the water churned violently as a blinding light from the deep depths suddenly woke up a massive sleeping water dragon. Shifting to the sword tomb. Forbidden Zone, the sky was filled with dark clouds and lightning. Thousands of swords stuck in the mountain began to resonate, glowing with bright blue light, as if answering the call of an invisible force. Deep under the lava river, Forbidden Zone, giant stone cocoons started shaking gently. Simultaneously, this weird energy spread all the way to the 10,000 mountains and the undersea Ivory Mountain Forbidden Zones. At the peak of this chaos, way out in deep space, a massive celestial body burst into flames, its voice echoing through existence. The gods are eternal. It will not be long before we return to the human realm. Back on the ground, right at the Myriad Clan's battlefield, the earth cracked wide open. Bright red light erupted from the ground, making both the monsters and the humans freeze in their tracks. One beast gasped. What the hell is happening? Is this an earthquake? Standing on a high cliff? The blue-skinned demon commander turned pale, looking toward the capital while clutching his chest and sweating. Damn it, the wishing tree. His bloodshot eyes bulged in pure panic. He cursed, gritting his teeth. If the 3 royal families find out I used forbidden dark magic to grow this thing, I am dead meat. Completely terrified, the blue commander roared and shot a purple signal flare high into the sky immediately. The Earth Python clan retreated instantly. Below them, the gorillas and bears were stunned, then started pulling back too. Meanwhile, the battlefield was screaming with human war cries to kill every last one of them. Wiping out the myriad clans was the plan. The gorilla leader waved his arms in total confusion. How the hell are we supposed to keep fighting? The pythons are all gone? Seeing the tide turn, the gorilla leader gritted his teeth and roared at his gang. Get out of here fast, we are retreating. The monkey subordinates panicked and started echoing the retreat call. In an instant, the myriad clan's formation collapsed completely. Swarms of black snakes turned tail and bolted from the field, while the human battle cries to kill them all continued to echo right behind them in pursuit. Left all alone, the demon bear clan stood there like statues. The bear leader growled furiously. Damn it, how could those earth python cowards just run away like that? The smaller bears nearby urged him on. Do not just stand there, we need to run. While the entire world was in chaos, the culprit, Tabak, crawled out of the wreckage with a mud-covered face. He stared blankly at the swirling black smoke. What the heck is happening right now? Did I actually cause all of this insane mess myself? He stood on the edge, staring down at the massive pit that used to be Oi Hung City. Gulping hard, he muttered, maybe I went a little too far with this one, right? Before he could blink, Tabak jumped as a bright pink pillar of light slammed down from the sky. A figure appeared in the glow with a piercing scream. You thieving brat! How dare you touch our sacred tree! Tabak clutched his head and groaned in pure misery. Well, I'm officially in some seriously deep trouble now. That figure was the 9th Elder, a platinum-ranked snake demon. She lunged through the smoke with bloodshot eyes and wild hair, screaming at the guards to go grab him immediately. Seeing 2 aggressive snake men charging at him with their weapons drawn and ready, Tabak spun around and bolted, thinking if I do not get out of here right now, I am toast. He quickly triggered his skill, his body blurring into the shape of a blue dragon as he sped away. Watching her prey try to escape, the 9th Elder gritted her teeth. You think you can run? She swung her massive sword, unleashing a deadly pink light as she slashed forward. Instantly, a giant crescent-shaped blade of pure energy sliced through the air with destructive force, screaming down toward Tabak's position right now. Drop dead, feeling a chill down his spine. Tabak glanced back, eyes wide with terror, as the glowing pink energy blade closed in on his face. Without wasting a single second, Tabak spun around and thrust both hands forward with all his might. He summoned a glowing hexagonal energy shield to block the hit. The massive impact sent him flying back, his feet tearing up the rocky ground as he struggled to keep his balance. Panting for breath, he wiped sweat from his forehead and muttered, She is definitely a platinum-ranked powerhouse. Hovering high above the 9th Elder was still fuming as she spat a blast of pink fire downward. You destroyed our tribe's sacred tree. Ripping you into 100 pieces wouldn't even begin to pay for your life. Down in the ruins, Old Hu and Han Trien were hiding and watching. Old Hu pushed up his glasses, sweating bullets. What is with that sudden energy surge? Don't tell me Tabak caused that, too. Suddenly, Tabak gaped at the scene ahead, his eyes filled with shock and pure excitement. Oh man, did he really hit gold rank? Turns out Han Trien had jumped in just in time to stop the chaos. He swung his spear wildly. Using every bit of strength to block the 9th Elder's incoming pink blade, he screamed, Old to get out of here! I will hold her off! But the Elder didn't give him a second to breathe. The 9th Elder went ballistic, swinging her pink greatsword down with an overwhelming murderous intent. You're dead! Han Trien gritted his teeth, raising his spear to block the crushing force, letting out a pained cry. Ha! The destructive power shattered his defense, sending Han Trien flying through the rubble, his chest armor cracking wide open. He coughed up blood. The 9th Elder floated midair, smirking with pure contempt. You actually thought that pathetic armor could withstand me? Seeing their friend in trouble? Tabak and Old Hu rushed over to help. Old Hu asked nervously, "Old Han, can you handle this situation?" Tabak broke into a cold sweat and urged him, "If you can't win, don't overdo it. Let's just run." But Han Trian propped himself up and stood tall, roaring heroically, "You two go on ahead, I've got the rear." Instantly, Han Trian exploded with vibrant purple energy, taking a combat stance to prepare for an attack. Tabak gave a thumbs up. "Old Han, you're a total beast." Then he turned to his teammate. "Old Hu, let's get out of here first." Han Trian was still pumped up, shouting back at them, "All right, let's bring the heat." Han Trian glared at his opponent, pouring all his power into his weapon and shouting, "Witness my ultimate blade technique." He unleashed 3 consecutive slashes that tore through the very space toward the enemy. But the ninth elder just flicked the energy away with a smirk. "Those are just pathetic little tricks. You really think an attack like that could actually hurt someone like me?" Seizing the moment she was distracted, Han Trian turned tail and bolted like his life depended on it. "See ya." That sneaky move made the ninth elder's blood boil. She screamed while giving chase. "Are you actually trying to run away? Get back here right now." Han Trian was sprinting like an Olympic athlete alongside his friends. Tabak threw him something while they were both booking it. "Here, eat this spirit fruit quick to get your energy back to normal." Losing her mind, the ninth elder erupted with pink, killing intent, her eyes rolling back as she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Damn it, none of you are getting away today." Ignoring her threats, the 3 young men immediately maxed out their movement talents, turning into 3 flashes of lightning as they tore through the wind to escape. Like 3 rockets, they left blinding streaks of light as they zipped across the barren wasteland at insane speeds, while the ninth elder's pink aura stayed glued to their heels in a total rage. Even for a platinum rank expert, the ninth elder's jaw hit the floor at the absolutely insane speed of those 3 targets. Seriously, is that really the kind of speed a gold ranker is supposed to have? 3 hours into the brutal chase, they reached a cliff by a massive river. The 10th elder, a platinum lizard snake hybrid, hissed through clenched teeth, "Those punks are fast, but there's no way we let them get away. If these 3 humans escape us, our lives are absolutely dead meat. Our heads are on the chopping block if we lose them now." Panting and drenched in sweat, the ninth elder asked, "You sure they came this way? This is the forbidden zone of the Heavens Fall River." "Go any further and we hit the Blue Lake." The 10th elder cut him off his cold gaze, locked onto the monster birds circling way off in the distance. "Forget that right now. We have to bag those humans no matter what, or it is game over for us." Meanwhile, behind a massive boulder on a grassy patch, the trio was slumped on the ground, gasping for air. Old Hu wiped his sweat. "Let's take a breather. There's no way they caught up to us that quickly." Hanjin was still tripping. "They're chasing us like total maniacs, screaming about some holy tree. What is that even about?" At the mention of the tree, Subai's glowing fruit popped out of his bag with a bright red flash and a smug grin. Shrugging his shoulders with a totally punchable face, he said, "Man, it is a long story. Just focus on getting your energy back so we can bail as fast as possible." But before his smile even faded, a heavy, terrifying voice boomed from the rock. "Not a single one of you is going anywhere." The Platinum 10th Elder crushed the stone under his feet, looking down at them like they were absolute garbage and totally useless. "Since my guys failed, I guess I'll handle you trash myself." Sensing the killer energy of a high-level enemy, Hanjan immediately stepped up, gripping his glowing purple spear and shielding his teammates. "Su, get out of here!" The beast roared down, "Give up our tribe's divine tree right this second." Energy exploded as the Elder shifted into a massive, terrifying dragon snake monster. He unhinged his fangs, hissing a sound that seemed to swallow the entire sky. "I will make your deaths quick and painful." The monster lunged a massive tail strike, shattering the earth. Even with his weapon up, Hanjan got tossed like a cheap toy, letting out a brutal and painful scream. "Ah!" Subai yelled in panic. "Old Han!" Seeing his friend's bloody wounds, Subai stepped forward, absolutely fuming. He pointed right at the monster's face. "You really call that trashy wish tree a divine spirit tree? Please. I did the world a favor by wiping that evil thing out for you idiots." The giant snake hissed through the dust, lizard eyes glaring with pure hate. "Let's see how long you talk big while I'm crushing the life out of you." In that do-or-die moment, Hanjan stumbled forward and ate a spirit fruit. "Su, take Old Hu and run. I have got this." Subai was shaken to the core. Hanjan clutched his bleeding chest and let out a desperate, heroic roar that shook the air. "I'm not playing around. One of us dying is better than all of us getting wiped out. Winning this war for humanity is the only goal." Hearing those heartfelt vows, Subai and Old Hu stood there, frozen teeth clenched and sweating with pure helplessness and raw emotion. Hanjan didn't waste any time. Hanjan slammed his foot down, purple energy exploding as he charged his spear straight toward a suicidal fight. With tears stinging his eyes, Subai gritted his teeth and bolted. "Old Han, we will wait for you up ahead. Don't die." A second later, the massive dragon snake lunged again, snapping its jaws at the fleeing backs of Subai and Old Hu. "You think you can run from me? Just die already?" The giant mouth opened wide to swallow them both whole. Hanjan leaped high into the air, swinging his glowing weapon with everything he had left. He smashed it into the monster's head, screaming, "I am your opponent!" The beast roared after taking the hit. Infuriated, it swung its massive body, slamming into Han Zheng with a force that felt like a mountain. It smashed him into the dirt, causing a massive shockwave that sent rocks flying everywhere. As the dust settled, Han Zheng lay crushed, completely unable to fight back. The dragon snake arched its neck, looking down with total arrogance. "You lowly little human, you really thought you were something special? Your pathetic life isn't worth more than a common bug I step on in the dirt." It started to turn away, but then a weak, shaky voice called out from below. "I am not done with you yet." Han Zheng stood up, face battered and eyes bloodshot, roaring a final defiant challenge. "I told you I am your opponent." The snake just looked down with disgust before turning its back on the fool. Suddenly it whipped its tail, launching Han Zheng into the air like he was a broken rag doll. It wasn't over. The tail lashed out again, slamming into Han Zheng while he was still falling. A brutal blow sends him coughing blood, slamming his body straight into the dirt and leaving a massive crater in the ground. The serpent dragon turns away with killing intent in its eyes, its voice ice cold. "I do not have time to waste on you." It instantly summons a swarm of golden energy snakes from the ground, binding the unconscious Han Zheng so he cannot move. There is zero chance to move. Those energy snakes squeeze his limbs tight, locking him down completely before the beast turns back toward the distant Tobok. After running like their lives depended on it, the pair finally reaches the shore of a massive, shimmering blue lake. Tobok is stunned. "This is the blue lake," Elder Ho gasps out. "Seems like it." Tobok looks around at the eerie silence, wondering why the whole place feels so incredibly quiet and empty. Is the Azure Dragon not home? Elder Ho looks back nervously. He has not caught us yet. But what should we do now? Out on the edge of the Forbidden Zone, the Ninth Elder stands on a ridge, squinting at the unnervingly peaceful scene with deep suspicion. That is strange. Usually, any living creature that steps into the Jade Water Pool Forbidden Zone gets attacked on the spot immediately. Why is it so quiet this time? The 10th Elder, now back in his human form, questions the silence. He urges impatiently, "Our clan's divine tree is still in their hands. We absolutely cannot let those thieves escape our grasp. Why do we not just take a chance?" His partner makes a fair point, and the 9th Elder quickly agrees to it. "Fine, if there's danger, we're still on the edge and can retreat fast." Both of them nod and take a step into the Forbidden Land. But the moment their feet touch the ground, the sky suddenly turns pitch black above them. A massive black dragon wrapped in lightning emerges from the void, its terrifying pressure making both of them freeze in their tracks. The 9th Elder is so terrified his face goes pale, he frantically signals his men. It is the Azure Dragon retreat, fall back now. Meanwhile, deep inside the Forbidden Zone, the vibe is totally different. Elder Ho watches nervously as Tobok sits there casually eating and drinking. Eating. "Eat this, have more." Tobok: "How can you stay so calm and keep eating at a time like this? Those guys could catch up to us any second." Tobok just casually holds up a spirit fruit and responds with a grin. "Do you not get it? This is their Forbidden Zone. They're too scared to enter. Otherwise, those two elders would have caught us ages ago." Elder Ho is still uneasy. "We really cannot stay here for long. We need to figure out our next move. We need to figure out where to go next. Since they're too scared to enter, why not just go back to the Mu Duong Mountains and regroup with everyone?" Tobok shuts that down immediately. "No way. We made a massive mess in their territory, and they will definitely mobilize their entire army. If we go back that way, we'll run right into them." Elder Ho nods, admitting that makes sense. Suddenly, Tobok's eyes flash with a clever idea, and he lets out a very sneaky, mysterious little grin. "So, why don't we head back to the center of the 10,000 tribes and launch a surprise attack of our own?" Suddenly, Elder Ho screams in pure terror, what he is so freaked out that he almost jumps right out of his skin. "Are you insane? If we go back there, more than just 2 platinum ranks will be hunting us down." Tobok just waves him off confidently. "We are not taking the old path this time. We are taking a detour." Elder Ho still looks like he does not believe it. "A detour? You sure you even know their way?" Tobok beats his chest with total confidence, "Plus we can try to find old Han." "Relax. A tree dies if it stays still, but a person thrives by moving around. So just trust me on this one, okay?" Elder Ho is totally speechless at his friend's insane overconfidence. Meanwhile, Little Fire sits on a turtle snacking on fruit while hearing Tobok yell in the distance. "Let's move." "Stop eating already, you little glutton." Later, while they are running, Tobok says, "I realized something after those last few fights." Elder Ho asks while gasping for air, "What is that?" "When you are facing a platinum rank or higher, trying to fight them is just not an option." Tobok keeps on analyzing. "It is better to focus all our energy on boosting our own speed and slowing them down. That way we actually have a real chance to escape safely." Elder Ho clenches his fist and nods, admitting that he is totally right. There is a massive power gap between gold and platinum ranks after all. Suddenly, Tobok signals them to stop, his voice turning serious. "Careful, there is something moving up ahead." He turns his gaze forward and spots a beastly figure rushing a human shadow along the path. "Move it." The pair sneaks behind a nearby bush. They're shocked to see Han Zhan being hauled away by a massive, intimidating bear man. That is old Han Elder Ho gasps, but Tabak quickly covers his mouth. Shh, do not just rush out yet. The bear man sneers at Han Zhan. Nobody is coming to save you anyway. You are just a stubborn, pathetic little fool. Tabak frowns and whispers, if we just rush in, old Han might get hurt. We need a perfect plan. My brains beat brawn every single time, my friend. Tabak gives a devious, wicked little smirk. Elder Ho breaks into a cold sweat, feeling a disaster coming. What kind of crazy stunt are you pulling now? Meanwhile, Han Jin took a brutal whip hit from that bear man. He hissed a curse, but the beast just snarled. Still got a smart mouth, I will beat you to death. Just as the whip was coming down, a cold voice echoed from the trees. Stop! Two cloaked figures stepped out. One of them demanded to know what was going on. The bear man immediately bowed his head. Sir, we are just following orders from the 10th Elder to take this human back to our territory. Even with his face all bruised up, Han Jian recognized that voice. He weakly called out for Tabak. Tabak, hiding under his hood, did not hesitate, and slammed a heavy fist right into the back of Han's neck. Han was caught off guard, seeing stars from the pain. Tabak crossed his arms, acting all high and mighty. We have also been ordered by the 10th Elder to oversee this prisoner and collect the cat tribe supplies. The bear man was totally confused. Supplies? But we already sent those. Tabak immediately snapped at him. The front lines are failing, so obviously we need more gear. Tabak glared from under his hood, sounding lethal. Are you seriously questioning an official order? The bear man started sweating, bowing even lower in pure terror. Of course not. Serving you is an honor for us messengers. Please allow me to lead the way. Tabak, still playing in the park, gave a cold command to move out. The bear man did not dare wait. Soon the whole group reached the Nethercat territory near a massive ancient tree. Tabak turned to the guard, sounding bossy. I will handle the interrogation. Go get your elder right now. The guard rushed his subordinates, telling them the black python messenger was here to pick up the war supplies. An old cat elder hurried out, bowing low. So sorry, I had no idea you were coming. Please forgive the wait. Tabak just waved his hand, cutting off the polite small talk. Enough. We are here for the supplies and the soul materials. The elder froze. But we just sent those. Lao Ho, playing the other messenger, stepped in with a very stern voice. The war is a disaster. We have lost so many men and need materials to keep fighting. Tabak started acting. After all these years of war, every single tribe is hanging by a literal thread. When the king gave the order, our python tribe sent everyone from the strongest leaders to the weakest rookies into the meat grinder. He dropped his voice to a whisper. His eyes were like daggers. And now you are saying your tribe cannot spare a few crates? Are you guys holding out? Totally rattled by the mind games, the cat elder was sweating buckets and clutching his chest in panic. I'm so ashamed. Your words have truly opened my eyes. We will give you every single soul material we have left. Lao Ho smirked under his hood and nodded. Good. I will tell the Nine Nether King about your loyalty. You will definitely get the credit for this. Behind them, Lao Ho and Han were impressed. Tabak was a total pro at manipulating people. He was getting rich. The elder was thrilled and bowed deeply. Please, messengers, follow me. Tabak just gave a cold, short answer. Fine. Inside a hidden cave packed with loot, the cat elder pointed towards some shiny wooden chests. Besides the 10,000 low-level items, we have some spirit stones for you messengers. Tabak smiled for real. Your contribution has been noted. I will make sure the king hears about it. The elder was bowing like crazy. Very good. Now go get the rations ready. We are going to start the interrogation right here. Tabak ordered. The elder obeyed immediately. Just call if you need anything. As soon as he left, Han started struggling. He's finally gone. Now get these ropes off me. He was seriously annoyed. Seriously, Tabak. It is just a few cats. Why do we not just take them all out right away? If we did that, how would we get the spirit fruit needed to heal your injuries? Lao Ho stepped up. Stop moving, Han. Let me get you untied first. Once he was free, Han looked around with a frown. Tabak asked what was wrong. He reached out his hand, trying to feel the air in the cave. I feel like my energy is being drained away, like something is literally sucking it out of me. Lao Ho and Han immediately felt their power fading too. Han nodded. You're right. My energy is disappearing. Tabak pointed his finger deep into the dark cave. It is coming from there. No wonder that elder walked off so smug. There is definitely some weird stuff buried deep in here, Old Ho muttered. Tabak made the call to check it out. As they ventured deeper, the trio was stunned. Old Ho gasped. Is that a nether cat statue? Why are they all kneeling like that? Han Qian squinted, looking at a weird energy barrier up ahead. Look inside that barrier. What is that? They all froze, staring at the sight within. A massive skeletal remains of a giant cat. Han Qian was floored. It is freaking huge. Is that an ancient cat elder? But why is there a statue of a human standing on top of it? Old Ho pointed at a warrior plunging a sword into the bones. This has to be some kind of sacred cat burial ground, Tabak concluded, just as one of the nearby stone cat statues let out a tiny, creepy twitch. Suddenly, the stone statue sprang to life, charging at Han Qian like a bolt of black lightning. "Watch out!" Tabak yelled, barely throwing up an energy shield to block the lethal strike. "Damn it! It got away!" Tabak growled as the cat vanished back into the shadows. Han Qian was still shaking. What just happened? Did that nether cat really just come back to life? Right then, a chilling clicking sound filled the entire cave. Han Qian looked around in pure terror. Look, all these statues are actually alive. The three were instantly surrounded by a massive stone cat army. Old Ho asked nervously, "What do we do now?" Before they could think, the cats pounced all at once, creating a deadly storm of dark shadows and claws. Dark shapes shot forward like arrows dripping with cold, murderous intent. Old Ho screamed, "These things are fast as hell!" He swung his weapon. "I will hold them back!" Oh. Without hesitation, Old Ho let his inner energy explode. He unleashed a blue defensive vortex sweeping outward to knock back the first wave of those stone cat monsters. Seeing the cats slowed by the vortex, Han Qian roared, channeling every ounce of purple energy into his spear. They're slowing down. "Take this, you creeps." Han Qian screamed, pouring all his power into the spear to launch his most devastating combat skill. A massive purple energy storm ripped through the pack of stone cats. But as the light faded, they were only slightly pushed back and barely scratched. Han Qian gasped in disbelief. "Even at high gold level, I cannot even take these things down." Seeing the dead end, Tabak barked orders to his crew. "Han Qian, Old Ho, listen up. We need to find a way out. This cave is way too cramped. I cannot move around freely at all." Suddenly, Han Qian's eyes locked onto the massive greatsword lodged in the skeleton. He yelled, "I got it," and immediately sprinted toward the energy barrier. Without a second of hesitation, Han Qian used all his strength to yank the greatsword out, shattering the blue barrier into pieces. Feeling the power surging from the weapon, he gasped, "This sword." Tabak smirked, looking at him with total respect. "Han Qian, the blade is sick. It suits you." Han Qian grinned. "All right." He gripped the greatsword tight, feeling its power fuse with his body as the weapon vibrated wildly. Instantly, a stone cat launched itself at him like a guided missile. Han Qian braced himself, stomping hard and roaring. "Let us see what this big sword can really do." He unleashed a massive swing. A giant wave of purple energy gathered, slicing through the air and tearing space itself apart. It blasted forward with world-shaking power. Han Qian was completely stunned by the insane force of his own strike, the energy surge nearly knocking him off his feet. The greatsword slammed into the ground, leaving a long, deep crack behind. Tabak's eyes went wide. "Holy crap, that power is insane. You just hit the jackpot, Han Qian." Han Qian lifted the blade, feeling the power thrumming in his veins, and let out a wild laugh. "Ha, this trip was totally worth it." He carved a path through the pack, shouting to his team, "Let's get out of here." He dove into the fray, smashing every stone cat in his way. As the group scrambled to escape, Tabak suddenly jerked his head back. "What is that?" At the cave entrance, the cat elder had returned, his wrinkled face twisted in a mask of absolute fury. "You filthy thieves, not only did you lie about being from the hidden Python tribe, but you destroyed our sacred ground. You will pay for this with your lives." He raised his staff high, screaming out a command. "Everyone listen up. Kill these 3 humans. Do not let a single one escape." The entire Nethercat tribe roared in response, pouring out from every dark corner of the cave. "We cannot let them get away. Attack I will chew your bones to dust and paint these mountains red with your pathetic human being. Take them all out right now." That magic beam moved at insane speeds. Old Ho shoved Tabak aside and took the hit full force. "Watch out, Old Ho." He was sent flying by the explosion. Tabak rushed over, panicked. "Old Ho, you okay?" The old man coughed hard. "Relax, kid. I'm too stubborn to die just yet." Tabak handed him a glowing spiritual fruit. "Here, eat this. It will get you back on your feet in no time." Tabak stood tall, shielding his buddy. His eyes went ice cold with determination. "Hang tight, Old Ho. I am handling the rest of this mess. We broke out of the underworld Python capital. No way we are getting shut down by some low-level cat tribe like this." He barked orders to his beasts. "Little Red, watch Old Ho, Little 8, cover me." His 3 spirit beasts responded with a loud roar. Master Tabak was suddenly glowing with pure energy from his beasts. He shouted, "I am going straight for the head honcho first." The cat elder sneered. "You are just some gold-rank punk. You think you have the guts to take me down? Let us see it." Tabak lunged his gauntlets blazing. "Hey, old man, time is up. Eat this sacred beast power and die." Both warriors let loose their ultimate moves, but the cat elder froze when he got a look at Tabak's glowing gauntlets. "That is sacred beast gear," he shrieked. But it was too late. The attack swallowed him whole before he could even finish his scream. A massive beam of energy ripped through the sky and the mountaintop, causing an explosion that shook the entire world. Right after that final blow, Tabak yelled, "Han Trian, grab Old Ho. We need to move, and we need to move fast." Little 8, Little Red, watch our backs. Without wasting a heartbeat, the team and their beasts smashed through the enemy lines. They bolted out of the cat tribe's territory. Han Trian was buzzing, yelling as they ran. First we wrecked the pythons, now we flatten these cats. This is awesome. Man, this trip is absolutely legendary, brothers. Our blood today lights the way for humanity. Tabak snapped back. Stop the speech and keep running, you idiot. Miles away, a squad of lizard warriors felt the blast. What was that light? One asked. The leader squinted. It came from the cat tribe's territory. Move out, follow me, in a gold palace. King 9. Nether sat on his throne. He suddenly looked up, his blue eyes flashing with total shock. That is sacred beast gear. Is this some kind of human conspiracy? He stood up instantly, his voice echoing through the halls with nothing but pure murderous intent. Issue the order, send 2 diamond rank warriors to the Demon Cat Mountains and kill Tabak immediately. Meanwhile, over at a human military base, an officer rushed in panting. Commander Neepkin, we have a problem. 2 diamond rank hostiles were just spotted hauling tail toward the Nethercat tribe territory. Commander Neepkin took the news, his face turning stone cold. It is Tubok and those reckless kids, he muttered. He barked out a decisive command. Send 2 diamond rank masters to the Demon Cat Mountains immediately. Get Tabak some backup before it is too late. Just as the officer turned to leave, Neepkin jumped up in a panic. Wait. Send the fire. Gold Cavalry 2. We need to save Tubok at all costs. We have to save Tubok. I can feel it. They are currently surrounded by millions of enemies. Back on the field, Tabak finally broke through. He took a massive breath, relieved to finally be out of that mess. Those demon cats are really fast. Old Ho panted, running for his life right next to him while giving a warning. Old Han, do not even think about stopping. We are not safe yet. But before he could finish, a chilling voice boomed from above. Found you little thieves hiding in the dirt, are we? The 9th Elder landed wearing a smug, nasty grin. You kids sure can run? Realizing they were caught at the last second, the unlucky trio slammed on their brakes, staring in total horror. What? That snake woman glared at them with cold, evil eyes, her killer vibes suffocating everything around them. Where do you think you're going? You 3 ants are dead. I will peel your skin and grind your bones into dust. She finished her threat and waved her hand, unleashing a violent shockwave that absolutely shredded the ground beneath their feet. Old Ho screamed like a girl, while Han and Tobok barely jumped back in time, sweating bullets as they dodged. Suddenly, the massive head of the 10th Elder Snake Dragon rose up. His deep, mocking voice echoed across the clearing. Just a gold rank punk, yet you survived her hit. Guess you are good for more than just running away, kid. Under the crushing pressure of both elders, Han and Ho were slammed into the dirt. Tabak spun around, screaming in a total panic. While they struggled, the 9th Elder hovered arrogantly above. Number 10. Drop the poison fog. Block them in. If we let these 3 little ants slip away, we will be the laughingstock of the entire world. Do it now. His friends were still dazed, but Tubok suddenly looked up, a cocky smirk on his face as he provoked them. Don't mind us, just keep coming. A creepy green poison fog swirled around him, but Tubok did not even flinch. He bursts with glowing yellow energy, sliding into a fighting stance while growling, leaving just as not my style. Despite the circle closing in, Tabak throws his hand out and shouts, Kids, is get to work right now. A massive blinding pillar of light erupts with brilliant power shooting into the sky and shredding through the toxic fog. As the light clears, Tabak emerges looking totally different, rocking massive flaming wings and pointing his sword at the sky. Listen up, old lady, you think I'm scared? This is the legendary Sacred Beast armor state. Seeing that insane transformation, the 9th Elder twists in a rage, her body warping into something truly hideous. Nasty spikes erupt from her skin as she sneers. I cannot believe you triggered that form again so soon, but it is just a pathetic final struggle. She lunges forward like a maniac, swinging her bone scythe down with everything she has got. But Tabak just flicks a single wing, casually blocking that lethal blow without breaking a sweat. The Elder stumbles back in shock, gasping, How did you stop my attack? Is he really this strong? Tabak flaps his wings, sending a localized hurricane that tosses the snake woman through the air as the other Elder watches. She screams in total disbelief. Below them, Old Ho and Old Han stand frozen, watching this absolute masterpiece of a comeback. Ho is sweating bullets, staring wide-eyed, because a gold-rank fighter should not be crushing 2 platinum-level enemies. Han Jan, his jaw dropped, muttering, If you told me this earlier, I would have said you were insane. Ignoring his teammates, Tabak builds momentum and swings his greatsword, carving a massive golden arc through the air that screams pure power. He charges forward with insane energy, ready for the next round. He screams that this golden power is unbreakable and cuts through anything. Backed into a corner, the 9th Elder finally starts sweating cold. This really is the ultimate talent, the legendary Sacred Beast armor. We cannot let him get any stronger, she roars. We have to end him right now. The 10th Elder gets the message, spewing a massive cloud of toxic smog to hide them both. Tabak hovers there asking what kind of game they are playing. Inside that gross slimy mist, Their two massive bodies start twisting together, merging into a single freakish monster with the most disgusting squelching sounds. A wall of meat rips through the fog, bearing rows of jagged fangs, while a dual voice echoes like a nightmare. I admit you are tough, but you are just a mid-level gold rank. Your body is not even fully trained yet. The elder pops out of the monster with a bunch of creepy eyes, declaring that today is the day you definitely die. Tabak just lands casually, dropping a sick burn. Hey, did anyone ever tell you that you look hideous? That hits a nerve. The snake witch goes wild, charging a pitch-black orb of dark energy. Let us see how long that ego lasts. The orb explodes into a total destruction laser beam. It heads straight for Tubok. Without a second thought, he snaps his wings shut, creating a solid wall that stops the beam. The impact creates a deafening, bone-rattling explosion. The shockwave shatters the ground, blowing everything back in a massive cloud of dust. Poor Ho and Han get launched tumbling across the jagged rocks. Old Ho grunts through the pain while Old Han just screams out in agony. Tabak looks back, yelling to check if they are okay, then grinds his teeth in pure frustration because this is bad. He realizes that just playing defense is a losing game. Tabak channels every bit of energy, gathering a bright golden fire in his hand for a final strike. A flaming phoenix roars out of his palm, tearing through the wind, right at the witch. The move lights up the entire sky, but the fused monster just rips its chest open, creating a dark void that swallows the firebird like it was nothing. The elder lets out a twisted laugh, cackling that even a fire phoenix cannot do a single thing to them now. The monster raises its hands, charging a massive sphere of dark magic. Tabak flies up, gritting his teeth while thinking that these two platinum-level fossils are actually becoming a real pain. The black orb closes in despite the flames. Tabak roars, "Who cares if you are platinum level?" He puts everything into a sword swing, his eyes burning with resolve. He was sure it would hit, but his golden blade just clangs uselessly against the monster's thick hide and defensive layer. She mocks him, saying she'll fight him to the death, and these little games won't even scratch her. Suddenly, she freezes, looking into the distance with pure terror. Oh no, a diamond rank fighter is headed this way. A second later, Tabak gets slammed back, coughing up blood while swearing under his breath. Damn it. If I just had a little more time, I could have crushed that guy for good. Realizing she was out of time, the monster lost it, opening her massive maw to suck everything in like a high-power vacuum. You trashed our sacred tree. If I'm going down today, I'm taking you to hell with me. Tabak hung there, struggling in midair. He panicked, yelling what the insane suction force swept Tabak straight into the belly of the beast. She screamed like a maniac. "You little piece of trash, go rot with our sacred tree." Down below, Old Han and Old Ho just froze, stammering in absolute terror. That thing swallowed Old too. This is bad. He's taking Tabak down with him in a suicide attack. Tabak was pulled into a void of terrifying purple light, barely managed to choke out, "What the hell is this?" Without a second thought, the monster glowed bright and summoned a massive lightning bolt from the sky to strike itself directly. A deafening blast ripped through the air as the self-destruction leveled the forest. Once the dust settled, nothing was left but a massive deep crater. Old Han and Old Ho stared in shock at a blue shield of light sitting right in the middle of the blast zone. A rugged man with thick stubble stepped out of the orb. Old Han eyes went wide as he recognized him. This was the legendary General Lin Jenin. How did he save Tabak? As the light shield shattered, Lin Jenin carefully grabbed Tabak and helped him to his feet. "He asked you, okay, kid," Tabak whispered back. "I am fine. Uncle Lin, what are you even doing here?" Lin Jenin just smiled. With a look of pride and shock, he stared at the kid who forced two platinum elders to blow themselves up. "Was there anyone else here helping you out?" Once he realized it was true, he cheered, "Nice work. You actually made 2 platinum ranks go suicidal." Old Han and Old Ho rushed over to help their friend. Lin Jenin suddenly turned serious. "Move it. We need to get back to base right now. If we are late..." He stopped mid-sentence. 2 massive shadows dropped from the clouds, bringing a suffocating pressure that made it hard to even breathe. A cold voice rang out, "Too late. We finally found you." Lin Jenin looked up, his eyes turning stone cold. "Lin Jenin, you are here too." Floating above were 2 powerhouses, one from the Giant Bear clan and one from the Mystic Snakes. Both were diamond rank warriors. Meanwhile, on the Ghost Cap Mountain battlefield, the fires of war were spreading fast. Tens of thousands of enemy soldiers were slaughtering everyone in sight, their war cries filling the air. Amidst the dust and smoke, a bruised cat girl watched the destruction in total despair. Giant bears and wild wolves howled all around her. The cat girl leaped into the air, screaming her heart out toward the heavens. "Send reinforcements to the Ghost Cap Mountains right now." Back at the crater, the 2 beast warriors hovered in the air, pointing fingers and making threats. "Lin Jenin, you are the one who murdered our Great Bear Elder. Today, you pay with your life." The Snake Man smirked cruelly, asking why he even talked to him. "We're going to slaughter them all right now and use their bodies as a sacrifice for the 9 underworlds." With that, they swung their arms and unleashed an attack. The strike flew toward them with absolute crushing pressure, aiming straight for their heads as they roared time to die. Lin Jenin instantly threw up a massive blue energy wall to block the incoming meteor. The 3 guys behind him watched in absolute shock as the pressure intensified. Terrifying pressure from the diamond rank leaked through the shield, crushing Old Han. Old Ho and Tobak were pinned down too. Old Han grit his teeth and screamed in pain. So strong, is this really what a diamond rank can do? Lin Zheng held back the weight of the world, shouting over his shoulder. Leave this to me. You kids need to get out of here now. Tobak yelled out in worry. Uncle Lin, you cannot face 2 diamond ranks all by yourself. Seeing them hesitate, Lin Zhen's eyes bulged as he roared, veins popping out of his neck. Did you not hear a word I said? I told you to go. That is an order with their lives on the line. Old Han grit his teeth and dragged Tobak away. We have to fall back and get back up. We cannot ignore General Lin's orders. Tobak was left speechless. He clenched his fists in frustration, but they could not wait any longer. The 3 of them activated their movement skills, turning into streaks of purple, gold, and blue as they blasted across the wasteland. But running away was not going to be that easy. The bear warrior sneered, "You really think you can run?" He slammed his foot down and jagged stone pillars erupted from the earth, forming a massive wall. The trio could not stop in time, crashing hard into the barrier and tumbling back into the mud with a yell. The giant bear sat proudly on the rocks, blocking their path and laughing in their faces. Let's see you try to escape now. Backed into a corner, Tobak drew his weapon and yelled, Han Ho, it is time to fight for our lives. At the same time, Lin Zheng was struggling to fight off dozens of purple energy snakes that were wrapping around him. That snake man just sneers, saying Lin is too busy failing himself to ever worry about saving anyone else. Despite the danger, General Lin screams for them to run, because they cannot handle a diamond tier monster. Ignoring the warning, Subai ignites his fighting spirit and summons all his fiery battle pets at once, Little 8 and Little White. Flank the enemy, while Little Hong blasts him head-on. The bald bear laughs with contempt, his massive hands glowing with intense burning fire. None of you punks are getting saved today. Now go straight to hell where you belong. With one swing, he sends the turtle tiger and phoenix spiraling through the air. Little Hong screams in pain as she crashes down hard. Ow, that hurts. The impact blasts Subai and his entire team backward into the dirt. Subai panics. Diamond rank is terrifying. They can actually bend the forces of nature to their will. We are totally outmatched here. The bear guy glares with fire in his eyes, screaming for the trash ants to tremble. Just as death closes in, a red energy blade flashes from the void. Or from far away, a thunderous voice echoes. It is the arrival of the blazing gold cavalry. Countless warriors in crimson armor descend from the sky like vengeful gods, raining spears and shouting their battle cry. By order of Master Chen Than, we are here to back up Subai and fight the monsters. Hiding behind a rock, the 3 unlucky guys exhale in relief. Old Han cheers that the cavalry is finally here to save them. We are saved. Subai clenches his fists, eyes burning. Backup is here now. Let us get some payback, boys. The bear clutches his wound, shocked. Did the humans really send the elite blazing gold cavalry to this place? Seizing the moment, Subai charges forward with his recovered beasts. Little 8, Little White. It is time for revenge. The knights strike hard with flaming spears, while the white tiger covers the rear with a stone shield skill. The bear man stays cocky, trying to block with his bare hands. You pathetic humans cannot even scratch me. Standing behind the divine turtle, Subai smirks. Do not get too confident yet. Then he gives the order. Little White clears the path. A devastating wave of energy combining turtle breath and phoenix fire slams down on him. Hit by the surprise blast, the giant bear is forced to cross his arms and endure the absolute destruction. The ground shatters beneath him as the bear sweats, gritting his teeth and refusing to give up. My bear tribe is invincible. But as he struggles, a sharp blue slash tears through space and makes him scream in pure agony. Ah! The snake man has to scramble back to avoid the lethal wave of sword energy. He wipes his face and smirks. Not bad, Lin. You actually have some talent for a future king. High above, General Lin has finally broken through their entire formation. He grips a glowing blue energy blade and delivers a final judgment. Today is the end for you all. He continues swinging, raining down a relentless, crushing barrage of sword energy. The snake man panics, calling out to his buddy. Bear, they have the numbers now? What is the plan here? The old bear grits his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with pure rage and a desperate will to live. He roars at the sky, activating his ultimate form and turning into a grizzly so massive he blocks the sun. I will rip every one of you little ants into tiny bloody scraps. The giant grizzly slams his claws down, shattering the cliffside and sending energy cracks exploding into the heavens above. Blown back by the shockwave, the snake man screams that he cannot handle the enemies alone anymore. The grizzly is forced to block the cavalry himself, roaring out an order to his cowardly partner. This fight is a lost cause for us. Fall back now. You go first, I will cover our retreat. Seeing them try to bail, Subai points and yells. You were so cocky before, now you think you can run. The divine turtle raises both heads, charging primal energy before firing 2 blinding beams of pure destruction. The snake man nearly drops his jaw in midair. How in the world is this even possible? Can this beast actually control 2 different elements at the same time? The beams hit the grizzly, making him spit up a massive mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the flaming spears of the cavalry tear through the air, raining down on the weakening enemy force. A fire spear slams right into the bear's back, causing a massive fiery explosion. The snake man looks back in horror, but his traitorous instincts kick in. He uses his teammate as a shield, fires a purple laser at General Lin to distract him, and then runs away as fast as he can. Sorry, old bear, but I'm out of here. But before he can escape, a massive dark shadow lunges and slams him straight into the ground. He barely moves an inch before a suffocating darkness wraps around him. Is this the power of shadows? Out of nowhere, a white tiger, dripping with dark energy, pounces, pinning that snake freak to the dirt with razor claws. His eyes bulge in pure terror as the legendary white tiger submits to the soul-crushing pressure of a divine beast. The snake man screams at the sky in total despair. Then the scene shifts to the absolute chaos of the fiery front lines. Human warriors are going feral hacking through beast hordes while roaring with nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred. I'm gonna wipe every last one of you monsters out. High above the sky is choked with black smoke. The silver-haired king of the Nine Netherworld floats there, arms crossed watching the carnage. Suddenly, a powerhouse wrapped in an overwhelming blue aura rises up to block him, his voice sounding like rolling thunder. Nine Nether, if you make a move, do not expect any mercy from me. Just surrender already. The Nine Nether King just sneers with total contempt. Do not get ahead of yourself, human. If the Phoenix and Sky Fox clans had not bailed before the fight, your pathetic human race would be literal dust by now. You might be a hair stronger than me, but you will never break the combined might of our three royal families. The human leader Cheng Fei just smirks with total confidence, staring down his enemy with an alpha vibe. We have been gritting our teeth and building strength for 100 years just to unleash a counterattack as legendary as this. You call yourself a king, yet you think you can fight fate. That kind of stubbornness is exactly what is going to get you killed. Hearing that Nine Nether crosses his arms and spits back some venom. Cheng Fei, you'll be lucky if you even survive 20 more years. Who are you to preach about fate to me? You're nothing more than a dead man walking a total goner. To put it bluntly, you are completely useless. A second later, the king waves his hand, barking orders to the massive, messy pile of troops scrambling down below him. Pull back to the Luotian River. Immediately. All units retreat now. Meanwhile, near the Demon Cat Mountains, Su Bai and his crew are making a casual getaway on their spirit mounts. Su Bai is lounging on his white tiger, Little White, grinning as he egged the big cat on. Haha, move it, Little White. We gotta haul tail and get back to the main army before things get even messier. Slumping on top of a massive turtle, Old Han starts grumbling. Yo, Tiger, is it just me, or are we moving at a literal snail's pace? Old Ho just leans back, adjusts his glasses, and keeps it real. Quit your whining, man. We just cheated death. Being able to hitch a ride on this comfy meat cushion is a total blessing. Out of nowhere, a sentry on a high rock waves them down, yelling, "Hold up! Do not go any further. There's massive military movement ahead." Su Bai pulls the reins on his tiger, squinting. What the heck is going on over there? He climbs the cliff and looks down, seeing thousands of enemy troops camping out. He mutters, "Wait, isn't the Luotian River supposed to be right here? Why is there a whole army from the beast race just hanging out in this spot?" The sentry turns around looking both hyped and incredibly stressed as he explains the situation. Our side just scored a massive win on the front lines. Those monsters got wrecked and are all retreating toward the river. We have to take a detour and get back to the human camp before they spot us. After hearing the news, Old Han starts laughing like a maniac on the way back. Ha ha ha, we crushed it. Looks like those beastly freaks won't be able to hold their ground much longer anyway. Su Bai nudges his buddy eyes, practically glowing with dollar signs. Hey Han, if we make it back, how much merit pay do you think we're going to pocket this time? Old Ho just sighs, dropping a truth bomb. Military merits. Did the three of us actually do anything useful enough to even qualify for a reward? Soon at the human army's forward base, General Cheng Fei is lounging in his tent, laughing his head off. Ha ha ha, Su Bai, you little rascal. You actually pulled off a serious stunt, didn't you? You even managed to kidnap the ancient demon phoenix Saintess and bring her here, labeled a kidnapper. Su Bai waves his hands frantically. Good grief, uncle, how can you call it kidnapping? That is just cold, man. Little Hong followed me totally on her own. He turns to the phoenix girl, who is sitting there like a good kid. Right, Little Hong? Little Hong's cheeks are stuffed as she chews, holding up a greasy roasted chicken leg and nodding like crazy. Yes, Master's roasted chicken is literally the best thing ever, so I just want to follow him around forever and ever. The leader cracks up, loving the pure vibes. Not bad, kid. You recruited a Saintess for one chicken leg, you really are Lok Fam's true successor. After the jokes, Cheng Fei adds, you guys did a killer job. Go get some rest. Tonight the army is throwing a massive victory feast for everyone. But Su Bai holds up a hand looking totally hyped. Hey, let's hold off on the party for a sec. The kid started rubbing his hands together with a greedy grin, looking like a total money-hungry capitalist. Hey, Mr. Tran Than, what about our military rewards for this mission? Seeing his shady face, Tran Than just laughed. Ha ha ha, relax, kid. I'm not going to forget your cut. Clutching the reward. Tabak grinned and puffed his chest out. Thanks, big guy. We're going to go crash now. Tran Than nodded, shouting a reminder as the kids walked away. Get some sleep and recover your strength. We'll be fighting the myriad tribes again before you know it. As they left, Tran Than looked at General Lam. He sipped his tea and smiled. Lam, that rescue mission went pretty well, didn't it? I heard you even took out 2 diamond-level powerhouses from the Myriad tribes while you were at it. General Lam shoved his hands in his pockets and corrected him immediately. Nope. Tabak killed those 2 diamond-level guys with his own hands. Tran Than almost choked on his tea, his eyes bugging out. What? Tabak killed them. You're telling me that kid can take down a diamond-level fighter? General Lam thought back to the fight. The battlefield was total chaos back then. But honestly, it was Tubok's spirit beast that landed the killing blow on those 2 diamond guys. Tran Than blew the steam off his tea, his eyes clouded with worry. The kid's getting powerful fast, but the quicker he grows, the more danger is going to follow him everywhere. That guy Ju, you could come for him at any moment. Tran Tan's voice dropped low as he gave the order. You've got to protect him no matter what. General Lam's voice rang out from the tent with total conviction. Don't sweat it. I'll use everything I've got to watch over that kid from the shadows. Tran Tan exhaled. Good. Later on, standing in front of a massive barbecue feast, the general raised a giant mug of beer. He shouted to the crowd, today the students from Martial Arts University pulled off a massive victory. So let's raise a glass and celebrate this legendary victory for all of humanity. Bottoms up. The soldiers all cheered at once, their voices shaking the sky. Cheers, humanity wins. The whole place was buzzing with energy. Little Hong was busy stuffing her face with meat, her eyes sparkling. Man, this grilled chicken is straight fire. Holding a foamy beer. Old Han walked over to To Bok with a grateful grin. Old Tu, that was way too close. I almost kicked the bucket today. Thanks for risking your neck to save me, man. You too, old ho. This one's for you guys. To Bok just smirked with a totally devious look on his face. Look, Han, your life's got to be worth more than one cheap drink, right? I already put together a little invoice for you. Just send all those materials and gear straight to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University later. Old Ho clinked his glass and started laughing. Haha, you're getting played. Han To Bok really knows how to strike while the iron is hot, even though he was getting shook down in public. Han just laughed it off. Ha ha ha. I know all his dirty tricks, but I always pay my debts back fairly. It's only right. Deal, consider it done. He slammed his beer in one shot while To Bok gave him a smug pat on the shoulder. Haha, glad to see you've actually got a conscience, Han. Plus, you really turned things around this time. You walked away with a massive legendary weapon. At the mention of loot, Han excitedly slammed his empty mug down right next to that massive greatsword. You know it. He grabbed the giant blade and lifted it up. He looked a bit confused, though. The thing is, I couldn't actually tap into its real power during the fight. Come to think of it, I hasn't really had a chance to check this thing out properly. Tabak rubbed his chin and looked it over, clicking his tongue. Honestly, it doesn't look like anything special from the outside. Just then, General Tran Than walked over, squinting at the intricate patterns carved into the steel. If I'm not mistaken about this, he said quietly, this could be an actual ancient artifact. However, it looks like its true power has been locked behind a seal. The whole group gasped in shock. A seal for real. The general nodded immediately, killing Han's excitement with some cold, hard facts. Exactly. To break this seal, you'll probably need to reach the king-level stage before you're even worthy of waking this thing up. When he heard that insane requirement, Tabak's jaw dropped as he started complaining. King level, that's basically impossible, like trying to grab a star. But then Han's eyes lit up with pure determination. Fine. If that's what it takes to unlock this divine weapon, I'll train like a madman to reach king level as fast as possible. All that tension vanished instantly. Instead, things got rowdy as 3 giant beers slammed together, sending foam flying all over the place. All right, here's to Han finally ascending. Leveling up to king level, bottoms up. Ha ha ha, let's go! The scene shifts to the next day at the Great Wall Garrison Base. A red-haired student standing nearby tried to help. Principal, you've been standing here for 3 days straight. The old man let out a worried sigh. This battlefield isn't a school tournament. Tabak and Ho Then Thu have 0 real-world combat experience. I'm worried. Out of nowhere, this soldier in a red cloak comes hauling tail, screaming his lungs out with some massive news. Humanity won. We actually freaking won. We just absolutely shredded 800,000 of those enemy troops back there. We forced those monster tribes to tuck tail and run all the way back to the Luotian River. News of the victory hit like a hurricane. Soldiers on the wall started losing their minds, jumping around and screaming. We won. It is over. A total blowout victory for the human race. Haha, we did it. We really did it. Dang. I freaking knew we were going to take those chumps down today. Finally, I can actually go home and see my folks in peace. Ha ha. Then the commander yells out loud. Open the gates. Get those gates open right now. This red-haired kid grabs the railing, grinning like an idiot. Heck yeah, humanity for the win. Then he just spins around and bolts off at full speed. I gotta find out if anyone has heard anything about Su Bai and Hu Qingxu yet. I need answers. The old principal is tearing up, totally emotional. We actually won. He sees this chubby general walking over and literally trips over himself to grab the guy's leg. He stammers out, General. Please, do you have any word on Su Bai and Hu Qingxu? Are they okay? The general just beams a huge smile and says, "Look, old man, those two kids you are worried about, they're not just alive, they're freaking legends." General J laughs with pure pride. Ha ha. And do not forget that Han John kid either. Those three are basically superstars now. Everyone knows their names. Suddenly, a massive crowd of soldiers swarms him, yelling questions. Yo, brother, is the front line really done for? Is the war over? Spill it? Did 8 million monsters really get wiped out? And what about Commander Kong? Is he still alive or what? Tell us everything. The general waves them off. Chill out, boys. Everyone just relax and let me tell the story the right way. He pulls up the tactical map and starts popping off about the whole operation like a pro. This epic showdown went from Bone Mist Mountain all the way to Demon Cat Range. After a month and 8 days, the Beast Army totally collapsed and scrambled back to the Luotian River. Out of millions of those creeps, less than 200,000 actually made it out. He keeps going. Lord Nijing ordered a new Luotian base built 20,000 miles past the Great Wall. Right along the river, the troops start pumping their fists and screaming. Humanity is finally taking over this whole place. Victory. Total victory. The red-haired kid starts geeking out. Once that base is up, we can just teleport straight to the front lines whenever we want. A badass shot of the three teens appears as the general tells their story with fire in his voice. During this war, our human warriors fought like absolute beasts. Pure bravery on the battlefield. Especially Subai Hu Qingshu and Han Zhan. These Jiangzhou students charged straight into the heart of the enemy without even caring about dying. Just those three kids wiped out over 100,000 monsters inside their own freaking dens. They wiped out no less than 10 whole tribes. Then those three raided the main city of the Black Python clan, triggered a massive earthquake that leveled the place and crushed tens of thousands more enemies. But the real kicker, Subai and his White Tiger, finished off the elites. Subai actually soloed 2 diamond-tier powerhouses all by himself. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. They were so shocked, they could barely even speak. What, Subai actually took down a diamond-tier warrior? Are you freaking kidding me right now? I did not hear that wrong, did I? No way a college kid smokes a diamond-tier enemy. The general smooths out an official document and reads it. In this war, Subai's achievements are basically unheard of. He is a legend. He outshined the whole army. Han Zhan and Hu Qingshu are staying enrolled at the Martial Arts University while they serve. Plus, they are now official lieutenant colonels assigned to the special Luotian garrison unit. Subai gets the first-class Medal of Merit, the highest honor there is. The entire crowd below just goes dead silent. The red-haired kid is sweating bullets, asking in a shaky voice like he can't trust his own ears. Bro, are you sure about that? When Subai left, he was only silver tier, right? The old principal is just standing there gaping like a fish. This is insane. Everyone starts whispering. What kind of crazy stuff did Subai and those guys go through out there? The general nods seriously, confirming it again. It is all true. 100% legit. Lord Nijing himself ordered this broadcast, killing thousands of enemies in 2 diamonds. My God, that is just straight up wild. The soldiers behind them are buzzing. Holy crap, Subai is a freaking monster. The shock was just too much to handle. That red-haired kid falls to his knees, clutching his head and screaming under the spotlight like some drama queen. Why Subai when the heck am I ever going to catch up to a legend like you? 3 days later, inside a dark enemy palace, the white-haired King Ju Yu is bowing down before a mysterious figure. He looks absolutely terrified. Lord Bian, I did not expect you to show up personally. If you get involved, humanity is basically toast. Kicking his feet up on a stone throne, Bian, a 2-star king-tier powerhouse with massive muscles, ripped off his hood and started screaming at Ju Yu. Listen up, you total piece of trash. Just how long has it been since I sent you down there? Not only did you fail to take over this planet, but you also went and got your entire squad wiped out. Ju Yu broke into a cold sweat, flinching as he scrambled for a pathetic excuse. The seal is getting weaker by the second, and our time is running out. Sir, after this battle, I have finally gauged the full extent of human strength and power. Our next target for the invasion will be the Shanhai Pass, he added, desperately trying to save some face. Oh, and there is one more thing. Those humans actually managed to capture the Saintess of the Phoenix Demon Clan. I am planning a trip to the ancient Phoenix Demon Royal City. Hearing this, Bian actually looked somewhat interested. Well, that is interesting. They really had the guts to lay a hand on the Phoenix Demon Saintess. Bian stood up, raising his hand with a truly wicked evil grin on his face. A glowing red stone pulsing with murderous intent appeared. Go on ahead. I have brought the blood god along for this specific trip. This time we wipe out humanity for good. Ju Yu backed away, bowing like a total suck-up. Ha ha ha. I wish you a truly massive and glorious victory, my lord. Meanwhile, over at the human war room, the atmosphere was thick enough to cut with a knife. General Nijing stood before the tactical map as the allied tribal forces continued to mobilize and gather. Right now, we cannot figure out the enemy's real endgame. He pointed at a man wearing glasses. Huan Shan, what is your take? The man named Huan Shan pushed up his glasses, his sharp eyes already dissecting the entire tactical situation. If I were leading the Juyu forces, I would definitely launch a massive decoy strike against the Milky Way fortress before our defensive systems are fully operational. This would draw all human firepower away, allowing them to breach the Shanhai Pass at any cost. Hearing those words, the entire room gasped, staring at the map in shock. The Shanhai Pass 1 commander frowned, stroking his chin in total worry. Yeah, if the Shanhai fortress falls, we are in deep trouble. Nijing shoved his hands in his pockets and barked out an urgent order for immediate troop deployment. 200,000 troops have been deployed to the Zhangzhou military base to prepare for any possible emergency that could pop up at a moment's notice. This entire army will be under the direct command of General Lin Jianan. Standing perfectly straight and tall, General Lin Jianan nodded to accept the order, his face showing absolutely no signs of fear. I will follow General Nijing's orders to the letter. I, Lin Jianan, will fight until my very last breath. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sharp knock at the door. An officer led Tubai inside to report to General Lin. Sir Tubai has arrived as requested. Lin Jianan turned around and gave a quick nod. All right, you are dismissed for now. Behind him, Tubai and Old Hu were already standing by, ready to take on their brand new mission. Tubai scratched his head, giving General Lin a goofy and slightly shady grin that was totally typical of him. Hey, General Lin, it feels like you have something you really want to tell me, right? See that platinum armor you gave me last time? It kind of got trashed. Any chance you could hook me up with a brand new set? General Lin smirked, totally brushing him off. We will deal with that later, he said, not giving the kid a single chance to keep begging. General Lin suddenly got serious, leaning in close with a sharp gaze to ask a question that made Tubai freeze right in his tracks. Tubai, do you actually like Yan Ran? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Tubai jumped back, looking completely panicked. Whoa, why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Lin Jianan let out a sigh, his voice dropping into a low, somber tone. Yan Ran was supposed to head to the Great Wall Guards to train her skills, but her mother suddenly came down with a very serious illness, so now she has to stay home to take care of her. He closed his eyes, his face showing the deep lines of a man in pain. I have not been a good husband or a good father. Hearing that self-pity, Tubai suddenly got serious and put his hand over his heart to make a promise. Uncle Lin, do not even worry about it. I will definitely take good care of Yan Ran for you. Seeing how mature the kid was, General Lin smiled and patted his shoulder with total trust. Good, very good. My boy really did not pick the wrong person after all. He continued, I'm entrusting you with this. Next, I have to head out to the Shanhai Pass to lead the defense. A massive battle is likely to break out there. Tubai was shocked. A huge war at the Shanhai Pass, General Lin gave him a slow, heavy nod. That is right. Before the war breaks out, General Nijing has made some very special arrangements just for you. You should go see him immediately. Sure thing? Tubai replied. Shortly after, up on the headquarters rooftop, a female secretary led Tubai right to General Nijing, who was standing with his hands behind his back. General Nijing Tubai has arrived as requested. Nijing gave a grunt, without even turning around. Seeing Tubai stretching and warming up in the distance, Nijing scolded him with a stern but caring tone. Old Lin has already sacrificed way too much for humanity, so quit trying to take advantage of the guy all the time. He tossed him a metal token. Your armor got trashed in the last fight, did it not? Take this token to the logistics department and trade it for a set of Lord-tier armor. Tubai snatched it, like it was pure gold, grinning so hard his eyes practically disappeared. Okay, thanks, boss. Hey, watch your mouth. Do not be disrespectful. Now, I actually brought you here to discuss something else entirely. Hearing that Tubai locked in, he crossed his arms ready for action. Just give it to me straight, boss. Nijing turned with a look that meant business. I need you at Clearwater Lake. Subai's jaw hit the floor, and he started sweating buckets instantly. Wait. Clearwater Lake. That place is a death trap. That azure dragon is straight up terrifying. Nijing smirked, poking the bear. What you scared kid Tubai lost it immediately, stuttering out an excuse. Hey, who said I am scared? Nijing did not even let him finish the sentence. He ripped open a glowing blue rift in space and grabbed Subai's sleeve. Time for a little stroll. This portal only stays open for exactly 1 minute, so move it. Tubai got dragged along, screaming on the inside. Like, how is this even happening right now? Right at the edge of the rift, Tubai closed his eyes. He exhaled, gritting his teeth. Screw it. Worst case, I just go down swinging. He stepped inside. Stepping out the other side, Tubai blinked. Why is it so creepy and quiet out here? They stood together facing the lake, which was clear as jade. Nijing put his hands behind his back and roared across the water. Nijing and the heir of Luofan are here. Azure Dragon, show yourself. Nothing happened. Tubai gave an awkward laugh and scratched his head. Maybe the big guy is out. Then the lake erupted. Massive black clouds swallowed the sky and lightning ripped through the air like crazy everywhere. The flashes lit up the crashing waves. Tubai broke into a cold sweat, whispering in total despair. We are totally dead. He is home? and he is absolutely ticked off. A massive green dragon surged from the depths, roaring as it lunged straight for them both. Nijing shouted quickly, "Azure Dragon, it is me, Nijing, I have brought." But the dragon was out of its mind and not listening. It shot forward like a missile. Subai turned ghost white and started screaming. "Ah! It is coming right for me. What do I do?" Nijing stayed calm and shoved him aside. He grabbed Subai and rocketed straight into the air, yelling, "Hurry up, kid! Activate the origin flow right now!" Trapped Subai had no choice but to obey. He focused his energy, and a brilliant golden light wrapped around his entire body like armor. The two of them hovered in midair, glowing bright under the dragon's shocked gaze. The dragon froze its blood-red eyes, finally clearing up. It muttered, "That energy? Luofan's flow? Where is my brother?" Nijing sighed, his voice heavy with real grief. "Azure Dragon. Luofan has passed away. This kid is his chosen successor, Subai." Hearing that Subai just gave a super awkward wave. Hey there. I am Subai." The dragon stared hard at Subai, its ancient voice echoing. "Oh, so it is you. I felt your presence a while ago." Subai blinked. "Wait, so you were Boss Luofan's beast companion? Is there anything I can do to help you?" The dragon shook its head, sounding totally disappointed. "You are way too weak, kid. You are just not worthy." Subai hung his head, admitting it. "Yeah, I am pretty weak compared to Boss Luofan." "Wait, 3 drops of blood." The dragon whispered, "When it really matters, I can help you." Nijing asked, worried, "Help him? Dragon, are you okay?" Subai was confused too. The dragon narrowed its eyes, looking deep into Subai. "His blood? It is different. With his essence blood protecting my soul, I will be just fine." Its massive voice echoed everywhere. "Maybe one day you can open the ancient tomb at the bottom of this lake and finish my master's last wish." Nijing barked, "Subai, give it to him right now." Subai nodded. "Yes, sir." The dragon opened its mouth and swallowed 3 drops of glowing red essence blood. After absorbing them, its eyes closed and it drifted into a deep sleep. But suddenly a massive surge of power from the blood exploded, waking it right back up. Nijing and Subai got blasted backward. The Azure Dragon roared, "What on earth is happening with this blood?" The dragon's eyes became completely clear. It looked over at Subai with a look of pure shock. "I never expected 3 tiny drops of blood could restore my whole mind." "Kid, who exactly are you anyway?" Stunned by the heavy question, Subai pointed at his own face. "Me, who am I?" He started babbling like he was in a job interview. "My name is Subai, and I'm currently a student at Wuhan University." Once it was fully awake, the dragon flicked its tail, creating huge waves on the lake. It soared up and told Subai, "Fine, I will repay you for those 3 drops now." It turned to Nijing and urged him, "Let's go." Suddenly, a massive system notification popped up right in front of Subai. "Powerful beast detected nearby. Do you want to attempt to tame it right now?" Subai was hyped. He started whispering to himself in pure excitement. What can I actually tame an Azure Dragon? But his hope was instantly crushed by a giant bright red warning. This beast is way too powerful to be tamed. Subai was absolutely furious. He pointed at the screen complaining, "Why even show up if I cannot tame it? That is just pointless." Nijing flew over, patted his shoulder, and said, "Let's go back." "Right." Subai flew along whispering as he crunched some numbers. "Oh, right. I still have to hit up the logistics office for that new armor." Over at the Great Wall Fortress, a crowd was gathered around the leaderboards, totally stunned. Wow. Subai's military record is insane. He's easily top 10 even compared to the legendary generals on this list. Just another loser, someone else added with a shrug. While the generals take down high-tier monsters, they never waste time on the weak ones. The merit board suddenly flashed with some absolutely massive totals. First place Subai with 850 million points. Second, Hu Qingshu with 84 million. Third place, some Korean guy with 79 million points. One guy pointed out that Subai's massive military score was just a result of insane grinding, while everyone else watched with pure, salty jealousy. Subai reached an overlord-tier military rank using nothing but gold-tier power. That is just ridiculous. In the crowd, old Han squinted at the numbers and asked, "Old Hu, with all those points, can Subai even spend them all?" Old Hu pushed his glasses up and smirked. Knowing that shameless scammer, he will find a way to blow through every single point. Not long after. At the logistics desk, Subai walked up and said clearly, "Hey there, I want to trade for a set of Overlord-tier armor." The clerk looked up totally shocked. "You're only gold-tier and you want to wear Overlord-level armor? Even the low-level members of the 12 Lords only wear Diamond-tier gear. You're sure you want to go for the Overlord set?" Subai didn't say a word, he just dropped Nijing's command token right on the counter. He politely asked, "Is this enough to get it done?" The clerk's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she checked the token. This is really Master Nijing's token. Did he seriously authorize a gold-tier player like you to get Overlord-level armor?" She cleared her throat, trying to stay professional. Look, Subai cough even with the token one set of Overlord armor costs 1 billion military merit points. Subai just shrugged and casually pulled out 2 signed debt notes. No big deal. If my points aren't enough, just take the rest from Hanjan and Hu Qingxu. Here are their notes and thumbprints. You can verify them right now. He flashed a wicked little smirk, thinking to himself that making them sign those notes was a pro move. The clerk sighed and started tapping away on her keyboard. Since you have their thumbprints, I can make this happen. All right, I will spend the 1 billion points now, and your Overlord tier armor will be delivered shortly. Subai bowed and thanked her. Immediately, the Wuhan University merit rankings were updated for everyone to see. Subai was down to 13 million. Meanwhile, Hu Qingxu and Hanjan were reset to 0. Someone yelled out, "Hey everyone, look! The Wuhan University student list just changed." The crowd gathered around again, swearing in total disbelief. Holy crap, what on earth did Subai even buy? He blew through a massive fortune in military points in a single shot. Then someone else noticed something weird. Wait, why did Hu and Han's military scores suddenly drop down to 0? In another corner, old Han took a sharp, cold breath. He pointed at the board, stuttering, "Old Hu, look! Both of our merit points are gone. What the hell just happened?" Old Hu was just as panicked. "What just happened? Were our points stolen?" Old Han roared in anger. "No way, I have been a soldier my whole life and never seen anything this ridiculous before. Let's head to the logistics office and find out." Old Hu was fuming and Old Han was swearing up a storm as they walked. Damn it, someone has some serious guts to embezzle our hard-earned military scores. When they arrived, the clerk tossed 2 papers at them. "What's going on? See for yourselves." Old Han looked confused. "Debt notes. It's all there in black and white, including your thumbprints. Subai used every single one of your military points." The clerk explained as they stood there, speechless faces turning pale. Old Hu gnashed his teeth, Subai's image haunting his mind. "I told you when we were being hunted by those powerful clans. There was no way he was just being nice by giving us those soul materials for healing. He had this planned all along." "Subai, you shady little businessman." Han Zheng crumpled his debt note and sighed deeply. "Let's go. It looks like we still have a lot to learn from Subai." Old Hu followed in silence. Back at the training ground, the crowd started whispering as soon as they saw Subai. Someone screamed, "Oh my god, look at what Subai is wearing. Am I seeing things? Is that seriously a set of Lord tier armor? Subai is only a gold tier warrior, so seeing him in Lord tier armor like that is insane." Another guy was jealous, saying even generals could not afford it. One big guy balled his fists. "I'm actually starting to think about robbing that guy." His friend agreed and asked to join in. Subai in his shiny new armor walked up and tapped his friends Old Han and Old Hu. "You guys here, I just swapped my gear. How do I look?" He puffs his chest, flexing the shiny armor while acting all modest. "Man, it feels a bit oversized and seriously awkward to wear." Old Han and Old Hu are seething, gritting their teeth and cursing under their breath. Old Han turns to leave, faking a cough. I am not feeling so hot. I'm going to go lie down." Old Hu backs away too. "Yeah, I am out. See ya." Tabak just stares totally clueless. "Hey, why are you guys just bailing?" Cut to Shanghai Pass. The Nine Nether King and Bayan stand on a cliff staring down at the fortress. Nine Nether reports Lord Bayan, 3 million members of the Phoenix Demon Tribe are ready for war at any moment. Bayan nods with a smug grin. Not below let out a unified roar. "We obey the king. We swear to follow Lord Bayan to the death, to conquer humanity and slaughter them all." The air boils as the savage army charges forward, the ground shaking under their boots. From the cliff, the Nine Nether King waves his hand signaling the total assault. All troops storm Shanghai Pass. The massive horde of monsters swarms toward the human fortress like a sea of ants, letting out world-shaking screams as they go. Watching the massive army, the female general of the Phoenix tribe stands there deep in thought. Ever since our great king passed away, the Phoenix tribe hasn't lifted a finger against humanity for 100 long years. Suddenly her eyes narrow, flashing with pure hatred. "But those humans, they had to go and kidnap our saintess." She roars in a total rage, "I will never stop this blood feud until every last human is wiped off the map." The entire Phoenix tribe raises their weapons, screaming to bring back the saintess and annihilate the human race. The total assault kicks off with a bang. Thousands of monsters swarm from everywhere, launching a brutal attack on the Shanghai Pass fortress. Cut to General Lin's office. Tabak and Lin Yanran are standing right there looking so shocked, their jaws practically hit the floor. They shout in unison, "What marriage?" "Yeah." General Lin nods firmly, acting like it is no big deal at all. "Exactly. You're both old enough now. Let us set it for the 16th of this month. It is a lucky day, trust me." Yanran's cheeks turn bright red as she shyly objects. "Dad, I'm not really ready to get married yet." Tabak is sweating bullets too, scratching his head all awkwardly. "Yeah, is this not a bit sudden?" "Pops." General Lin narrows his eyes, hitting him with a question that leaves Tabak totally speechless. "Tabak, you are not saying you do not want to marry my daughter?" Tabak starts waving his hands like crazy. No, I really want to marry her. The second he says it, General Lin slams the table. Done. Then it is settled. You two are getting hitched on the 16th. Right then, an officer bursts in totally out of breath. Sir, emergency, we have got urgent military intel. Military. General Lin frowns. What is going on? The soldier reports, his face completely pale with panic. General Lin, it is bad. The armies of all the tribes are launching an attack on Shanghai Pass. Everyone in the room is floored. What? General Lin mutters, so it really is Shanghai Pass. Over in the war room, a female officer reports to Nijing. Sir Nijing, we need your orders. Nijing does not hesitate for a second, his powerful voice echoing through the entire room. Send out my orders. Every single garrison unit needs to move out and support Shanghai Pass immediately. On the battlefield, General Lin leads an elite squad soaring into the sky, letting out a massive defiant roar. Bring it on, my Lin family will never let you monsters win. Down on the ground, tens of thousands of beasts are surging forward like a literal tidal wave of destruction. Standing on the fortress wall, General Lin turns around, his voice booming as he rallies the troops. Listen up, soldiers. You are humanity's finest warriors. Grip your weapons tight and do not let these filthy beasts advance even one more single step toward our home. The entire army roars in unison, their battle cries echoing through the sky, signaling the start of a bloody fight to the death. General Lin squints at the massive swarm and barks an order. Energy cannons blast them. Giant cannons on the walls open up, blasting blue beams of death that shred the enemy ranks, back in a room full of loot. Tabak sits cross-legged, his entire body wrapped in a glowing gold aura, vibrating with overwhelming power. He grits his teeth with total focus, thinking, I have got to level up as fast as possible. A massive surge of energy explodes from his body, triggering a violent shockwave through the air. At the nearby command center, a pillar of light shoots into the sky, terrifying everyone. Gathers on the shore. General Phoenix turns and questions the jacked demon king Tottengan. Why did you bring our main force to this endless sea? King Kuyu stands nearby, whispering and guessing with a real sneaky look on his face. After crossing these waters, we can flank the mountain pass and launch a surprise attack on humanity. The general disagrees. My lord, my demon emperor tribe is ready to march to the Great Wall and face humans head-on. King Kuyu interrupts, sounding worried. My lord, are not there rumors of a grim reaper beneath these waves? Tottengan holds up a glowing red crystal. Relax, he says, with this, you can cross the sea safely. They both freeze, stunned by the treasure. As he lifts the crystal, its light illuminates the entire area. Relax. I will lead the way. He turns back and orders, follow me closely. Do not get lost. Then Tottengan steps onto the water. King Kuyu watches the sea parting on its own, feeling a mix of jealousy and pure rage inside. Damn it, if I had that treasure, I could break through the mountain pass myself. He gasps in shock as the ocean water pulls back, while Tottengan turns to yell, Why are you standing there? Follow me, King Kuyu quickly orders his massive army. Quickly orders his? Everyone group up and move out. Do not get separated. The entire army shouts back in unison. Yes, sir. The entire army is encased in a massive energy bubble, moving safely through the deep ocean floor. General Phoenix looks around, feeling totally on edge. I cannot sense a single thing down here. But our ancient texts have a legend warning us about things at the bottom of the deep sea that no one should ever disturb. Suddenly, King Kuyu points ahead in a panic. Lord Tottengan, he screams in terror. Look over there in the deep water. What on earth is that thing? Out of the darkness, countless merman monsters with glowing red eyes and sharp weapons slowly begin to emerge. King Kuyu trembles. These beasts are giving off an incredibly dangerous vibe. General Phoenix feels the threat looming over them too. She is tense. I can definitely feel them watching every single move we make. She is tense. I can definitely feel them watching every single move we make. She mutters, so the rumors about the Reaper and the endless sea were true. King Kuyu asks nervously, Lord Tottengan, what do we do next? But Tottengan stays terrifyingly calm. Do not be afraid. Just keep moving. He repeats firmly with a cold, steady gaze, everyone just keep moving forward. Suddenly, a massive wall of energy blocks their path, radiating an absolutely terrifying amount of pressure. Tottengan signals them to stop growling, that they cannot go any further. General Phoenix gasps in horror, her voice shaking with fear. Could this really be the forbidden realm of the gods? Tottengan eyes the pink energy wall, judging that this insane level of power is not something they can fight, so they should just go around it. They both agree in unison. Yes, sir? King Kuyu turns and yells to the entire army. Everyone go around the illusion ahead, do not get close to it. A day later, the entire army successfully crosses the sea and lands on a completely deserted shoreline. Behind the mountain pass, King Kuyu orders everyone to land and take a break. Standing on a jagged rock, King Kuyu reports back to Tottengan. My lord Tottengan, our army will reach the mountain pass fortress within 2 days. Tottengan lets out a huge, satisfied laugh. Haha, perfect. A tactical hologram map flickers to life before them. King Nine Nether pointed at the map. This gate tucked between the 10,000-mile peaks and the endless sea has never been breached. It is untouchable. I do not care how strong Lin Zheng thinks he is. He'll never expect a backstab like this. Bian crossed his arms, wearing a look of pure, cold-blooded confidence. Once we crush this fortress, humanity will be too weak to even put up a fight. King Nine Nether grinned like a shark. Those humans will be desperate. They will definitely scramble to send reinforcements as soon as they realize we're here. Lord Bian and I will handle Elder Nai Jing. You take the high-level platinum rank warriors and wipe out every last human defender left on the walls. General Phoenix gave a sharp nod. If the king has a plan, then I am all in. Let us do this. We only want one thing, the Saintess. Bian threw his head back and laughed, mocking the very heavens themselves. 2 more days and humanity is history. Cut to the dead of night inside the walls of Shanhaiguan. Taking advantage of the lazy guards, Bian's army managed to sneak right into the most vital sector. Bian scanned the area. It is the darkest hour before dawn when these humans are most vulnerable and sleepy. General Phoenix nodded in agreement. Exactly. This is the perfect time to strike. Bian turned his eyes glowing red with bloodlust. Then he whispered the order. Begin the attack. Tear this place apart for me. Instantly, Jiu Yong vanished into thin air to carry out the command. Yes, my lord? From high above, Jiu Yong raised his hand and roared. All units, listen up. Level this fortress to the ground. On command, the monster army, thick as a swarm of ants, let out a terrifying roar. Their screams shook the entire foundation of the city. Flatten the pass. Kill every single human inside. Meanwhile, at a lonely guard post, one soldier rubbed his tired eyes and nudged his buddy. Hey, are those our guys? Or am I just seeing things out there? The other guard, totally oblivious, snapped back at him. Why are you staring off into space? Just do your job and keep your eyes on the road. But the moment he turned his head, both men froze. The sight in the distance was enough to make their hearts stop. He stammered, Is that the myriad clans? His partner could not believe his eyes either. This should be impossible. Before they could even blink, the enemy army flooded the gate like a literal tidal wave of death. A massive minotaur swung a giant timber, crushing the poor guard into a bloody stain. Alarms started screaming all over the base. One officer, still half-dressed, started shouting at the top of his lungs in a total panic. We are under attack, under attack. Someone get to General Lin right now. The myriad clans have breached the walls. They are already inside. Chaos ripped through the base. Another commander tried to get a grip on the situation, screaming for everyone to stay focused. Gunners, move! Re-aim the magic cannons and get ready to fight. Of pure rage. You pathetic humans, hand over our Saintess this instant. Then she launched the massive fireball. It triggered an earth-shattering explosion that leveled the entire defensive line in seconds. The blast wave sent a nearby soldier flying backwards through the air. He crawled toward a wounded buddy, gasping for him to go find General Lin. Right in the middle of the chaos, King Nine Nether hovered above, laughing like a total maniac. Crossing the sea was definitely worth the effort. This carnage is exactly what I wanted to see. He floated over to Lord Bian and made a very wicked suggestion. My Lord Bian, before their backup shows up, why don't we have some real fun and slaughter those elite human guards first? Bian glanced at him with a chilling smirk. Relax. The biggest fish haven't even bitten yet. This trap I set isn't just for some fortress. It is for something much bigger. He narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with bloodlust. The big prize I am after is actually Ni Jing. At that exact moment, General Lin Zheng burst out of the command center, his entire body exploding with a fierce blue energy. He roared, Everyone to your stations! Where are the magic cannons? A soldier ran up to him looking absolutely desperate. General Lin, the Myriad clans launched a massive surprise raid on the pass. Those filthy monsters have already managed to destroy all our magic ammunition stores completely. General Lin gritted his teeth as the scale of the plan hit him. King Nine Nether. He actually showed up here himself. Without a second of hesitation, he blasted into the sky, letting out a thunderous roar of defiance at the enemy. You Myriad clan punks, you think you're tough enough to take me on? He hovered in midair, his energy sword glowing with a blinding light. He pointed his blade at the enemy. Nine Nether. You too scared to fight me face to face. You had to use these cheap tactics. King Nine Nether stepped out of the shadows, his purple eyes gleaming. He just sneered. All is fair in love and war, General. Without these giant walls to hide behind, you are absolutely nothing to me. His hand erupted in purple flames, solidifying into a massive energy blade. He charged forward with a roar. Lin Zheng, humanity is finished today. Get ready to meet your maker. He swung a lethal strike right at the guy's head. But in that split second, General Lam's blade clashed against the King of the Nine Nethers. He braced himself against the heavy blade, his face twisting into a mask of pure rage. The general's eyes burned with fury as he let out a hateful roar. Pushing the king's sword back with everything he had, he screamed, Humanity! A blood-red aura exploded around General Lam, his muscles bulging as pure power coursed through his entire body. He bellowed that he would never be defeated. An energy sphere pulsed in his hand while his eyes glowed a terrifying shade of crimson. He spat out, You myriad race freaks! He hurled the energy orb, watching it morph into a massive crescent blade that sliced across the battlefield. He thundered, "Get the hell back to your own territory." The energy blade grazed the king, who stared back at the blood servant. With a smirk, he asked, "Lam Tran Nam, you looking to die with me?" Below them, the human soldiers felt their spirits soar. They hoisted their weapons high, let out a massive bone-chilling cheer. "General Lam is going to win. Humanity is going to win. Listen up. If the general is this beastly, we can't back down now." The whole army charged forward as one, screaming for blood as they rushed the enemy. As long as our prisoners are still here, the human race will never truly fall. But their celebration was cut short. Hovering in the air, the Demon King Tiangan folded his arms and dropped a cold, mocking insult. Ants will always be ants, constantly overestimating what they're actually capable of doing. The Nine Nether King bowed low. "My lord." Without another word, Tianyan raised a hand radiating a freezing, murderous intent. "Since you want to die so badly, I will give you a head start." A purple ring of energy ripped through the sky, diving straight toward the general's position. The soldiers could only scream in total and utter despair. General Lam. The sneak attack was so fast and vicious that he couldn't block it. He was sent flying, crashing hard into the rubble. Soldiers rushed to his side. "The general is hurt!" He coughed up blood, struggling to stand. "Cough, who the hell are you?" Up above, the king sounded apologetic. "Lord Tianyan, I am so sorry you had to personally handle this trash." Tianyan just shrugged. "Like I said, I want the big fish. I will leave these pathetic shrimp for you to finish." The king obeyed instantly. "Yes, sir." He turned back, his killing intent hardening into a sharp purple energy spear. He aimed it at the bleeding general and snarled, "Lam Tran Nam, your time is up. You die today at the pass." He let out a roar, screaming, "Die!" as he unleashed a wave of pure destructive magic. Facing certain death, one final image flashed through his mind. "Tabak Yen Yen, you two have to avenge my death." Just as the clock hit 0, an earth-shattering explosion rocked the entire area. A massive turtle shell, covered in glowing gold patterns, appeared out of thin air, completely tanking that lethal hit. General Lam was stunned. What that is Tabak's war beast. Right then, reinforcements arrived as Tabak and his squad charged into the fray. Someone yelled, "General Lam, we have got your back." Tabak asked worriedly, "Uncle Lam, are you okay?" The general coughed a few times, forcing himself up with a grin. "Not dead yet, kid. But if you had been any slower, you would be picking my remains off the pavement." Tabak was in no mood for jokes, though. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "First you sneak attack the pass, then you touch my future father-in-law." His two sacred beasts growled beside him, ready to tear someone apart. Tabak's power spiked a golden radiance surrounding his body. He roared, "King of the Nine Nethers, I am ending you today." The turtle looked worried. "Boss, chill out." The white tiger agreed. Tabak calmed down. A friend put a hand on his shoulder and spoke with total seriousness. "Leave this to us. You get the general back behind the city walls." Everyone shouted in agreement. Tabak took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and unleashed a massive burst of holy energy. Even Tingyan was shocked by the sudden change. How does this human kid have this kind of power? Massive golden wings sprouted from his back and flared wide. Tabak soared up, pointing at the enemy. "You are going to pay for this." Watching this happen, even his own friends were left with their jaws on the floor. One whispered, "This vibe is way stronger than before." He leveled up again. The other gasped, "Wow, talk about a life-changing level up." The soldiers below looked up in total shock. "Is that really the same Tabak we know? Since when did he get this ridiculously strong?" Another whispered in fear. "This power could rip the sky open and split the earth. It is terrifying." Tabak shot forward like a golden arrow, screaming, "Die." The king just sneered, looking completely unimpressed. "You think too much of yourself. I do not care how strong that beast is. Some little punk like you really thinks he can take down the king." A massive energy blast rips through the sky as they collide. While these titans clash above total chaos, breaks out on the ground once again. The war is back on. One commander screams that the power is just too much. His buddy turns to him and yells, "Han, let us round up the squad and take those big shots down for good." "You got it," his partner barks back. Suddenly, the entire battlefield is swallowed by a sea of flames and insane explosions. It is a literal war zone out there. Humanity's bravest soldiers charge straight into the meat grinder, ready to die just to stop those alien freaks. After a brutal scrap, the Nine Nether King gets shoved back. That smug look on his face? Yeah, that is officially gone. He grits his teeth and growls. "Fine, I underestimated you." Then he lets out a feral roar and charges up his ultimate move. "You are dead meat, kid." A million purple energy tentacles whip out from his chest, wrapping around Tabak before blowing sky high. Tabak pops his shield just in time. He does not even flinch. Instead, he just drops a cocky smirk like he is bored. "Yo, King of the Nether. Is that really all you got?" That trash talk hits the king right in his fragile ego. He loses it, screaming in rage and charging like a freight train. "You little ant. Your big mouth is going to cost you your life." A massive blow slams right into Tabak before he can even blink. He lets out a sharp cry of pain and goes flying through the air. He hits the deck hard, leaving a massive crater in the dirt. His teammate rushes over panicked. Yo, to talk to me, you still alive? Meanwhile, the Nine Nether King just hovers up there sounding like the most arrogant jerk on the planet. Even if Lock Fawn was still breathing, he could not stop my legions from wiping you pathetic humans off the map today. But he has no clue that a streak of blue light is sneaking up right behind his back. The king gets caught slipping. Suddenly he feels a sharp sting as that blue light rips right through his chest, making him scream in pure terror. Nikin steps out from the smoke, standing right in front of the Bok. His voice is cold as ice. Hey, nether bullying kids. Now have you no shame? The troops see who it is and start losing their minds with joy. It is Nikin, he is here. We are actually saved. The king clutches his wounds, seething with rage. Nikin? You really just snuck up on me. Nikin just stares him down, sounding totally sarcastic. Hey, did you not just say all is fair in love and war? He points straight at Tatangan. So your tribes managed to cross the ocean and hit our mountain fortress, huh? Turns out there's a real mastermind pulling the strings here. Tatangan gives a slow, cold clap. Well, thanks for the compliment, human. The human king. Nikin. You finally showed up, he adds with a grin. Honestly, I only came all this way just to put you in the ground. Tatangan roars and waves his hand, sending a swarm of creepy ghost hands flying straight for Nikin. Nikin does not even blink. He counters with a massive wall of giant swords. I am honored. Let us see what you got. Purple and blue energy slam together so hard, it creates a massive blast that literally starts tearing the sky apart. Everyone watching from below is totally freaked out. Is this really what it looks like when two king-level legends go at it? Right in the middle of it all, Tatangan turns into this massive purple demon and lets out a nasty laugh. You think you still have enough gas in the tank for this, Nikin? Do you really believe you can save humanity all by yourself? Nikin stands his ground. A giant blue phantom of a war god rises up behind him. He shouts back, humanity does not need Nikin to save them, because humanity will never let those tribes win. Even if only one of us is left, we will fight until the bitter end. The two giants collide in a world-shaking battle. They're brawling in the void now. Every single punch they throw packs enough power to level an entire city. Nikin's energy blade rips right through Tatangan, but at the exact same time, the demon's claw sinks deep into Nikin's shoulder. The two massive phantoms suddenly just freeze there, floating high up in the sky. Tabak and the squad are confused. Why did they stop suddenly? Tatangan speaks up with a weirdly respectful tone. Not bad, human king. You are actually pretty incredible. But then he pulls out that glowing red crystal from the ocean crossing. His bloodlust is absolutely off the charts now. Today you are done. Nikin suddenly feels a sharp biting pain and lets out a shocked gasp, right where that demon claw poked through. Gross, blood-red tentacles start sprouting out from the wound on his back like some horror movie. Nikin screams in agony. This thing is literally sucking the power right out of me. Tatangan just laughs like a maniac. I just planted a demon seed in your spine. I do not care if you are the human king, this divine blood will eat you alive. Down on the ground, Tubok? And the guys are watching this nightmare in total shock. What is happening to Lord Nikin? Looks like he fell for a trap. Should we jump in and help him hold on? Do not do anything stupid yet. Nikin grits his teeth, trying to fight through the pain. So you brought this cursed blood here just to take me out. Bian laughs like a total maniac. Yeah, human king Nijing, you're toast today. Humanity's done for. Nijing just gives a shady smirk. Hate to break it to you, dude, but I'm going to disappoint you. Bian suddenly realizes something is straight up wrong. Sword, seal. Suddenly, a glowing blue energy blade rips through Bian's chest from the inside. He screams in agony, when the hell did you manage to do that? Even half-dead Bian laughs like a psycho. So what, you hurt me? But once you're gone, humanity is finished too. Nijing stares him down and answers back. I told you humans aren't going down that easy. Bian roars in a final desperate rage. Humanity's fate aside, Nijing, you're definitely dying. Crimson tentacles explode from Nijing's body, wrapping him up in a dark, bloody cocoon. In his final moment, he manages one last message, Subai. Lead humanity. Kick every last tribe out of our world. Nijing pushes through the pain, shouting with total resolve, refusing to quit. Those tentacles squeeze tight, and he vanishes into a sphere of blood. Subai and the crew just scream out in total despair. Lord Nijing, that red power has trapped him. He's gone. Bian floats there, bleeding out, but acting like a total winner. He announces, the human king is dead. Nijing is finished. He barks at the Naya Nether King, smash that barrier, combine our forces, and hit them from behind, wipe out every last human. The king obeys, shattering the mountain sea pass defense with one swing. He bellows, warriors of the 1,000 tribes, get in there and slaughter them all. Thousands of monsters roar, flooding in like a massive, terrifying wave of destruction, ready to crush all hope and butcher every single person in sight. A panicked soldier looks down from the crumbling wall and screams, we're cooked. The monster army is pouring through the gate right now. Then a massive explosion rocks the base of the wall. The defense is totally trashed. Crap, it's all falling apart. In the chaos, Subai charges the blood sphere with his glowing greatsword, yelling with pure grit, Lord Nijing isn't dying today. Hang on, I'm coming for you. He delivers a monster swing, slamming golden energy into the blood sphere. But it's useless. The thing just swallows his power whole. From a distance, the wounded Bayan just laughs. Ha, not happening, kid. Stop wasting your energy. Bian explains with a smug, punchable face. Godblood parasites are eating him alive. Even a god couldn't survive this. Subai's eyes go blood red with fury. He points his sword at Bian. I'll kill you for what you did. He pours every ounce of power into his final secret trump card. The Azure Dragon, a massive blue beast wrapped in crackling lightning, appears and lets out an earth-shaking roar. Azure Dragon just stares lazily at Subai, sounding annoyed, like he just got woken up from a nap. For real, you're waking me up already. Bian is so shook he starts stuttering. The Azure Dragon, no way, that's impossible. Luo Fan is dead. How Subai's team is just as confused. Big Su summoned the dragon from the clear water pool. Since when could he do that? No time for talk. Subai shouts, full power, let's go. Dragon, help me end him. Bian tries to play it cool, charging a sphere on his chest. Even if Luo Fan was alive, he couldn't touch me. In response, the Azure Dragon lets out a massive, powerful roar. Die. It blasts out a beam of pure destruction. Bian fires back in a rage. Damn you, you little insect! Subai and the dragon merge their power into one insane world-ending attack. The energy rips right through Bian and slams into the monster army, lighting up the whole battlefield like a nuke. A massive explosion completely vaporizes everything in the area. The ground shakes violently. A dying Bian grips a glowing sword shard, pulled from his own body, totally terrified. This energy, how is Nijing still alive? He finally gets it and gives a bitter laugh. Typical human king still had one last trick. To keep the god blood from taking over, he poured his entire spirit and final life force into this blade. Bian stares at the shard, both furious and impressed. Nijing, you're a savage. Bian mumbles, I lost, before turning into straight-up dust. The dragon says coldly, Job's done. I'm out. Subai nods. Yeah. On the cliff, the Nether King watches the dragon spirit fly off, totally stunned. Master, how could someone like Bian actually lose? He gets his creepy vibe back, licking his lips with a smirk. Kid, the pass is broken. You can't stop my people now. Take your time, kid. He waves his hand, giving the order. Warriors of the 1,000 tribes, time to enjoy your little feast. Slaughter them. This is the grand feast Lord Bian promised you. Subai and his team sprint toward the blood sphere. It's an emergency. The tribes are already swarming the city. His teammates panic, asking over and over, Subai, what do we do now? Is Lord Nijing okay? Subai makes a split-second call. He grabs the blood sphere, his voice sounding totally determined. I'm still in the dark on his status. Old Han, take your crew and patch up the wall. Ho and I are heading to headquarters to report in. Take Uncle Lam and Mr. Neepkin along. He spun around, barking orders at the team. Water users, kill those fires. Everyone else, block those monsters. Tension is through the roof at the base. Everyone is staring at a map covered in big red X marks. Invasions are popping off everywhere. A massive wave of savage beasts is closing in on the capital right now. The bearded commander's face went stone cold. Alert the whole country. We are at level 1 alert status immediately. Got it. Right then, an analyst burst in with a laptop, sweating buckets. Sir, we have a major problem. Talk to me, the staffer stammered through an emergency report from Jiang Chao. A massive alien swarm is breaching our defenses. We need help now. They need backup immediately. Tabak and his techie friend looked pale after hearing the news. Wait, Jiang Chao is being invaded. No hesitation, Tabak stepped forward, eyes burning with a hero's fire and pure grit. Send me to Jiang Chao as backup. His buddy didn't miss a beat either. I'm going too. The commander nodded, sketching out a plan. Open every portal we have got. Go, go, go. 7th Legion takes the lead with Jiangvu Academy as the vanguard. Save that city! The soldiers roared back. His friend turned to leave. I will get ready. Meanwhile, Tobak looked back, clearly worried about his mentors. Mr. Huansun, Uncle Lam, and Neepkin. Dr. Huansun's side eyes closed. Lam's wounds are finally healing up. But Neepkin, he is... The doctor turned to the window hands behind his back, voice steady and calm. Hey, don't sweat it. We will figure something out. Now get moving, kid. Tabak sprinted down the hall, heart racing. Man, I hope my parents and sister are okay. His eyes turned sharp with pure hatred. Stupid aliens. I'm going to wipe every last one of you out. Back in Jiangchao, it is straight up hell on earth. The streets are trashed, and a desperate mom is dragging her kid away, screaming for someone to help them escape the monsters. The little girl sobbed as she saw her dad collapse. Daddy, no. Inside the mayor's office, the big boss was losing his mind. The monsters are in the city. Open the bunkers. Ah! An officer snapped a salute. First guard is on it. We are getting the civilians to safety right now. The mayor nodded. Good. The military commander, looking tough as nails, broke down the grim situation. The Kwangduang district is basically under enemy control. We are sending the Jiangvu students and the second guard in for an immediate rescue mission to save survivors. The chubby principal balled his fists. Sir, we have got this. We will save every single person in Guangdong. The mayor just gave him a quick nod. Good. Before he could breathe, the sweaty soldier kicked the door open. Bad news. Fresh intel from the front. A massive wave of elite alien warriors is warping into the city right now. The mayor and his crew just stood there completely stunned. What? The fat principal started sweating. They cannot take the capital, so they are coming for us first, those animals. The mayor frowned, turning to his secretary. When the hell is the main army getting here? She checked the tablet. The 7th Legion is already hauling tail to back us up. Look at that smoke. The mayor gripped his desk, eyes blazing. Fine. Even if it is our last breath, we fight those aliens to the end. That is the Zheng Chao spirit. We do not roll over. We fight until the end. In the middle of the rubble, a purple portal swirled open. Tabak and the squad dropped in like bosses, hitting the pavement. Tabak knelt down and picked up a bloody teddy bear. His face fell. We are too late! Suddenly, someone pointed ahead. Heads up! We have got massive beast activity everywhere. Tabak stood up, his brain already running 1,000 miles per hour. There's way too many of them. They are definitely trying to seize the city. Going in through their front door is suicide. We need a different way inside. Nearby, a giant bear monster was about to snack on some survivors. Look, people are still alive. Go. In a flash, a pink sword slash ripped through the air, carving right into the bear's back. His teammate vaulted onto the beast's shoulders like a pro. He rested a massive sword on his shoulder with a cocky grin. Below him, Tabak charged in like a beast, screaming insults at every monster in his way. How dare you punks trash Zhangzhou, go straight to hell, you animals, while the crew is out there slicing and dicing. The guy in glasses is acting way too chill, and it is honestly annoying, fanning himself with a glowing fan while saying, leave these bottom feeders to me. He snaps the fan shut, launching a wave of razor-sharp wind blades that shred right through the monster swarm. Drop dead. Once the small fry are toast, Subai starts mapping out his next big move. The principal and the rest are likely pinned down at the school. That is definitely where the main invasion force is hitting hardest. We need to get there and back them up. His buddy adjusts his glasses in agreement. The group hauls tail down the road, passing the mangled remains of monsters they just dusted. Pure determination. Yeah, let us move it. Across town in Zhangzhou, heavy rain taps a rhythm on the roof of a high-end sports car. A cold voice cuts through the air. Human intelligence really does lap every other race. A shady middle-aged guy smirks with a sinister look on his face. But sadly, I have lived among humans for over 10 years. I know their fatal flaws inside and out. Standing atop a skyscraper, the traitor bows and scrapes before the Nine Nether King. As long as people are breathing in this city, humans from outside will keep rushing in to help. Those survivors are nothing but bait for us, he adds. That is right. The Zhangzhou Martial Arts School they are so desperate to protect has actually made some progress. A nearby lackey starts sucking up. The Nine Nether King is truly magnificent. You will definitely wipe out every human in this war and take Zhangzhou for yourself. The king narrows his cold eyes and tilts his chin up. Human reinforcements should be arriving any second. He waves a hand to command them. I have ordered the Bull Demon tribe to lead the charge. The heavy hitters take the center, launching a devastating assault on the Zhangzhou Martial Arts Academy. On his command, the beasts start brandishing their weapons, roaring like mad as they rush the gates. Break in and kill every last human. Inside the school, a student erupts with a brilliant glowing aura, his eyes burning with a warrior spirit. He screams, Zhangwu warriors are our final line of defense. Never let the monsters break through this line. He charges forward, shouting, follow me and kill them. The brutal brawl officially kicks off. The brave human students raise their spears and shields, gritting their teeth to hold back the absolute storm of attacks from the bull demons and savage beasts. One human warrior flexes every muscle using his spear shaft to block a massive axe swing from a jacked bull demon. His face is bright red from the effort. Hiding in the shadows, a beast with bloodshot eyes stares with killing intent, locking onto a target with pure malice. Out of nowhere, it swings a massive stone mace down from above, smashing into a human warrior who did not have a second to react. Seeing his buddy go down, another soldier spins around. His face is pale, eyes wide with total horror and pure desperation. The giant demon takes the shot, swinging his axe down without mercy while taunting him. Die along with your captain. He bellows, you really dare to lose focus while fighting me. The bull. Demon flares his nostrils in rage, roaring like thunder to slaughter every one of these human ants without leaving a single soul alive. The monsters throw haymakers that send soldiers flying through the air, their bloodthirsty screams echoing everywhere as they yell to wipe out humanity. Just when it looks like game over, a flash of blinding blue energy streaks down from the sky, blowing the beasts away in a massive explosion. A powerful voice rings out. Anyone who dares touch Zhangzhou will be shown no mercy. Emerging from the dust, Subai and his crew look legendary, alongside a giant white tiger, a massive green turtle, and a little redhead girl. Subai's teammate shouts a threat. I am going to end all you animals. The surviving soldiers erupt in cheers of joy. Our backup is here. Subai looks around calmly and starts giving out orders. Old Han, this big guy is all yours. Then he smirks at the redhead girl who's busy munching on a meat leg. Little Hong already handled the small fry. Old Han leaps into the air, swinging a giant sword that glows with purple energy, shouting back with pure excitement. Leave him to me. Meanwhile, the redhead girl beams her whole body, bursting into bright flames as she chirps, Yes, master. With insane strength, Old Han slams his purple energy blade right onto the big bull demon's head, screaming, Die already. At the same time, Little Hong's fire wraps around the monster pack, leaving them thrashing in a sea of flames. They scream in a panic. Why won't this stop? It is too hot. Subai clenches his fists, eyes shining as he rallies the wounded soldiers. Listen up, brothers. Fight back. Let's take this chance to wipe out every one of these monsters. The call to action recharges them. Warriors raise their weapons and charge with fire in their souls, screaming to kill the invaders. Meanwhile, the guy in glasses leans in and asks Subai, Hey, Subai, you see that thing over there? Dark clouds filled the sky as eerie purple and gold lights drifted above. My buddy asked, Is that the backup? Tabak scowled his face tight. No, those are the big shots from the myriad races up there. A squad of enemies drifted down from the clouds. The traitor stood front and center, hands behind his back smirking. The 9 Nether King is as sharp as they say. Tabak, you actually showed your face here. The crowd broke out in shocked whispers. Huang Kuangdu, the head of the Huang family, but he is in the Diamond Realm. Lao Han gasped, sword on his shoulder, eyes wide with disbelief. 9. Nether King. He roared in pure fury. Huang family, head, you actually sold us out, you traitor. Rage boiling over, Tabak called the traitor out. Your son and I were classmates. I cannot believe you joined up with those myriad race scumbags. He spat out every word. Do you even deserve the land that has fed the Huang family for generations? Huang Kuangdu froze, sweat beading on his forehead. He ground his teeth, offering a desperate, crazed excuse for himself. Tabak, killing you today is the only possible way I can save my son's life. That pathetic excuse pushed Tabak over the edge. He screamed at the top of his lungs, You betrayed all of humanity just for your son? He grilled him hard. Did you ever think about how many fathers will lose their sons because of your betrayal? Cornered by the truth, Huang Kuangdu snapped and started raving like a lunatic. Shut up! Better you die than my entire family! He surged into the air, power swirling as a massive glowing emerald blade made of pure energy materialized in his hands. He swung down with a lethal strike. Try and block this. Without flinching, Tabak took a defensive stance. Orange flames erupted around him as he gripped his greatsword, ready for a proud clash. Bring it on, you traitor! A blinding beam of sword energy shot out, slamming into that green greatsword midair. Tabak let out a roar. Let's see what you actually got. The overwhelming power of Tabak's blade ripped through the green energy, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the traitor's weapon. Huang Kuangdu, panicked eyes bulging and sweat pouring as he finally screamed out, What is happening? The green sword was sliced clean in two. An energy explosion tore through the sky, completely shattering his attack, pressing his advantage. Tabak spun, delivering a gorgeous golden strike that hammered down on his enemy. Dazed, the traitor shrieked, What kind of crazy weapon is that? How can it be this weird and insanely powerful? Tabak calmly stroked his royal blade, looking chill but deadly. He gave a sarcastic smirk. This sword? Do you really not recognize it, old man? Reality hit Huang Kuangdu like a ton of bricks. His face went pale as a ghost and he started to stammer. Is that Neepkin's sword? No way. I never thought he would leave a weapon like that to you. Tabak chuckled darkly, leaping up to launch a massive destructive beam of light through the air. Exactly! It's the perfect tool to put you in the ground. Blown backward, Huang Kuangdu tumbled through the air until a myriad race woman caught him from behind. She frantically asked, Huang family head, are you all right? The myriad woman and Huang Kuangdu seethed with rage. She screamed, Everyone attack! Don't let him activate that sacred beast weapon. The traitor quickly agreed. Right. 4 powerful warriors lunged from different directions, unleashing massive waves of pure destructive intent right at Tabak as he floated there in midair. They roared, shattering the space around him to block any teleporting. Let's see if you can make it out of here alive today. The colliding energies triggered a terrifying explosion of light, right where Tabak stood, literally tearing a hole in the sky. The myriad woman turned beet red, pouring all her strength into another strike while screaming like a maniac. Don't stop. Keep blasting him until he's dead. Deadly beams of energy kept focusing on the center of the blast, creating blinding pillars of light and pure destructive power. The group stopped panting as they watched the massive fireball burn in the sky. Someone muttered, That's gotta be the end of him. But as the dust settled, Tabak was still standing there without a single scratch. He casually cleaned his ear, looking completely bored as a glowing hexagonal shield hovered around him. He smirked. I have this Lord-class armor plus the black tortoise shield too. Your little attacks don't feel like anything more than an itch. The myriad woman's eyes nearly popped out of her head, her jaw dropping in pure shock. What? How is that possible? Is that sacred beast armor? Tabak dropped the act, his eyes flashing with bone-chilling killing intent. He growled softly, "You guys are done having your fun." Flaming energy wings of the vermilion bird spread from his back as he gripped two blades that glowed with blinding light. He proudly declared, "Now it is my turn." Suddenly, Tabak transformed into a streak of brilliant golden light like a firebird tearing across the sky at speeds too fast to see. He flashed through the enemy formation like lightning, his glowing blades carved through the air, sending the myriad race warriors tumbling helplessly through the sky. That myriad race lady is shaking like a leaf, sweating buckets, and looking absolutely terrified. Way too fast? Too strong? She loses it and bolts, screaming her head off. So scary. Subai just chills up there, flapping his wings and laughing like a villain at her pathetic escape. Ha 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 ha, you guys sure can run. If you actually had guts, you would stop and fight me to the death. Huang Guangdu drags his crew away, trying and failing to keep his cool and calm them down. Do not panic. His sacred beast armor will not last. His tricks are just a little weird, but remember, he is still only a platinum-level fighter. We can take him. Right then, a bunch of pink portals pop open above and a massive ox demon drops in. They cheer, saying, "Nine Nether King, we are finally here to help." The Huang family boss exhales. "You guys are right on time." He immediately turns back to Subai to act like a big shot again. "Listen up. Everybody focus your fire on Subai right now." Suddenly, a massive purple energy beam drops from the sky, looking like it could split the world in half. Subai just sighs, complaining about the unfair fight. Subai flexes, charging energy into his hands to block the blast. He grits his teeth and starts complaining about the lack of fairness. "You guys have zero morals." A blinding sword blast explodes from him, slicing that purple beam of death right down the middle until it just vanishes. Wang Guangdu and his crew just stand there stunned. They cannot believe their ultimate attack was shut down that easily. We hit him with everything we had. How did he just shrug that off like it was nothing? Huang screams until his veins pop, desperate to find a win. "Subai, I will admit, you are tough, but you are still just a platinum-level nobody. I do not care how special your energy is. There's no way you can keep this up forever." Subai hovers there, raising one hand. Behind him, a massive ghostly tree starts glowing with a crazy bright golden light as it wakes up. He raises an eyebrow. "Is that so?" "Well then, why don't you come and find out?" Down below, the monsters are shaking and sweating buckets from the pressure. They realize that light is the aura from their own sacred tree. Subai does not give them a second to breathe. He roars and slams a brutal punishment right down onto the ground. Golden light whips down like dragon tails. The monsters get tossed around like rag dolls, screaming and scrambling to get away from the absolute mess Subai is making. The Huang family boss tries to hold his ground. "We have the numbers. We can still win this." But the woman next to him is losing it. "Stop being stubborn. We cannot beat this guy. That sacred tree is crushing their will to fight." The lady just bails. "Forget fighting. His energy is back and we are toast." Down on the ground, Subai's buddy with the glasses pumps his fist, ready to get in on the action too. He rallies the crew. "Hey, Zhengzhou students, we cannot let Subai have all the fun." Old Han and the guys grab their gear and charge in. "Let's show these monsters what us Zhengzhou students are really made of." Humans surge out from the rubble and smoke like a literal hurricane. They are not holding back anymore. Battle cries echo through the streets. It is time to wipe out every last one of those monsters. Far off on a skyscraper roof, the Nine Nether King watches the show with his hands behind his back. He is staring at the massive light. He mutters to himself, "How does Subai's weapon feel even more powerful than what Luo Fan used back in the day high above?" The king scowls, looking totally on edge. He grits his teeth and starts rethinking his entire game plan. To take down a brat like Subai, we need a way better plan. I totally underestimated this kid, and I know when to quit while I'm ahead. He signals his shaking goons. "Everyone listen up. All platinum fighters need to cover the ground troops immediately. We are out of here. Fall back to the portal." The giant ox demon is sweating bullets as he follows orders. "Understood, General." Down on the ground in Shanghai, watching the massive army of monsters turn tail and run for their lives, the mayor gets all choked up. They are retreating. Our city is safe. Zhangzhou has actually been saved. He looks up at the clouds. "Master Luo Fan, if you are watching from above, please look at this." Up in the sky, Subai touches down his glowing wings, folding away. He looks like a total boss standing there like a god of war. The mayor's voice is still ringing with pure pride. "Your successor did not let you down. Subai did it. Humanity won and the monsters are gone. Victory for the humans. Victory for the Dragon Country." Meanwhile, at headquarters, a secretary bursts into the war room with a huge smile to deliver the update. They are gone. Zhangzhou is safe. The commander slams the table, yelling that Subai really is the man. He never lets us down. Back in the city, the mayor pats the old general on his shoulder. "Hey, Lin, your future son-in-law is absolutely incredible. He is 1 in a million." Old Lin just laughs, looking like a proud dad. Haha, this kid Tabak is a straight-up genius. The Lamb family is finally going to be legendary. The big screen at headquarters flickers to life, showing two powerful foreign leaders. The secretary announces commanders from Eagle and Bear nations. The bearded boss narrows his eyes, totally confused. Wait, what? Why the heck are the Eagle and Bear nations hitting us up right now, during our absolute darkest hour? General Tom from the Eagle Nation speaks up first. General Ho? I am Tom. We received word that the Long Nation is being swarmed and we are preparing our forces to assist. The Bear General nods along with a serious look. For a century of war, the Long Nation has led humanity and saved our skins countless times. The bearded commander stands tall and gives them a very formal salute. On behalf of the Long Nation, I thank you for the backup. Tom just laughs it off. You're too formal. We are brothers. We would never just stand by and watch you fail. Fighting the myriad races is a life or death struggle for every human on this planet. General Ho, tell us how we can sync up with your military forces right now. The bearded commander points to a tactical map covered in messy red arrows. The enemy is split into small squads, trashing provinces all across the country. We need your units to defend cities and help get our people out safely. Tom replies instantly, no problem, 10,000 transport planes are headed your way now. The Bear General shouts, we are sending in our armored transport divisions too. The bearded commander bows low and says, I am grateful. On behalf of the Long Nation, I thank the Eagle and Bear once more. Let's work together to crush those beasts. Humanity's going to win this fight. Back at the Zhangzhou meeting, the mayor collapses into his chair and looks at Tobak. Glad you made it, Principal. What is the situation around the city? The kid with the glasses speaks up. Scouts report that the Nine Nether King is gathering a massive army to march straight for Zhangzhou. It looks like a massive bloody battle is about to start. We are the primary target. Tabak goes quiet. Old Han nudges him and whispers a guess. Yo, I bet that Nine Nether guy is coming for you specifically. Tabak just smirks. Probably so. The principal slams the table looking totally stressed. No matter the reason, Zhangzhou is in serious trouble, and the most important thing is evacuating everyone. Headquarters just reported that the main reinforcements won't be here for at least another 5 days. Tabak shakes his head. No way. We cannot wait that long. He throws his hands up in despair. There are tens of thousands of people trapped here, and we have no transportation capable of moving them in such a short time. Tabak rubs his chin with a sneaky grin. Actually, I have an idea. The principal leans in like a drowning man. You got a fix. Tabak points at the school. Did the Zhongwu Academy just recruit a massive wave of new beast tamers? Exactly. Ever since you went viral, the school suddenly got over 20 special training classes for tamers. Tabak gives a sharp look. Principal, gather every single one of them right now. Old Han scratches his head. Why do you need that many tamers? The glasses kid smiles. Oh, I get it. Tabak wants to use their pets as emergency getaway rides for the people. The mayor laughs and points. Genius. I will personally make sure everyone gets gathered up. Tabak stands with his hands on his hips, looking like a total boss. Right, we're going big. The most epic beast tamer evacuation in the history of the world. Standing on a high platform, Tabak screams out, listen up! Listen up, every one of you beast tamers. This is the moment to prove you are not just a bunch of useless slackers. From now on, you are under my direct command. I have a massive mission for you all. The crowd roars back their agreement. Tabak throws his arm up. Our mission is to evacuate everyone in Zhangzhou. First, summon your pets right now so we can see what we're working with. Dozens of glowing summoning circles start appearing all over the ground. Huge beasts start surfacing, creating an epic scene. But man, it is just a massive horde of turtles everywhere. Old Han and Tobak just stand their faces totally blank, staring at the slow-moving herd. Old Han is speechless and whining. Seriously, why is it just turtles? Tabak is sweating bullets, forcing an awkward smile. Well, the mayor strokes his beard and explains it like it is totally obvious. Ever since your little turtle went viral, every single student at Jiangvu wants to be a turtle tamer. Sea turtles, land turtles, snapping turtles, you name it. They got the whole freaking collection right here. Tabak snaps back into leader mode, shaking off the cringe and moving the mission right along. Listen up. Divide into 6 squads. Each squad rides a turtle to a city shelter to pick up civilians. The rest of the combat students in the garrison will provide cover while you guys move out. Got it, the students shout in unison, ready to roll. The massive turtle army starts thundering forward, kicking up huge clouds of dust. Orders ring out across the street, head to the west shelter immediately for backup. Flanking the formation are these crazy turtle-powered armored transport units. Old Han and the others are diving into the thick of it, swinging heavy swords to clear out monsters. Han lets out a savage roar, clearing the path and protecting the tamers from the monster hordes. Down a side alley, a beastmaster waves frantically at a mother clutching her kid. Get on my beast, fast! The mother cries out with joy. Finally, someone is here. Meanwhile, up on a skyscraper, Ku-ung stands with his hands back. He looks down at the evacuation, totally confused. What kind of game are these humans playing now? A subordinate bows. Sire Scouts say the humans are evacuating civilians from all over trying to move them out. King Qiu sneers. Are they dreaming or what? He coldly waves his hand to order a strike. Gather the army and shut this down now. The girl obeys instantly. Understood. From above, dozens of giant war turtles form a perfect square, ready for the craziest evacuation ever seen. Are all squads here? A voice asks. A kid with glasses stands by his turtle reporting to Tobak. Everyone is here and ready to move out whenever you say the word. Tobak nods, then suddenly his eyes sharpen. He spins around, sensing something nasty headed their way. At the end of the road, a massive dust storm comes rolling in. Hundreds of monsters are charging in a total frenzy, screaming as they rush the line. The refugees are losing it. A mother grips her newborn tight, while her older child screams in pure terror. Oh no, the monster's caught up to us. Mom, I am so scared. Without missing a beat, Old Han and his white tiger jump into block. He looks back and yells to Tubok Old to get them out of here. We will hold the line. Tobak nods. Do not waste a second. Immediately, Tobak leaps onto the white tiger's back and throws his hand up, signaling the entire turtle legion. All beast masters lead the people to the east gate now. The whole team shouts, copy that. The tiger roars and takes the lead with the slow-moving turtle army thumping along behind him. It is an epic sight, but honestly, it's also kind of hilarious. Old Ho is sitting on Little Bat's back, complaining that these turtles are moving like snails and won't make it. Tobak taps the shell. Little Bat, can you speed things up a little? On command, the turtle's eyes flash with a brilliant blue light as mystical energy wraps around its body. Bright blue waves of light start pulsing out from him. The light hits the other turtles, making them glow too as they start moving at insane speeds. Seeing the plan work? Tobak stands tall on the tiger's back, pumping his fist with a weirdly proud look on his face. Turtle evacuation squad, move out. The army blurs like race cars, smashing through everything in their way. The glasses kid laughs. Whoa, look at them go. Let's ride. At another turn, a pack of wild wolves is hunting some lost civilians. They suddenly stop, staring into the distance with total confusion. The alpha wolf doesn't even have time to process the nightmare that is about to hit them. He stammers, where did all these turtles come from? Before they can move the high speed. Turtle army mows them down, tossing wolves like rag dolls. Everyone is shouting, go, go, go. Tobak barks out orders. All beast masters hit the gas and blast through the east gate now. The turtle riders are going wild, cheering for their war beasts like it's a race. Commander Gozi Xiaomo put some hustle into it. Up above King Ju, Yu coldly weaves a hand seal, blasting a beam of violet energy straight into the dirt. The ground starts thumping hard as massive stone walls erupt out of thin air. They slam shut into a giant box, swallowing the entire turtle army whole. Cut off Tobak's tiger slams on the brakes. He screams, we've been played. It's an ambush. Trapped in that tiny cage, people are losing their minds and screaming. What is happening? Is this some many tribes trick? No way, I am too young to die. Glasses looks up totally freaked out and points. Tobak, look at the sky. King Juyu and that snake Huang Kuangdu float down, looking at them like bugs in a jar. Juyu speaks first. Tobak, I've waited for this. Huang Kuangdu just gives a nasty smirk. You're a dead man, Tobak. To crush that Saint Beast armor, Ju Ung used the secret magic of the Nine Nether bloodline. Juyu Wang raises a hand swirling with creepy purple energy ready to deliver the final blow. A massive purple magic circle glows under Tobak's feet, lighting up the ground. The energy prison traps him and his crew. Old Ho yells a warning. Tobak, watch your back. Tobak grits his teeth, realizing the target. They want me. You've got to get everyone to safety right now. From inside the trap, violet phantoms materialize and lunge straight for Tobak's throat. Juyu Wang sneers, asking if he's really worried about others. Tobak mutters, these things aren't normal warriors. A streak of purple energy grazes Tobak's face, leaving a thin trail of blood. He dodges another hit, stunned by the speed. Man, they're fast. Huang Kuangdu just watches with his arms crossed. Those 6 phantoms are elite specialists from the top royal families. You're out of your league, kid. You think you can win? Outside the barrier, Glasses is sweating bullets and clenching his fists. Oh man, Tobak is really boxed in. I have to find a way to help him. Huang Kuangdu lets out a crazy laugh. Dying in the 7 souls. Severing a ray is a huge honor. Tobak lets out a frustrated roar. His shield is cracking, but then he smirks with an icy tone. You really thought I was just some pushover? Suddenly, a blinding golden light explodes from his body. His power levels hit the roof, Saint Beast armed, right in the center of the trap. Tobak manifests his full armor, sporting fiery vermilion wings and gripping that massive greatsword. He shouts, I don't give a damn about your stupid magic circle. He flaps those wings and dives like a meteor. He swings the glowing blade, slicing through a pink energy fox and roaring, just die already. But before he can celebrate, Tobak's smile fades and his eyes widen in total shock. The fox he just cut in half doesn't disappear. He mutters, what is this mess? What the hell is going on? Somehow that deep wound on the monster's body is closing right up. It gives him a creepy, ghostly grin. Below them, Old Ho is pale as a ghost. It's actually self-healing. Seeing that the traitor Huang Kuangdu smiles wickedly. Tobak, you're only just starting to taste the power of this magic matrix. This array will drain you dry, rip the soul out of your body, and dump you into eternal suffering. He gestures for the energy ghouls to swarm from every single side, shouting the order to finish him off for good. Surrounded on all sides, Tabak hangs on dodging and slashing back while muttering how much he hates this. Huang Kuangdiu keeps mocking him. Let's see how long that fancy armor of yours can take a beating. Just as things look hopeless, a flash of light streaks in along with a loud battle cry. Old, too. I've got your back. Tabak spins around in a panic, waving him off. Stay away, get help. But it was already too late. Old Han charges over the wall with his weapons ready. The cavalry has officially arrived. Down below, the kid with the glasses screams in total desperation. Principal, it's Old Han. The chubby principal starts glowing with a fiery aura and asks urgently, Fanthu, what happened? Tabak is stuck at the soul-severing array that Snake Huang Kuangdiu sold us out, principal. Hearing that the principal gets so heated, his beard actually starts twitching. Pointing right at his face, he snaps, Seriously, Huang? You'd rather be a lapdog for those alien freaks than an actual human being? While Su Bai struggles to knock back an energy monster that sell out Huang Guangyao, fires back with the smugness of a guy who thinks he is ahead of the curve. Smart guys, look ahead. Face facts, kid. This whole world is going to belong to those alien races sooner or later anyway. Right then, Su Bai uses a glowing shield to crush an incoming attack and slices another monster clean in half. Old Han touches down and shouts, Yo, you okay? Su Bai just grinds his teeth and fires back with total attitude. I'm not dead yet, but no promises on how I will look in 5 minutes. Watching from the sidelines, the principal frowns. He realizes something is off and mutters, Wait, why does the 7-soul life-shattering array only have 6 souls? His eyes flare with sudden insight as he begins to charge his power. He launches into the air like a massive fireball and bellows at the top of his lungs, I have got it! That 7th key to the whole formation is you, Old Huang. Your luck just ran out, old man. Even though he is the target, Huang is not sweating it. He wraps himself in a green glow and lets out a mocking laugh. Ha, you really think that is it? You really think that? Then sit back and enjoy the show. Fueled by pure rage, the principal delivers a brutal kick right to the traitor's chest, screaming out for all of humanity. Aw, how could you betray your own ancestors like this? Huang blocks the hit, snarling through his teeth. Shut your mouth. If you're so tough, just try and kill me. Inside the array, Su Bai goes berserk with his twin glowing blades. He shreds everything in his path, his eyes turning blood red with pure grit. I am not stopping until every last one of you is dead. A massive sword strike comes crashing down, splitting an energy phantom in two. He lets out a primal roar of fury. You bastards, but right in front of them, the scattered energy pieces just snap back together like nothing even happened. Old Han's eyes nearly pop out of his head. No way is that thing seriously healing itself. Not about to just stand there. Old Han pumps purple energy into his blade. He leaps up, delivers a killer vertical slash, and yells, Sue, hang on, I am jumping in. That strike hits with insane power, tearing up the earth and sending tons of dirt and rock flying everywhere in a massive explosion. But the second he lands, this weird pink energy slime glues itself to Old Han's legs, completely locking him in place. Outside the barrier, the kid with glasses panics and screams, Oh no, Han, you are stuck inside the formation too. Han thrashes around, trying to pull his feet loose, but it is no use. He curses under his breath. Even worse, the monster he just shredded rises back up without a single scratch. Han starts sweating bullets, muttering to himself in total despair. Is this thing seriously unbreakable? Looking at the total mess they are, the principal floats high above, pulling every last bit of his life force into his body. A blinding golden light explodes around him and his eyes glow with a fierce, unbreakable resolve. He growls, Life or death, there is no way I am letting Zhongwu's 100-year legacy go down in flames on my watch. Even if I'm torn to pieces, I'm breaking this damn array. Suddenly, he triggers a forbidden spell, transforming into a massive destructive lightning dragon that lights up the sky. He dives straight at that traitor Huang, who only has enough time to let out one terrified scream. Ha! The impact turns the sky white as lightning explodes, punching right through the shield. The ground shatters, shaking the defensive wall to its very core. Seeing the tiny opening the principal just bought with his life, Old Hu's eyes go red as he screams his lungs out. Su Bai Han move now, smash the array and get the hell out of there. Realizing the massive sacrifice, Su Bai's eyes fill with blood. He swings his glowing twin blades with pure, unadulterated rage, literally tearing the sky apart. A second later, they just reform again. Su Bai screams, What, you have got to be kidding me? Nothing is working. Han slams his fist into the dirt, yelling in frustration, It is no use. Nothing is changing. Even though he is a bloody mess, Huang just starts cackling like a maniac. His twisted laughter echoes everywhere. Ha, all that effort for absolutely nothing. He wipes the blood from his mouth, a gift from the principal's kick, and shoots them a look full of pure, cold mockery. You really thought this 7-soul array was going to be that easy to crack? Su Bai floats in the middle of it all, grinding his teeth in fury. Gripping his massive sword with both hands, sweat pours down his face. Damn it! There has to be a weak spot somewhere. Suddenly, the kid with the glasses points up at the king of the underworld just sitting there in the air. He yells, "Hey, look. That guy has not moved an inch." I'll look over there right now. The principal's eyes light up as the pieces finally click into place. He slaps his hands together and cheers. "Of course I see it now. That king of the underworld is a total fake. He is the seventh soul." Subai lets out a smug grin, his eyes cutting like razors as he glares at the imposter. Exactly. We have been completely ignoring that guy the entire time. He snaps his vermilion bird wings open and rockets toward the seventh soul, tossing a final direct order back to Old Han. "Who? The core of the array is all yours. Take him down," getting the signal. Who surges with lightning and charges the fake king, yelling, "Time to bust this whole damn thing wide open." Wang Quangdiu panics, throwing his arms out to shield the fake Nine Nether King roaring to block the path. "No shot you're doing that." The principal doesn't flinch, pointing his finger straight at the traitor's face. He snaps a threat, then suddenly transforms into a massive glowing dragon made of pure, crackling lightning. Opening his giant jaws, he swallows Huang Quangdiu whole, while the traitor stares back in absolute shock. Meanwhile, the kid with glasses fires a wind-slicing sword beam at the king. But before it connects, a massive surge of dark energy from the king binds Old Hu tight. Way down below, Tabak is mid-fight when he sees the trap and screams for Old Hu. Old Han holds on for 3 more seconds before dumping every ounce of power into his massive greatsword and shouting, "Eat this!" Han braces himself, raising a purple energy blade to block a literal rain of pink monsters. "Old Hu, hold on, I'm coming for you." Right then, Tabak teleports in and yells, "Old Hu, get the hell out of the way." Tabak goes full beast mode, muscles bulging as he swings a glowing giant sword to shatter that fake king. The fake Nine Nether King takes a direct hit, his body exploding in a blinding burst from his eyes and mouth. Tabak's massive strike creates a giant rift of energy, slicing the fake king and the entire defense array right in half. Tabak sticks the landing eyes burning with pure rage as he glares up at the cracking sky above. Suddenly, blinding purple beams tear through the formation, aiming right for Tabak's head. He quickly slams his hands together, sparking a massive golden barrier to hold them off. The array detonates, wiping out everything in its path and kicking up a massive dust storm that swallows the landscape. The second the formation breaks, the real Nine Nether King instantly coughs up a huge mouthful of blood. The High Priestess turns to him. "Your Majesty, are you okay? That useless Huang Quangdiu completely ruined our grand master plan." He rubs his chin, eyes flashing with greed and malice, whispering the calculations under his breath. "I spent everything to conquer Jiangchao just for that divine treasure, sealed 8,000 meters underground." He can already see the image of the glowing relic shimmering in his mind. He continues, "My first plan was to take the city and then figure out how to crack that seal." With that, he waves his hand, ordering his squad to organize troops and pin down the sacred ruins using the map. His minions bow low. He paces the room with a smug, winning look on his face. "Right now, all the human powerhouses are pinned down on the battlefield of nations. This is my one and only shot to reclaim the treasure." He stops, eyes cold. But Jiangchao base was built right on top of the treasure. Is that really just a coincidence? He turns around and barks out an order with total authority. Are the platinum-level experts ready in the secret room? "Also send the Bull Demon Army to keep crushing those humans," the minions shout in unison. Standing in the wreckage, Tabak rushes to his teammates, asking if everyone is still in one piece. Old Han leans on his sword and laughs. "Ha, finally broke that stupid array." The kid with glasses dusts himself off and sighs with relief. "We are good." But suddenly the old principal collapses to the ground, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Tabak panics and catches him. "Principal." The old man weakly grabs Tabak's hand as the boy asks if he's okay. Huang Quangdiu clutches his chest and tries to crawl away to escape. The old principal yells, "No, don't let him get away." Tabak makes the call, helping the principal up and barking out orders to the rest of the squad. Old Han lead the evacuation. Thanthu and I are taking the principal back to Jiangvu University for medical help. Han nods firmly. "Got it, stay safe." Later in the Jiangvu medical wing, the former principal finally opens his eyes. Tabak asks, "How are you feeling, sir?" The old man just sighs and tells him he is doing fine. He frowns and asks about Huang Quangdiu. Tabak answers calmly, eyes like ice. "Don't worry, we caught him. There's no way he's escaping now," the principal mutters. That rat is definitely hiding some major secrets. I've always felt this invasion had a deeper purpose." A deeper purpose. The old man sits up in his hospital bed. The principal thinks for a second and then starts his analysis. Exactly. Jiangchao isn't some big military base or a strategic hub, so why would the tribes launch such a massive attack here? Tabak crosses his arms, acting cool. "Honestly, I just thought Nine Nether was trying to lure me into a trap." His friend laughs and trolls him. "Give it a rest, man. You really think you're that important?" Tabak smirks, rubbing his chin. "Well, yeah." He turns away, his voice going cold. "If that's the case, I guess I'll have to interrogate Huang Quangdiu myself." Back in the cell, Huang Kuang-du is tied to a chair, struggling like crazy when he sees Than Thu walk in. "You better let me go right now or else." Than Thu just stares him down. "Senior Huang, I'm here for a visit." Than Thu puts a finger to her lips. "Shh. Senior Huang, don't sweat it. I just have a few things to say." He leans in, dropping a hand on Huang Kuang-du's shoulder, with a voice that sounds totally fake and sincere. "Senior Huang, let's be real. I joined the 9 Underworld King ages ago. Truth is, I'm only here to save your skin." Huang Kuang-du's eyes light up like he found a lifeline. "Then get me out of here." Than Thu leans in, whispering with a smirk. "Thing is, I'm not sure if you're actually loyal to the king." Huang Kuang-du freezes up. "Wait, what's that supposed to mean?" "See, someone leaked the king's real plan for being here in Jiangchao. And word is, he thinks the snitch is you, Huang Kuang." Du panics, his veins popping as he screams. "That's garbage. I didn't say a word. It's definitely those old fossils from the 10,000 tribes." Tabak steps out from behind the door, arms crossed with a smug grin. "Ha ha, so there really was a secret motive." Huang Kuang-du realizes he's been played, his face turning beet red with rage. "You little brat, you dared to trick me." Tabak gives a cheeky wave. "Hey there, Uncle Huang." He puts his hands on his hips, shaking his head. "You're old, but your IQ is pretty low. Why would the king even pick a guy like you, feeling totally roasted?" Huang Kuang-du lets out a furious roar. "Let me go, kid, and I'll kill you." Tabak just strolls around casually with little Tu Hong tagging along beside him. "Uncle Huang, you've got 2 choices here. 1, you spill the beans yourself. Or 2, I let them finish you off and we talk then." Tabak's eyes glow a fierce red as he leans right into the man's face, his voice sounding cold as ice. "So which is it?" Huang Kuang-du trembles but tries to act tough. "Kid, you really think I'm that easy to scare?" Tu Hong sighs totally over it, while Than Thu mutters, "Who knows?" Tabak continues. "Also, if you're so brave, why did you end up becoming a traitor anyway?" Tabak smirks, getting right up in Huang Kuang-du's grill. "Your powers are totally sealed away. You sure you want to find out what I can actually do?" The guy just gulps, looking terrified. Tabak turns and gives the order. Tu Hong light it up. She chirps back, "You got it, boss." Then she spits out a tiny flame that wraps around Huang Kuang-du's whole body. He screams in agony. "Ah, if you're going to kill me, just finish it." Tabak crosses his arms, explaining coldly. "Why would I ever do that? You know the drill, the ancient Phoenix tribe is immortal. So just take your time and enjoy." Tabak turns to leave with the crew, waving his hand goodbye. "We're heading out, Uncle Huang. We'll be back later to scrape your remains off the floor." Huang Kuang-du can't take the torture anymore and screams in total despair. "I'll talk. Just put out the fire and I'll tell you everything." Tabak turns back with a wicked grin. "See? Wouldn't it have been way better if you just agreed earlier?" After the interrogation back at the former principal's hospital room, Tabak reports that the king definitely had an ulterior motive for attacking Jiangchao. He continues relaying what Huang Kuang-du said. Apparently the secret treasure the king is hunting for is buried somewhere deep under Jiangchao, but the location is unknown. The kid with glasses starts grinning. "Man, after the beatdown Tabak gave him, I doubt he'd dare to keep any more secrets right." Tabak laughs along then. Suddenly the whole room starts shaking violently. He grabs Than Thu to steady her. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" Old Han kicks the door open, his face pale. "We're in trouble. The 10,000 tribes have surrounded the city." Tabak and Than Thu are shocked. "Old Han, what?" Tabak turns around, his face getting serious. "Looks like the king is finally playing for keeps." He turns to Old Han. "You okay?" Han clutches a massive box, catching his breath as he replies, "Yeah, I'm fine. Did everyone get evacuated?" Tabak asks, looking worried. "Are my little sister and my parents safe? I need to know." Han nods. "Don't worry, they've been moved to a safe house. I smashed through the enemy lines just to get back and give you this update." Han hands the box to Tabak. "Your sister asked me to make sure you got this." Tabak is confused. "What's this?" Han explains. "She says it's her pet and wants you to look after it." He opens the box and a tiny jade-green snake flicks its tongue out. He's stunned. "Since when does my sister keep a snake for a pet? What kind of hobby is that?" Suddenly a notification pops up. "Azure Dragon Bloodline detected 5% awakened. Do you want to tame it right now?" Tabak's eyes go wide. "You're kidding, right? No way this little snake actually has the blood of the Azure Dragon." Above Jiangchao, dozens of heavy transport planes are circling the sky. "Listen up, soldiers. You've just entered the Jiangchao combat zone." A soldier barks into his radio. "We land in 30 minutes. Our support site is Jiangvu University. All teams stay in sync and move out." "Copy that." Suddenly the signal flickers and goes completely dead. The soldier looks worried. "Oh no, the signal is getting jammed," he shouts to the entire crew. Up on the flight deck, a panicked soldier stares out the window. A thick, mysterious fog suddenly rolls in from nowhere, swallowing the entire fleet of planes whole. He nervously asked his squad, where did this thick fog come from so freaking fast? Inside the cockpit, the pilot is straight up panicking, fumbling with controls, and screaming into the static. What is happening? I cannot see a thing. Ake, do you read me? Please answer if you get this signal. Looking down, a whole fleet of transport choppers looks like tiny metal bugs, lost in a massive sea of fog, completely spinning out of control. One soldier screams out a warning. This is bad. It might be an ambush, boys. Get ready to fight back. Things get worse as the signal goes dead. The pilot grits his teeth and barks out, the comms are toasted. No one is hearing us. Make an emergency landing and gear up for ground combat now. Suddenly, a blinding purple energy beam rips through the mist, zipping past the fleet at insane speeds. One soldier just gasps in pure shock. What the heck was that? The pilot in sunglasses stares wide-eyed, totally unable to believe the raw power he just felt. That is platinum-level power. Instantly, a chain reaction of explosions lights up the sky, and massive fireballs swallow the transport planes whole in a sea of flames. Far off, two powerhouse women from the myriad tribes watch the carnage with arms crossed and smug looks on their faces. One of them starts sucking up. The 9 Nether Kings' plan to trap the city and crush the reinforcements is pure genius. How many waves have we wiped out now? The purple-haired elf puffs her pipe, smirking like we are trash. Ha ha ha, human stupidity has saved us so much work. You people are just making this way too easy for us. It is pathetic that they use this scrap metal to move an army. She adds, her voice dripping with cold cruelty. We have to slaughter every human. We cannot let them mess up the king's big plan. She takes a deep drag from her pipe, blowing out a thick cloud that literally blankets the entire sky. Yeeta. Back at the Jiangvu communications room, a girl with a headset is frantically trying to reach the capital's military high command. Old Han is pacing like a caged tiger, grumbling that the reinforcements from the capital are already 10 minutes late. Why aren't they here yet? Keep trying. The operator grabs the radio again. This is Jiangvu School calling Capital Military Command. Do you copy? Suddenly, every screen in the room goes dead. The lights flicker, and the whole place just plunges into total darkness. The kid with glasses freaks out. What happened? Why is the power out? Old Han grits his teeth. He has a really bad feeling about this. This is bad. It looks like the myriad tribes are finally making their move. He turns to leave. I'm going outside to check. Outside, thick black smoke starts swallowing the buildings. It is a dead giveaway that an all-out invasion is about to go down, seeing the chaos. Tabak stands by his magic crystal cannon, his face turning to stone. He barks orders at the soldiers forming the line. Everyone get ready. Those myriad tribe monsters could strike at any freaking second. Right as he says it, a massive tidal wave of monsters comes roaring down the street, charging toward them like a literal tsunami of death. Alarms are screaming everywhere. Enemy attack. The guard captain doesn't flinch. He jumps onto the roof of a vehicle looking like a total boss. He draws his gun and screams orders. Move it, soldiers, wipe them out. Fire the crystal cannons, the mortars, and the machine guns. Open fire now. On his command, a storm of blue and red energy blasts erupts from the cannons, creating a glowing curtain of lead that absolutely shreds the ground. The captain keeps the pressure on. Free fire 1 kilometer out. Massive fireballs rip through the monster horde, tossing dozens of them into the sky. One soldier just laughs like a maniac. Ha ha, I'm gonna blow you ugly beasts straight to hell. But the myriad tribe's push is just too much. The female elf orders the level 2 beasts forward, and even bigger, nastier monsters start flooding the zone. Even with a literal rain of bullets shredding the field, those things just trample their own dead to keep coming. Tabak scowls, totally shocked by how huge this attack is. Just how many tribes did the 9 Nether King bring to crush Jiangchao? Seeing things go south, Tabak turns to his battle turtle. Little 8 give them something to remember? A soldier nearby looks terrified. It is too much. Little 8 just unhinges his jaw. He spits out a massive beam of blue energy that sweeps the field, causing an explosion so big it shakes the entire world. But a soldier screams in despair. No, we can't stop them. Even with the humans fighting like demons, it is not enough. A few monsters actually punch through the line, lunging forward to savagely rip into the human soldiers with their teeth and claws. A soldier rushes up to Tobak looking like he's seen a ghost. The gate is about to blow. There are just too many beasts. Tobak grits his teeth hard. We have got to find a way out of this. Right then, a squad of gorgeous but deadly female warriors charges out from the back. One girl yells, "Women can kick just as much butt as men." They dive into the thick of it, swinging swords and shields to chop down those massive beasts while shielding the wounded soldiers. Standing on a monster's corpse with her smoking hot body, Yanran raised her weapon and shouted, "Let's fight these beasts together and protect Zhangzhou charge and show no mercy." Watching the scene unfold, Subai was totally stunned, whispering her name under his breath in disbelief. Yanran and her squad roared in unison, "Protect Zhangzhou! Kill them all!" Subai blinked, asking, "Wait, what are you doing here?" Yanran turned back, flashing a bright smile at Subai. Standing atop a dead earth dragon, she proudly declared, "Our female legion is here to back you up, hero." With the clock ticking and the situation getting desperate, Subai turned to the red-headed girl beside him and barked out an order. "Xiaohong, get over there and cover them now." Xiaohong snapped a military salute, grinning as she replied, "On it, master." Instantly, the girl shot into the sky, spread her arms wide, and screamed, "Get a load of this, you freaks!" A massive burst of red energy, shaped like a fire phoenix, exploded from her, wiping out a huge wave of monsters. High up on a skyscraper, a purple-haired goblin and her crew watched. One of the lackeys gasped in total shock and blurted out, "That's the saintess of the ancient Phoenix clan. Why is she helping humans slaughter our cannon fodder?" The goblin narrowed her eyes as a wicked idea sparked. She sneered, "Let's snatch her first. Then we'll see if that Phoenix elder still thinks he's such a big deal." Feeling smug about her plan, she licked her lips greedily. "Yeah, that's actually a pretty great idea." The goblin took a deep drag from her long pipe, blowing out a toxic purple cloud. She growled, "Listen up, saintess. Taste the poisonous mist of my tribe." The purple smoke coiled like a giant python, lunging forward to squeeze the life out of Xiaohong's fire phoenix. The girl cried out innocently, "Whoa, where did this creepy poison snake come from?" Hit by the toxin, Xiaohong felt dizzy instantly. She stumbled in midair, her face twisting as she called out, "Master, my head is spinning." Seeing Xiaohong under fire, Subai lost his cool. He roared, "That's it, you dare sneak attack my little Xiaohong!" He waved his hand, a beam of light pulling Xiaohong back to safety. He glared at the goblin with icy eyes. "Xiaohong, get back here now." Tisk, the big shots of the myriad tribes, finally lost their patience. Time to play. In a flash, he vanished from his spot. Subai didn't waste words. His wings flared out, gripping his glowing spear tight as he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Let's go, Xiaoqing, time for your very first battle. Glazed tiger spear, show them across the way." The purple-haired goblin shrieked in rage, her dark energy exploding violently. "Subai, you trashed our tribe's holy ground today. I'm ending you with this battle array." Facing the forming array, Subai just smirked and shot forward like an arrow. "You want me dead? Then come and get some." The goblin confidently raised her finger, a ball of energy swirling as she sneered, "So what if you have a god-beast weapon? Let's see you trying to stop me now?" Two terrifying powers collided, creating a blinding explosion of light. A soldier nearby watched in horror and gasped, "That's some insane energy. I can't believe the sheer scale of it." Watching from the back, Yan Ran grit her teeth, unable to hide her shock. Subai's power was just too overwhelming. The purple goblin couldn't believe her eyes. She shrieked in a panic, "How the hell did he get this strong so fast? It's only been a few days." What kind of freakish monster is this guy? Standing midair, surrounded by the four god beasts' aura. Subai let out a massive laugh. Subai let out a, I never imagined that having Xiaoqing by my side would feel this powerful. The combined power of the four god beasts is absolutely insane." He stared down the trembling tribe, smiling with pure defiance. "You really think those pathetic little moves can kill me fine then? Let's see how you handle my actual firepower. Get ready." He raised his spear, channeling every ounce of his strength and letting out a heaven-shaking roar. Shatter! The energy blast shredded the array like paper, slamming straight into the goblin. She barely managed a desperate scream. "No, how is this possible?" Her followers stood there completely frozen in shock. One guy stammered out, "Boss," while another whispered in terror as he was instantly wiped out. One lucky survivor who dodged the blast panted heavily. "Thank God I actually made it out of that one." Yanran and the guy next to her were stunned. He gasped, "Subai just one-shot a high elder of the tribe. That's crazy." Yanran gripped her weapon, her eyes burning with resolve. With power like that around, she couldn't afford to fall behind. Seeing morale sky high, the guard captain drew his blade and bellowed, "All troops on my command charge and kill them all." The entire army roared back, "Kill." Floating in the air with overwhelming pressure, Subai's voice was ice cold. "A mere snake challenging a dragon? Please, the hunt officially starts now." Realizing things were going south, a bald guy from the myriad tribe screamed to his crew, "We're no match for Subai. I'll cover you. You guys need to fall back immediately and report everything to the Nine Nether King right now." Before he could finish, a cold chill pierced his chest. Subai had appeared behind him out of nowhere, spear tip driven through his heart. He whispered, "You think Zhangzhou is your backyard? You think you can just come and go whenever you please?" The lackey gasped, "No way." A soldier in the distance only saw a flash of light and shouted, "He's too fast!" Seconds later, the whole swarm of monsters trying to bolt collapsed in a pool of blood. Old Han, watching from the comms room, saw it all on screen and just sighed. Tabak? Man, this is a straight-up massacre. Can I even keep up with this guy? Meanwhile, up in the sky, the battle was still raging hard. A roar of pure rage echoed as more monsters were wiped out. Somewhere else, a heavy hitter was watching the whole fight unfold. He screamed "kill" and slammed his fist into the ground, gritting his teeth. "Literal trash," he hissed, watching his crew get wrecked so easily. King Juyu was seeing red. "You useless bunch," he roared. "I am not letting these morons ruin my master plan." He switched gears instantly and turned to the female lieutenant standing next to him. He barked out a cold order. "Tell every tribe surrounding Zhangzhou to stop the assault. Cut their water off. Kill the power and the food supply. Let's see them fight back then. The subordinate bowed. Yes, sir. His eyes turned ice cold as he muttered through pure hatred. Tabak, it won't be long now. I will show you exactly how powerful I am. It did not take long for the bad news to reach the Zhangzhou command center. A soldier reported in a panic. What our supply lines have been completely cut off. Another worried voice added. So does that mean Zhangzhou is just a totally isolated city now? Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere turned heavy as lead. Old Han analyzed the situation with a grim look. King Ju Yu has been hiding on Earth for years, studying human military tactics inside and out. These moves might look harmless on the surface, but they are actually straight up lethal. The captain stood up fast, his voice sounding firm, but with a clear edge of worry. The outside world cannot help us anymore. We are officially on our own. He turned to the principal with a desperate look in his eyes. What should we do now? Principal, please give us the order. The old principal crossed his arms, thinking hard before speaking. Right now, a massive army of different tribes is surrounding Zhangzhou. We have to handle our own defense. The power issue is not that urgent yet, but the food and water situation is a real nightmare. With that, everyone turned their eyes toward Tabak. You're still just chilling on that sofa, huh? The principal asked. Tabak, you got any bright ideas for us? Tabak just shrugged and answered casually, well, I have no idea if this will actually work, but I am down to give it a shot. Everyone just looked at each other confused, whispering, what solution is he talking about? Moments later, Tabak led the whole group out to the stadium. He patted the massive white tiger on the head, sounding like a boss talking to an employee. You eat way too much normally, so it is time to put in some actual work. Don't be lazy. Just like that, a makeshift farm was set up. Tabak pointed and gave the order. Little 8, get moving and plow the field. The massive war turtle shuffled out and started tilling the soccer pitch. He turned to the red-haired girl. Little Red, make sure you plant those seeds accurately. Watching this insane scene, Old Han stood there with his buddy in glasses, completely speechless. Using a turtle to plow a field? I can't believe he actually came up with this. His friend in glasses just laughed. Old Tu always does the unexpected. Once the plowing was done, Tabak turned to the green dragon coiling on the ground. He asked Little Ching, did you find it? Then he gave the order to the white tiger. Little White, your turn to work. The tiger roared and took off. Old Han's jaw dropped again. He crossed his arms and muttered, using a white tiger as a drill. What the heck is Old Tu even doing? Is he hunting for treasure? The friend in glasses shook his head. Probably not man. The white tiger used its razor-sharp claws to dig deep into the earth. Then it slammed its paws down with all its might. Suddenly, a massive geyser of water shot straight up from the ground, splashing everywhere. Yan Yan's eyes lit up as she cheered out loud. They actually found a water source. She couldn't hide her excitement, rushing over to give Tabak a huge hug. Tabak, you are literally amazing. She laughed. Tabak just let out a big laugh. Behind him, Old Han and his buddy in glasses watched the whole scene with some pretty awkward expressions. Water problem solved. Now time for the food. At the Zhongwu warehouse, a commander spoke up. Thanks for getting those vegetables into the back of the storage unit. Our food supply is officially sorted and organized. Old Han's friend was impressed. Tabak still has more tricks. Tabak stood in front of a mountain of food, patting Little 8 on the shell. Little 8, get this grain moved inside, man. The turtle let out a roar and immediately got to work. Old Han walked over and slapped Tabak on the shoulder, laughing. Old Tu, you seriously have a gift. Then he joked, using spirit beasts for farming. It would be a total waste if you do not become a farmer after we finally beat these monster tribes. Tabak just chuckled and changed the subject. So what about the power situation? Have we handled that yet? Tabak thought for a second and said, yeah, I might actually have a way. Old Han looked surprised. Oh yeah, like what? Inside the power room, the old principal scanned the complex machinery with his flashlight. He sighed heavily. It still wasn't working. Look, I never flinched while taking out enemies on the battlefield, the old man grumbled. But this mechanical power stuff? It's totally kicking my butt. Man, it sucks that our school doesn't have a single electrical engineer. Suddenly a voice called out from the shadows. Why don't you let me take a crack at it? The principal spun around, shocked. Toby, what could you possibly do? Toby just gave a mysterious smirk. Suddenly, a tiny snake named Little Green appeared in his hand. I can't do much, Toby said, but this guy definitely can. The principal just stared at the reptile. Why did you summon this tiny green thing? Toby just shrugged. Relax, old man. Just watch and learn. He gave the command, go for it, Little Green. The small snake slithered out instantly, coiling itself around the generator core. A bright blue surge of electricity exploded from the snake, engulfing the whole machine. The old man's eyes nearly popped out before he started howling with laughter. Ha ha ha, kid, you are something else. I had no idea your little green snake was a lightning element beast. Instantly, the entire campus blazed with light. Someone yelled, the power is back on. Everyone else started cheering like crazy. This is awesome, Old Hands Buddy shouted while flipping switches and grinning from ear to ear. This solves our electricity problem completely. A few hours of charging will keep us powered up for days. The principal nodded in approval. I never expected such a tiny snake to hold this much voltage. Toby crossed his arms cheering on Little Green as it worked. Keep it up, Little Green. Do a good job, and I will hook you up with some tasty beast cores later. Toby gave a smug grin. Ha ha, looks like our power crisis is finally officially over. The principal agreed. Let's see what tricks the Underworld King tries next. Outside, Little Red was double-fisting a hot dog and ice cream playing around with Little White. Heck yeah, we finally got the juice back on. We have tons of food, so let's feast and then go wreck every other race. In the corner, Old Han sat alone staring at his massive blade. He muttered with a mix of grit and doubt. This was all Toby. If only I was stronger. Han was scowling, looking totally confused. His hands gripped the great sword as a weird energy started radiating from the blade. He mumbled, "What the heck is going on?" Right then, Toby and his four-eyed friend pushed the door open and walked in. Toby waved hello. "Hey, Old Han, what are you doing hiding in the dorm all by yourself?" Han looked relieved. "Get over here and check this out. My war blade is acting up for some reason." The guy with glasses adjusted his frames. He looked closely and asked, "Isn't this the divine artifact we found back at the Illusion City holy site?" Han nodded firmly. "Yep, that's it." Toby stepped up curious. "All right, let me take a look." Toby knelt down staring at the massive sword standing on the floor. He rubbed his chin. "Remember Boss Nee said this divine weapon of yours was sealed. Is this weird glitching a sign that the seal is finally about to break?" Han's eyes lit up with hope. "You serious?" Without a word, Toby decided to test it. He reached out and touched the blade. Instantly, a blinding flash of light exploded across the entire length of the blade. Suddenly, a massive system interface appeared right before Toby. It flagged an ancient divine artifact and offered to break the seal using the power of the World Tree. After reading the terrifying warnings about divine power, Toby broke into a cold sweat. Is this the tree's reaction? He swallowed hard, then turned to Han with a massive, confident grin. "And we can break the seal on your sword right now." Han let out a huge laugh. "Awesome. Let's do it." Toby smashed his finger down on the second option on the virtual screen. He shouted, "Release the seal." Right then, from the roof of the dorm, a massive golden pillar of light stabbed through the night and shot into the sky. The crowd in the courtyard panicked. What is that insane light? It looks like it's coming from the barracks. The holy light was so blinding, it triggered massive red lightning bolts across the sky, tearing through the quiet night of Jiangzhou. The scene cuts to the luxurious room of the Underworld King. Feeling the shockwave, he broke into a sweat, eyes wide open. His face went pale with fear. What is this crazy aura? This power is insane. This kind of energy isn't even supposed to exist in the mortal realm. Dropping his usual cool act, he sprinted out onto the glass balcony to look. He stared into the distance, panicking. Could this actually be the divine power from the legends? That's coming from Zhang Wu. Did someone actually wake up a divine treasury? Faced with that overwhelming power, he gritted his teeth. If a divine treasure has truly appeared, this world can't handle it. All of Jiangzhou is going to be wiped out. What the heck is happening over at Zhang Wu? I can't just sit here and wait to die. He snapped at the low-life thug who just showed up. "Listen up, get in here. Send someone to find out what the hell is happening in Jiangwu right now." The thug bowed low. "Yes, sir." Back at the dorm, that massive greatsword was hovering in the air, burning with a crazy, radiant power surge of pure strength. Old Han was grinning like a total idiot, showing off his pearly white teeth. "Old to you, freaking legend. You actually cracked the seal on this divine weapon. Even though it worked?" Tabak kept his serious face on, warning him carefully. Old Han grabbed it to finish the bond. "Just fair warning, it is going to hurt like hell." Han did not even flinch. He stepped up like a boss, gripping the flaming hilt with total pride. "I am a soldier. A little sting is nothing compared to getting this strong." But as soon as he touched it, the weapon's kickback sent him screaming at the top of his lungs, a sound that echoed through the sky. Every bone in his body felt like it was snapping. Tabak panicked, sweating. "You okay, man? You still with me?" Han groaned through the agony. "My whole body feels like it is literally on fire right now." The pain was so brutal, he started coughing blood, twisting and turning while his buddy in glasses struggled to hold him down from behind. His friend shouted back, gasping for air. "Tabak, you call this a little pain? He's dying over here, man." Right when things got intense, a drop of Han's blood hit the steel blade. The sword suddenly flashed with a blinding light signaling the change. The whole group was totally stunned by the sight. Look at this. The blade is vacuuming up all the energy in the room, glowing with an overwhelming light. Then things flipped in a heartbeat. Han stood up straight, suddenly ripped with muscle, lifting that massive blade like it weighed absolutely nothing at all. He scratched his head, confused. "Wait, did the pain just stop already?" Tabak folded his arms and smiled. "Check your arm, Han. Look at that." Looking down, Han saw a sick ancient tattoo etched into his bicep. He checked it out. "Whoa, this ink looks pretty fire, right? I feel totally unstoppable, and this sword feels light as a feather now." Seeing his friend survive the trial and tame the weapon, Tabak beamed with pride. Awesome looks like a soul bond has been officially established now. The celebration did not last long before the dorm room door was kicked open. The chubby principal burst in pale as a ghost and shaking. Are you guys okay? What was that massive tremor just now? Han flexed the blade right in front of him, laughing. Hey, principal, take a look at this. We did it, Tabak chimed in with a smirk. Han is way stronger now, sir. Seeing the heavy energy pouring off the blade, the principal stared with wide eyes, his mustache twitching in total shock. Han Zheng actually broke the seal on that divine weapon. Han just laughed it off. It was all Toe's doing. But the joy vanished as the door flew open and Yen Yen rushed in like a storm. She looked totally panicked, making the three guys in the room jump in surprise. Whoa, what is going on? Yen Yen was panting, her eyes wide with pure terror and desperation. The massive Vantok army is finally on the move. The full-scale invasion has started. Everyone's jaws hit the floor in shock. The principal frowned, muttering under his breath. So soon, he turned and bolted, barking out orders. Everyone to your battle stations, get ready to fight immediately. The whole crew scrambled to follow him out the door as fast as they could. While running, Tabak shouted to Yen Yen, how big is this army? What kind of level is their leader sitting at? It is endless, a black tide stretching all the way to the horizon far as the eye can see. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead. She swallowed hard. I felt over a dozen platinum-level signatures and something else much worse. That energy is way scarier than Zhu Yang. The principal wiped his brow, breathing hard. The Nine Nether King is playing for keeps this time. That energy blast from the weapon must have triggered him. He's going all in on this one last final move. Suddenly, Han slammed his heavy boots down, creating a small shockwave and grinning hard with a smirk. Perfect timing, I needed some practice dummies to test out this new blade anyway. Let's use them as whetstones. Tabak gave a nod of approval. Let's do this. I don't care how many times those monsters show up, we're taking them all down. The principal went silent. My old wounds still haven't healed. Tabak, you were the one calling the shots in this battle. Tabak's eyes bugged out in shock. He pointed at himself, looking totally lost. Wait, me. Am I really the boss? Yan Ran grinned brightly, patting his shoulder to encourage him. You got this, Tabak. Old Han chuckled along too. I knew you were ready. His confusion vanished instantly, replaced by a massive ego boost and extreme confidence. Tabak smirked with pride. Fine, thanks for giving me this stage. He instantly stepped into great hero general mode. Tabak barked out clear orders. Han, you're going to punch through their front lines. Thanthu, lead the archers and provide cover fire. You got it, Han shouted back. Tabak turned to the orange-haired girl. Yan Ran, lead the girl squad. Guard our flanks. Yan Ran gave a firm nod. Formation set, Tabak turned to the principal. Principal, the rear is in your hands now. Facing the crowd of fired-up students and soldiers, the fat principal pumped his fist and roared, Go, these old bones can still hold the fort. With the order set, Tabak's power exploded. He rocketed straight into the sky along with his squad of pet beasts. He yelled out, The king is mine. Little white, little eight, little red, little green. It is time for us to work. A brilliant light exploded around him. Tabak started glowing brightly as his four massive divine beasts, the phoenix. The tortoise, tiger, and dragon all appeared standing tall and majestic around their master. Bok stood there, staring out into the distance. The sky went pitch black, filled with swarms of enemies floating above. They formed a wall of pressure over the massive monster sea below. The Nine Nether King looked down with cold eyes, his arrogant voice echoing through the air. Bok, you know the clues to the vault. Hand them over right now, or watch all of Jiangzhou burn to the ground. Your choice. The humans didn't say a word. Instead, they blasted massive blue and red energy beams straight into the sky, tearing through the clouds. Bok roared out, Nine Nether King, us humans would rather die than ever bow to you. In glowing armor with massive wings, Tabak gripped his razor-sharp spear with his hands. He charged forward. We don't negotiate with any of your kind. Come and get some losers. The king sneered with pure contempt. You are overrating yourself, kid. Do you really think a brat like you can actually fight me? You're just a brat who doesn't know his place. Hand over the secret treasure and save me the trouble of having to move. Tabak's eyes turned sharp as he replied coldly, I don't care about your treasure, but you're not touching my city. Down on the ground, old Han stomped his boot with power. He charged straight into the middle of the foul, snarling monster horde. He swung his massive blade, which emitted a blinding holy light into the air. Han laughed like a total maniac. Come on, you beasts, eat this. He delivered a massive, earth-shattering strike. Flames erupted everywhere, swallowing the monsters in a deep crack that completely wrecked their formation. Nearby, a leopard and a wolf beast stared at that giant blade, shaking with absolute terror. Wait, is that our tribe's divine weapon? A gray ape monster screamed out in a rage. You human ants, give that weapon back? Han dodged their blow and delivered a brutal, mocking counter-slash right back. Are you crazy? Why would I return something I worked so hard to steal anyway? Through the thick smoke, Yan Ran and her female shield squad rushed out to support him. She yelled out, Han, we are here! Kill every last one of these monsters! Back in the sky, a sharp streak of light tore through the air. Tabak's spear flew at insane speeds toward the elf who caught it with one hand. He sneered arrogantly, Your weak little attacks don't even hurt me. But Tabak didn't back down. Tabak dived down from the heavens like a flaming meteor, his energy blade powerful enough to split the earth aimed straight for the enemy's head. Taste this strike. But the Nether King just kept smirking, using only 2 of his long, thin fingers. He pinched Bak's sharp blade, stopping the furious attack with absolute terrifying ease. It was a cold move. Pinched between his bare fingers, the elf held to Bak's flaming blade and sneered, "Stop struggling, you little brat. Just die already." But before he could even finish laughing, his deep blue eyes suddenly widened with a sense of sudden alarm. He gasped as an invisible killing intent tore through the space around him. Fresh blood splattered into the air as the elf suddenly took a nasty, lethal-looking hit to his chest. Clutching his bleeding arm, the Nether King retreated backward. His face was twisted with pure rage and total shock as he stared at the sword. Wait, isn't that flying sword Nethan's own blade? Smashing through the enemy's defenses in spectacular fashion, Subai spreads his glowing wings and hovers midair. With a flying sword circling him for protection, he flashes a confident, cocky smirk. Damn right. Countless monsters have met their end by this blade. Now it's your turn to taste its power. Fuming over being humiliated by a brat, the elf gritted his teeth and hissed in pure madness. His hand gathers a terrifying dark energy. That was just a lucky sneak attack. Don't get so cocky with me. You're just a pathetic insect. Suddenly, a massive purple demon hand drops from the sky, crushing everything in its path towards Subai. All he can yell is, "What the hell is that?" The demon hand slams down, triggering a massive explosion that levels the entire area into a wasteland. Massive boulders shatter, sending jagged rock shards flying everywhere. Watching from afar as dust swallows Subai, Yanran panics, her face turning pale with worry. Her glasses-wearing friend sprints after her, screaming, "Subai, talk to me. Are you okay?" Through the smoke and rubble, Subai's silhouette slowly appears. He's coughing hard, a streak of fresh blood dripping from his mouth, but his eyes stay sharp as he grunts, "I'm fine." Right then, the ground beneath his feet starts shaking violently, like some ancient beast is waking up. Subai narrows his eyes. What's going on now? This vibration is exactly at that moment. A virtual system interface pops up right in front of him, flashing a bright red warning. He quickly scans through the scrolling notification, detecting seal fluctuations from the Divine Vault, located less than 1 kilometer from the host's current position. Subai mumbles in complete shock. Are you serious? Is there really a vault here? And it's right here. Suddenly, without warning, a massive pillar of glowing red energy blasts upward, tearing through the night sky from right inside the middle of the school campus. Soldiers and students below freak out, pointing and yelling, "What just happened over there?" That light is coming from inside the school. Picking up the signal, the white-haired guy laughs like a maniac, his face twisted in pure joy. The Divine Vault has finally arrived. Blinded by greed for the divine relic, the elf hovers midair, pointing toward the school with a cruel command. "Listen up, monsters. All forces charge now. I don't care about the cost. Anyone who refuses this order will have their entire bloodline wiped out." The beasts roar in total obedience, seeing the monster tide surge like a broken dam. Subai shouts back, "Lao Hu, hold them off." Glasses move out. Lao Hu tries to fire the anti-aircraft weapons to stop the swarming gargoyles, but he screams in total frustration. The energy cannon is jammed. There are just too many of them to stop. Realizing they can't afford to fight out here anymore, Subai transforms into a streak of fire blasting back toward the school. Change of plans. Everyone fall back to the school grounds. Let's go see what the hell is happening in there. Back at the school, the chubby old principal is spreading his arms wide to block everyone from getting closer, his face dripping with nervous sweat. "Okay, calm down. Stay back. Don't come any closer." What is this terrifying power? Right behind him, a massive sinkhole glows with an eerie blood-red light. The white-haired guy ignores everyone and dives straight into that light, focused on only one thing, the secret treasure. Standing in that massive surge of power, the elf clenches his fists, eyes wide with madness, laughing at the sky. The Divine Vault. Ha! It's been 1,000 years, but the legendary treasure finally returns to this world. Meanwhile, the old principal gasps, "Damn it. Zhu Yong broke through our defense lines." Even the soldiers nearby can feel that crushing pressure. The power is just too intense. Right in the middle of the deep pit, the Juyu King explodes with purple energy roaring like a god. "You pathetic insects, get out of my way or just die. I'll seize the divine treasure, break my chains, and rule the 3 realms." But his greed is cut short by a golden streak of light. It's Little Ba. Subai's spirit beast transforms into a massive armored turtle shield, blocking the enemy's path with sheer force. Hovering above the formation, Subai spreads his wings, staring the villain down. "You want the treasure over my dead body?" The Juyu King growls in annoyance. "Those useless idiots couldn't even stall you for 5 minutes. Seeing Subai step up for the direct confrontation, his squad immediately yells out for backup. "Subai, you keep the king busy up there. We'll handle the chaos back here." Suddenly, Hanjan charges in, swinging his glowing blade. "Hold on, Subai. I've got your back on this." Without hesitating, Hanjan unleashes a massive earth-shattering strike directly at the Juyu King. But the powerful attack is easily blocked by a purple energy shield. It didn't even leave a scratch. The king casually flicks his finger, dissolving the sword energy instantly with a mocking smirk. You really think those pathetic little tricks are going to work on a master like me? Lao Hu barks orders to the troops, give it everything you've got. Support Su Bai and Han Zhan at any cost. A barrage of neon-colored energy blasts slammed into the Nine Nether King, but his purple haze blocked every single one. Old Hu freaked out. That purple mist was insanely tough. Not letting the villain flex anymore, Su Bai summoned 3 glowing swords that circled him, roaring out a challenge to the sky. Take this, you old Nine Nether bastard. The 3 swords fused into one, launching a massive wave of energy straight down. The king just looked up, acting all smug and arrogant like he was actually being entertained. But that is not going to cut it. With a lazy flick of his wrist, he shattered the energy wave into 1,000,000 pieces. Su Bai grit his teeth. This old freak was way more powerful than he thought. Back on the sidelines, the principal punched the air in total frustration. Damn it if I had not used that forbidden technique already. A soldier suddenly pointed down. Principal, look at the ground. A glowing golden gateway was slowly rising out of that massive crater. One soldier gasped. That is the entrance to the god treasure. Those carvings look like they represent the ancient spirit beasts. Seeing the gate, the king let out a psycho laugh and dove down like a bullet. The treasure is mine. Nobody's going to stop me now. Su Bai tiled him, immediately screaming, we cannot let him get inside. He spammed a bunch of attacks, but they all bounced off the king's shield. Su Bai growled in anger. This dude is a total cheat code. I cannot even scratch him. I cannot even... At the end of his rope, Su Bai closed his eyes and prayed. Divine Tree, can I borrow some power? A system alert popped up. The ancient Divine Tree had finally sensed the treasure's presence. Host can temporarily tap into a power surge. Use it carefully, or the energy might break you. Su Bai felt the raw power rushing through his veins and shouted in disbelief. This strength is absolutely insane. While the king was busy smashing the ground and defending, Su Bai swung his hand, firing a neon green blast that shattered the purple shield. The massive hit slammed into the king, sending him flying backward into the clouds. Tumbling through the air, the king grabbed his shoulder, looking completely stunned. What is this power? How did he break my defense? He went full beast mode, his aura exploding as he summoned a swarm of creepy soul skulls. You little brat, you really pissed me off now. Today, I am deleting you and your soul from existence. Su Bai just got into his stance, ready for war. Glowing divine blades swirled around him with an aura that was just as terrifying. Delete me. Try it. The real life or death battle was finally starting. Green swords clashed against the purple skulls in a wild, chaotic brawl. The king sneered, "Ha, let us see how long you can last." Seeing things get desperate, the principal decided to go all in. He ignited every drop of golden energy left in his body, roaring with pure grit. Even if this kills me, I am not letting you have your way. He summoned a massive golden dragon made of pure lightning that ripped through the air, heading straight for the king floating above. Taking the chance while his enemy was distracted by the thunder, Su Bai dove down like a ghost. His spear glowed neon blue as he yelled, "Got an opening." With a savage roar of die, the spear hit with world-ending force. A blinding flash of light exploded right as it slammed into the enemy's weak spot. Everyone thought it was over, but the king caught the spear with his bare hands. Damn it! The demon king glared with blood-red eyes, growling in fury. I cannot believe a pathetic little ant like you actually pushed me this far. Before Su Bai could back off, the king lashed out with a thick blast of purple demonic energy. All the kid could say was what the king kept barking threats. You keep ruining everything. Now it is time for you to die. That dark energy slammed into Su Bai's chest, throwing him back across the sky. The force of the blast sent him crashing straight into the arena floor. From down below, his friend started screaming his name in a panic. Watching his buddy get wrecked, Han Zhan saw red. I am going to kill you, you monster. But just as Han Zhan was about to charge, a pillar of golden light dropped from the heavens, stopping the king in his tracks and making him jump. What the king turned pale, sweating bullets as he felt the sheer terror coming from that light. He mumbled while shaking. Is this the crushing weight of the god treasure? Is there something even stronger hiding inside? The principal wiped his forehead, looking absolutely terrified by the ancient aura. Has the guardian of the treasure finally woken up? The prophecy just hit. Out of that pillar of light, this glowing golden god descends from above. His voice, pure thunder rattling every bone in my body. You low-life outsiders. You dare touch my people's holy relic, back off right now or I'm taking your head. Blocked right at the finish line, Ku Ung snaps. No way. Who do you think you are stopping me? The guardian doesn't even flinch. He just points one glowing finger at the Demon King and drops the hammer. Lower species, your stupidity will cost you everything. As he speaks, a divine laser tears through the sky fast as hell. King Qiu barely dodges, sweat dripping. He tries to act tough. Too fast, but I'm still quicker than you. But that smug grin vanishes. He screams as his hand brushes the light and starts turning into literal ash. My power, it's burning away. The principal's jaw hits the floor. Is this for real? An actual deity? Is this treasure actually being protected by a god? One hit. That's all it took to crush Kuyu's strength. Cornered and desperate, the Demon King finally loses his mind. His face twists as he roars, "I don't care who you are, nobody is stopping me from taking that treasure." Then a massive storm of purple energy explodes, shredding the ground and turning the whole place into a mess. In the center, he transforms into a massive, disgusting dragon demon. "Today I'm sending every single one of you straight to hell." Spewing toxic gas, the beast lunges at the golden god. "That treasure belongs to me, I'll slaughter every last one of you." Seeing the beast go wild, the principal turns pale and starts frantically shoving the students back. Oh no, he's in his true form. Watch out for that black mist, everyone. Stay back. Don't let that bad energy mess with your heads. While everyone's panicking, the god just stands there looking cool as ice. He slowly raises a hand, mocking him. "You're just a bottom feeder. How dare you act big before a god?" Suddenly, a blinding light blasts outward, slamming into the demonic fog and pushing it all the way back. "Filth like you doesn't even deserve to look at this treasure, let alone touch it." Tucked behind the shield, Tobak breathes again. Can this gold barrier really hold off the evil energy of the 9 underworlds? He waves his crew over. Yen Yin Hanho. "Get over here right now." Not giving up the dragon serpent coils, charging a sphere of pure darkness. He's absolutely fuming at this point. "I'm getting that treasure. I don't care if I have to kill a god to do it." He fires a lethal black laser straight at the deity, warping space around it. Nothing is going to get in my way. But reality check? The god calmly raises 2 fingers, sparks a tiny light, and says one word, "stubborn." Instantly, he fires back a holy beam that deletes the darkness and drills right into the monster's thick skull. Nobody touches the treasure. King Kuyu's eyes go wide. Wait, what? Below the chaos, the squad is watching this like a 4D action movie. Yen Yen nudges Tobak. "What's the plan?" Hantram's already gripping his weapon. "Yota, that old creep is about to be turned into a stain. Should we jump in and finish him off?" Seeing his best friend about to do something stupid, Tobak grabs him and gives him a sharp look. "You want to be a target, Han? We need to guard the entrance. Stopping a sneak attack is the priority." As for the king, even with a massive hole in his chest, he's still twitching. His bloodshot eyes are pure rage. No matter what, that treasure is mine. He starts chanting a forbidden dark spell to consume the god's power. A massive pitch-black skull erupts from his body, surrounded by an aura that would make your skin crawl. Looking up from the ground, the boys are breaking a sweat. Ho squints. What the hell is that giant skull? Has this guy finally lost his mind? The massive skull unhinges its jaw, revealing a swirling black hole inside. It's like looking straight into the void. The principal is shaking, looking like he's seen a ghost. Qiu is actually using space-time energy to rip open a rift. Floating in midair, the king opens his arms and points directly at the swirling vortex of monsters. He screams his command, "My warriors, tear down this god's defense and bring me that treasure." Suddenly, thousands of black tentacles and a swarm of beasts pour out of the rift like a waterfall, charging the relic. Tobak's group watches the nightmare unfold in total shock. Tobak analyzes the chaos. He's summoning everything he's got. That jerk is actually sacrificing his own people just to break through the god's shield. Without wasting another second, Tobak reaches for his sleeve and plays his ace. "Get him, boys, little tyrant, little white, little red, little green, go." 4 beasts manifest in a blinding flash of divine energy. Little green? That's our Jade Dragon is flexing hard after hoovering up massive spirit resources. Her powers finally caught up to the crew. She lets out a roar. Little green rockets into the sky. She opens wide and blasts a bolt of blue lightning, frying the incoming swarm of monsters. They start dropping like flies in a bug zapper. Little red fans? The flames next, torching the beasts. Meanwhile, our turtle tank? Little Tyrant snaps his massive jaws, decapitating any minion foolish enough to get close. While the spirit beasts are wrecking shop, the Golden Guardian God raises his hand. He summons a massive, blinding sword of light and delivers judgment. Those who mock the gods will face the ultimate price. Watching from the shadows below that titanic blade, Subai and Old Han can only gulp in pure terror. "Is this god-tier power?" Subai stammers. "This is way scarier than Master Ni's legendary sword energy. It's on a whole different level." With a pointing finger of doom, the god's hand of light slams down, bringing enough pressure to crush your lungs. That divine blade carves through the sky, a killing blow aimed straight for the giant's skull. Talk about a headache. The 9. Nether King takes it right on the chin, letting out a blood-curdling scream that rattles the clouds. The blinding light shreds the terrain, triggering an explosion that flattens mountains and turns the city walls to dust. When it clears, the king is toast. He's a bloody mess on his knees, but his eyes are still locked on that divine shield. Greed's a hell of a drug. That shield belongs to me. Suddenly, the red energy dome starts glowing and cracking under the weight of the endless barrage of attacks. The guardian god spins around his usually chill face, suddenly twisting into a look of pure panic. This is bad. The battle's energy has triggered the seal on the divine treasure, and it's about to blow open. Seeing his one big chance, the 9 Nether King starts laughing like a total psycho. He's burning his life force, screaming through the flames. "Ha, even if it kills me, I am breaking into that divine vault tonight. Just watch me." The old principal flares up in golden flames, joining Subai as they charge forward like a bolt of lightning. We've got to stop him or everything's doomed. If that treasure opens for the king, we're all dead. Not on my watch, pal. Yan Ran watches Subai dive into certain death without even using a skill. She loses it, screaming her lungs out. Then boom! Subai's light slams into the king's darkness, creating a massive explosion that rips right through the night sky. Yan Ran's heart stops before she bolts toward the blast. Subai didn't even pop his armor before jumping that guy. He's crazy. Subai's down by the jagged rocks. Yan Ran falls to her knees beside him, her face pale. Subai's covered in blood shirt soaked red. Subai, talk to me. Nearby, the principal stares at the mangled corpse of the serpent dragon pinned to the cliff. He can't believe his eyes. The Nine Nether King. Subai actually took him out. The squad rushes over to help. Old Han's frantic while Yan Ran's sobbing and yelling. Subai, don't you dare die on me. Old Han shouts. Stay with us, kid. Fight it. Suddenly, the massive stone gates start glowing like molten lava. The principal gulps, breaking out in a cold sweat. Is the treasure really opening? High above the Guardian's form starts fading away. His voice booms down, sounding heavy and full of regret. The seal broke early. We're in deep trouble. Power is leaking everywhere, and a massive disaster is incoming. Right as things look hopeless, the dying Subai sees a system notification start flashing before his eyes. The ancient tree is resonating with the treasure. You can absorb this power to speed up your recovery. Yes or no, he's stunned. Wait, I can actually absorb the energy of the gods. No way. The light god turns and folds his hands, his ghost-like form giving one final warning. The seal's gone, and so am I. Chosen one, you have the gods' blessing now. The fate of humanity is in your hands. Don't blow it. The prophecy says this treasure is either a gift or a total nightmare. Wait for the call, he whispers before vanishing into the empty air. Yanran points and shouts, Look, the Guardian's gone. The seal is definitely broken. Subai stumbles up, pointing at himself. The Chosen One, is he talking about me? Yanran's eyes go wide as she sees something amazing happening. Yanran Subai is actually healing. I can feel the massive power surging through his veins right now. The principal's jaw nearly hits the floor. Before they can celebrate, streaks of creepy purple light scream through the air, slamming into the vault like a meteor shower. A bunch of ugly monster elders land on the scene looking for a fight and shouting orders. Where's our king? There's no way he's down. Forget him, grab that treasure before someone else does. Hell yeah, the divine treasure has to belong to the myriad tribes. Seeing those annoying flies coming back for more. Old Ho adjusted his glasses, pulled out a massive sword, and let out a legendary roar. Hey, Han Su-Bek is recovering. Now it is our turn to show these myriad bastards what is up. I'm going to fight you punks until my very last breath. While Old Ho was busy acting cool, Su-Bek suddenly sat up, his six-pack muscles looking perfect without a single scratch on his skin. Yen Yin stared at his ripped body, blushing as she stuttered, Su-Bek, are you really back to 100% already? Su-Bek wiped his mouth and stood up like it was nothing. Yeah, I am totally fine. She blushed, still disbelieving. Wait, for real? The old principal turned around and saw the kid who was just at death's door, now bouncing around with insane energy. His jaw literally hit the floor. How did you finish that fast? Su-Bek smirked, looking toward the fiery portal with total confidence. Yeah, it is true. I have fully absorbed the power of the divine treasure. And even better, I can feel the divine treasure in there calling out my name. Su-Bek jerked his chin toward that glowing fiery gate. I am going inside the divine treasure. Old Ho slapped his chest and waved him off. Do not worry me, and Old Han will handle everything out here. Su-Bek nodded to his team and gave orders. All right, lead everyone against the myriad tribes. You have to hold the line until I get back out. Standing right there, Yen Yin touched Su-Bek's rock-solid chest, her eyes shimmering with worry as she looked up and begged him. You just got better, and I am seriously worried about you. I am going in there with you without any hesitation at all. Su-Bek gave a quick nod. Seeing the two lovebirds heading off to grab the loot, Old Han swung his massive sword and screamed out. Old Su, you just go and do your thing. I'm going to chop off more heads than the total number of myriad monsters here. Behind them, Old Ho was blasting away with his cannons to cover them. That is right. Just leave this whole place to us. Feeling fired up, Su-Bek confidently turned back toward the gate. All right, guys, I am going to be back before you know it. He grabbed Yen Yin's hand and dove straight into the roaring flames. She whispered, Wait, why? Su-Bek looked around totally dazed, in a heartbeat. They both lost their balance and went into a free fall, through a swirling void of molten lava tumbling around like they were on an insane roller coaster. Back on the battlefield outside, Old Han sliced a monster clean in half while screaming over his shoulder to his buddy Old Ho. You stay here, I am going to help the principal out. Old Ho was busy spraying bullets and just yelled back, Got it. Elsewhere, the old principal was drenched in sweat, gasping for air as he raised his hand for one last desperate push. He forced a bitter smile. Do not worry, these old bones of mine can still hold out for a bit longer. But right above their heads, that massive myriad skull was still puking out waves of dark energy along with swarms of nasty crawling monsters. A creepy voice echoed down from the rift. The secret of the speed god is right down there. The myriad tribes will never be destroyed. Totally different from the chaos outside Subek, and Yen Yin were now strolling down a hallway that was completely plated in gold. Yen Yin stroked her chin and started analyzing. These runes look exactly like those ancient beast symbols the principal told us about. Subek frowned as he felt it. The further we go, the more I can feel some power calling out my name. No joke. The hallway opened into a massive space, and right there was a majestic tower reaching all the way to the clouds. Subek pointed. Check that out. Yen Yin gave a sharp nod. All right, then let's head inside. Stepping through the door, they both froze for 5 seconds in front of 4 massive, beautifully carved statues. Yen Yin gasped. Wait, are these the 4 sacred beasts? Subek rubbed his chin with a smug look. Man, they look exactly like those pets I tamed. Suddenly, the azure dragon and white tiger statues glowed bright emerald, their deep, booming voices vibrating through the air and shaking the whole room. Those not chosen by the gods shall not touch the primordial treasure. You must back away right now, or face death without mercy. As the warning ended, Subek's armor suddenly snapped on, radiating a brilliant and blinding aura of light. Yen Yin gasped in shock. Subek, oh my god, you are glowing too! He stared at his glowing spear and mumbled to himself. Is my sacred beast armor actually resonating with these giant statues? Seeing the signal the vermilion bird and black tortoise statues also lit up red and gold, speaking together to confirm it. The chosen one has arrived. Listen to the call of the divine treasure. Suddenly, a massive beam of holy light blasted out from the statues and slammed right into Subek's body. Feel the true power of the gods. The statue roared. Overwhelmed by the flood of energy, Subek spread his wings and screamed a warning. Stay back, Yen Yin! A massive force lifted Subek high into the air. His body arched as he screamed in the middle of that blinding light. Staring up from below, Yen Yin was drenched in cold sweat as she panicked. Subek? Are you okay up there? Close up on Subek's face, it is twisted in pure agony. His teeth are clenched, and veins are popping out over his rippling muscles like he is about to explode. This power, it feels like it is going to make my entire body explode. While our boy is busy getting his VIP upgrade, the battle outside is spiraling out of control. That old pink-faced hag is going berserk, sucking up demonic energy to buff herself. Meanwhile, Old Man Ho is hanging on for dear life, swinging through the air to dodge those brutal attacks. He's firing back, screaming his head off, watch out, old Han. But Han is too slow, and a blast of purple toxic sludge hits him dead in the face, sending him flying straight into a rock wall with a massive thud. Han clutches his face in agony as the poison starts eating his skin. He grinds his teeth, cursing. Damn it, the 1,000-tribe army is breaking through. Right at the glowing tunnel entrance, a massive cloud of purple fog starts rolling out, and it does not look good. Old Man Ho braces himself, sweating buckets. His divine treasure is acting up. Is this the end of the freaking world or what? When the fog hits, the 1,000-tribe beasts act like they just won the lottery. A giant black snake hisses at his goons to charge. Get in there. That divine treasure is going to be ours, boys. Below them, Han ignores the pain, swinging his blade and barking, Get back, you pathetic pieces of trash. But before those animals can take another step, a golden blast erupts from the tunnel like a nuclear bomb, sending the whole pack flying into the clouds before they drop back down like dead flies. Out of the smoke, Su Bai emerges looking like a total boss, in shiny god-tier armor, with 6 razor-sharp mechanical wings spread wide. Talk about a glow-up. He glares at the beasts, telling them to pipe down. Seeing their savior finally show up, the principal, who is running for his life, slams on the brakes. Old Ho cheers, look at that, it is Su Bai, baby. Su Bai touches down like a literal god. Han clutches his wounds and grins, glad you finally decided to join the party. The man himself just waves it off. Thanks for holding it down, guys, you did good. Leave the rest to me. I'm about to wipe these animals off the map. The tribe leaders are shook. One horned demon starts stuttering like a coward. He actually swiped the treasure? The Snake Witch is fuming, screaming, Damn it, we were so close to winning. She is not about to let this prize slip away. The Snake Witch goes ballistic, throwing a waterfall of purple poison across the battlefield. Kill every single one of these humans. Bring me back that divine treasure right now. Han sees the toxic cloud and yells, Su Bai, look out. Her poison is no joke, man. But the warning is pointless. Su Bai just flicks his wings and triggers the black tortoise shield in a heartbeat. A massive wall of golden light slams into place, tearing through the toxic mist and keeping the homies safe. Yen Yin sees her guy jumping back into the fray and screams out his name in worry. Su Bai just looks back and gives a cocky smirk. Relax and enjoy the show, Yen Yin. Just take care of the wounded. Behind them, Han is stunned as he watches the absolute unit in front of him. Su Bai is on a whole different level now. Beside him, Ho adjusts his glasses and looks dead serious. He absorbed the treasure. This pressure he is putting off? It is freaking terrifying. Su Bai does not waste time and launches into the air. The Snake Witch is losing her mind, screaming in total and utter desperation. This is impossible. How can a measly human like you have the power of a literal god? Knowing she's about to get wrecked, she curls up, pouring every ounce of energy into her defense. She builds a massive purple energy shield, but that dollar store armor is not going to stop what is coming for her next. The golden sword energy taps at once and shatters her purple shield into a million pieces. The witch takes the full hit, coughing up blood as her mask explodes. The big shot elder who was talking trash a second ago is now basically toast. The 1,000 tribe minions are floating there, souls leaving their bodies absolutely terrified by what they just saw. The elder got deleted in one hit. There's no miracle coming to save us today. The witch's body crumbles, turning into thousands of purple crystal shards before vanishing into thin air forever. Seeing that the monsters start running for their lives. Get out of here. This guy is too scary. One demon cries. This man, he is not even human anymore. As they try to ditch, Subai extends a hand glowing with golden flames, sounding like a reaper delivering a final judgment. You came all this way, so do not think anyone is escaping. He triggers his god-tier move, Phoenix Fire, and the entire sky lights up. Fire claws rain down on the retreating army like a deadly meteor shower. Once that holy fire touches their skin, it sticks like glue. Fire claws rain down on the retreating army like a deadly meteor shower. Once that holy fire touches their skin, it sticks like glue. The demons scream in pure agony, thrashing around in a sea of flames that they cannot extinguish. Watching the carnage from above, the principal starts to tear up. Old Man Principal is crying. Old Man Lafamme's beard is shaking from pure emotion. Finally, a worthy successor has arrived, and humanity is actually saved. Yen Nian gazes up at her man with shimmering eyes, wearing a smile that screams pure pride. To Bach, he really pulled it off. But deep in the shadows of the wreckage, a pitch-black soul fragment shaped like a skull, the Nine Nether King sneaks into a space rift to escape. He leaves a bone-chilling vow saying, "To Bach, we'll meet again soon." Meanwhile, things on the ground are getting just as wild. The monster tribes lost their footing and started trampling each other to escape, screaming in absolute chaos. Get out of here. The elders are toast. One unlucky demon trips and gets flattened by his own crew, screaming in a total rage. Ow. Which one of you idiots just stepped on me? Tabak dives down like a lightning bolt, waving his hand for a full-scale attack. Do not let a single one of them escape. Old Ho, Old Han launched the full-scale counteroffensive right this second. Down in the dirt, Old Ho and the boys are fired up. Roger that, if we were doing this, we were going big. Tabak erupts in a blinding light, summoning his perfect monster squad, Little Ba, Little Bach, Little Hong, and Little Than. He points straight at the battlefield with crazy energy, yelling, "Blow those losers to pieces for me." On command, Little Ba opens his massive maw and fires a giant energy blast, shredding the enemy lines and sending dirt flying everywhere. The white tiger, Little Bach, is not backing down, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Blue lightning shoots from his claws, shocking those demons and making them dance in place. Thunder rumbles as the dragon girl, Little Than, swirls her jade body, calling down bolts to fry anyone trying to tuck tail and run. In another corner of this fire, Phoenix Little Hong spreads her wings, roasting those monster scumbags in a massive sea of red flames. Screams echo across the land. Meanwhile, the old principal clears his throat with a cough, acting all tough as he barks orders at his officer. "Cough, cough, send my orders to every military unit in the city immediately. Launch a full offensive and wipe out those monsters." The second the order hits, our army's morale absolutely explodes. Yen Yin charges out in front of the troops, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Let us retake the base right now." The soldiers haul out their massive cannons and start blasting laser fire like there is no tomorrow. They're laughing like crazy, screaming it is payback time. "You monsters chased us for days, but now I am the one who's going to make you run for your lives." Shells explode right behind those cow monsters, making them run so fast they're leaving smoke. Our guys are trolling them hard like, "Hey, you were so tough a minute ago. Why are you running with your tails between your legs now?" The monsters are bleeding and crying, shouting, "Get out of here." The humans are fighting back. The whole area is covered in explosions and fire as the monsters panic and shove each other trying to get away. Get out of my way. The humans are about to surround us and crush us all to death. Shifting to the edge of Zhangzhou City. Tabak is sitting pretty on his giant white tiger alongside Old Han. Yen Yin and the crew stand on a cliff, looking down at the valley packed with fleeing monsters. Tabak tilts his head and gives his buddy a mocking grin. "Hey, Old Han, tell me something, is your skin tougher than those bull kings down there?" Old Han slaps his chest with a thud and laughs, gripping his sword, like a total aggressive madman. "Ha ha ha. Obviously, I'm the toughest guy around here. Just wait, I am going to mince those guys and serve up some steak for the boys tonight." Once the joking stops, Tabak's eyes turn blood red with pure hatred as he brings up their blood debt. "Listen up, everyone. These savages are the ones who slaughtered our people in Zhangzhou City. Do not let a single one of these monsters escape our reach. Kill every last one of them." A massive roar of agreement erupts. The human army dives from above like a divine force, raining artillery fire straight into the bull monster formation. The Bull Kings let out a pathetic scream of terror. Damn it, it is a total ambush. Taking heavy fire, the monster scum panics and huddles together, pulling out stone shields to form a pathetic turtle shell defense. One of the Demon Kings holds his head and screams, "Get into your defensive positions right now!" Seeing those idiots trying to play defense, a human soldier leaps off the cliff, swinging a flaming sword to smash their shields to bits. He laughs like a maniac, yelling, "Watch me crack all your skulls open right now!" Behind the shields, the Bull King's face is turning beet red as he orders his minions to fill the gaps and hold the line. Watching from a distance, Tabak rubs his chin and nudges the White Tiger, saying that defense is actually pretty solid. Little Bok, go out there and teach them a real lesson. On command. Little Bok lets out a world-shaking roar and charges into the center, crushing those stone shields. Tabak sits on his back, clapping and laughing with pure joy. Let's see how you handle the heat, right in the middle of your formation. Tabak strikes with a lethal bolt of blue lightning, completely wiping out the confused monsters. Dirt and rocks fly everywhere as their strongest defense is blown into a million pieces. The shield just shattered, and the Demon Kings are tasting pure despair. Every one of them is pale and sobbing. Damn it, why are all the heavy hitters dropping dead like flies right now? Realizing it is game over, the lead beast panics and screams for everyone to scatter, every man for himself. As those monsters scrambled to escape, human heroes came crashing down from the cliffs to block the path. One warrior swung his blade, shouting, "Listen up. Do not let a single one of these things get away." Inside the war room at the Great World Defense Base, top commanders gathered around a glowing 3D map. Their faces were burning with intensity as one officer slammed the table and made a bold declaration. "Gentlemen, the enemy tribes are falling apart. It is finally time for our revenge." At the head of the table, General Hu processed constant reports. "The Hythan forces are begging to counterattack, sir." Seeing this, another officer jumped in to push the agenda. "General, the Harbin government is also demanding an immediate counteroffensive right now." "We need your orders, sir." The air grew heavy as a scarred veteran slammed his fist down his eyes, burning with pure murderous intent. "General Hu, let me lead the troops at Shanghai Pass to strike from within. We will form a pincer movement to squeeze the enemy tribes and crush them all with one single devastating blow." Hearing that strategy to choke them out from the inside sounded incredibly solid. The general wearing glasses nodded, stroking his chin with approval. "Old Lin, your plan is brilliant. Let us do it." Immediately, the order for a full-scale assault echoed out like thunder. "Send out my orders. Every unit deep in the mainland is to launch a massive full-scale attack. Meanwhile, the Shanghai Pass forces will seize key positions and surround the enemy." Every officer responded in unison with a loud, "Yes, sir!" At Shanghai Pass, our final great defensive wall, tens of thousands of human warriors stood ready for battle with bloodlust in their eyes. High above, General Lin commanded his army with fiery intensity, his eyes filled with pure hatred as he shouted out, "Years ago, this land was defiled by those tribes. Our brothers were brutally slaughtered on this very soil, this sacred ground. But today, humanity has finally wiped out the Juyu King." General Lin screamed in absolute rage, sweat dripping down his face. "I want to wipe every single one of those monsters off the face of the earth. Are you with me?" Thousands of warriors raised their blades. They roared until their throats were raw, a sound that shook the very earth. "Never. We will never forgive them." One muscular soldier screamed, "A debt of blood must be paid in blood? Kill them all." Our army's morale hit its absolute peak. General Lin gave the signal for the full assault, his powerful voice cutting through the air. "Good. The time for payback is now." The Shanghai Pass troops marched straight into the heartland, carrying the hopes and dreams of millions of people. Once the order dropped, the human army surged from the walls like a hurricane. Screams of war echoed across the battlefield. Kill them all. The squad featured stunning female warriors and even winged handsome guys. It was a crew of literal supermodels diving headfirst into the monster horde. Over on the enemy side, a Phoenix tribe girl was freaking out while talking to the Goblin Elder. "Lin Jenin is trying to wipe out every single one of our tribes in his territory. If he goes this hard, we will never break through their lines. What should we do?" "I say we bolt. Let us get out of here and leave the small fry behind. We need to save ourselves and dodge this blow." Seeing this, the Buffalo Beast started screaming in confusion. "Hey, why are the big bosses from the Phoenix tribe tucking tail and running?" The Goblin Witch snapped, "Forget about those cowards running away from the humans. All we have to do is make it past Shanghai Pass." Right then, human warriors ambushing from the cliffs screamed out, "The time is now! Fire the magic cannons right now! Fire!" The massive red laser beams rained down like a meteor shower, slamming into the enemy formation and blowing everything to sky-high pieces. General Lin led the charge, tearing through the enemy like a hurricane with a terrifying, bloodthirsty look on his face. "It is time for payback. Kill every last one of them warriors. Do not let anyone live." Human soldiers came crashing down from above like a tidal wave of death. An eye for an eye? They were brutal, but we were going to be even more savage. Wipe them out. Seeing the smaller monsters flee, the witch roared orders at the giant bears. "Giant Bear Clan. Follow me and clear a path A massive hulking brown bear lunged forward to cause chaos, but a warrior intercepted it and let out a deafening shout. "Let's go!" Seeing the struggle, General Lin swung his fist. These pathetic creatures are still trying to put up a fight. General Lin launched into the air, delivering a 1,000-pound punch that tore right through the giant bear's stomach. He roared with absolute fury. "Die!" After crushing the massive beast, Lin stood proudly on its corpse and shouted, "Warriors, move forward and kill!" While the ground war was pure chaos, the Phoenix Witch and the surviving troops took flight, heading straight for the horizon. One of the confused minions asked Elder, "Where exactly are we heading right now?" The witch replied coldly, "Straight to the human city." She gritted her teeth, realizing the human forces at Shanghai Pass were just too thick to break through. Better back up and dodge that hit. Then that old hag licks her lips with a creepy grin. Plus our tribe's holy girl is still stuck in the hands of that punk Tabak. Mid-flight, she totally jumps after spotting a bright gold glow and a massive noisy brawl happening way down on the mountain. She points totally shocked, "Elder, look." There is a huge fight going on ahead. Then her eyes flash gold and she grins. It is her, our tribe's holy girl is right there. But that smile vanished instantly. The witch frowns confused. Wait, why is our girl fighting for the humans? Then she starts overthinking. She must be under that punk Tabak's control. There is no other explanation. A henchman standing nearby clears his throat and whispers, "Grand Elder, should we charge in and rescue the holy girl right now?" The hag shakes her head, looking terrified. "No way! That Tobak kid just used god-level power. Charging in now would be a total suicide mission for us." She decides the plan: we hide and wait for the right moment. While the witch was creeping around, Tabak's little phoenix, Xiao Hong, suddenly caught the scent of her own kind nearby. Old Han spots it and yells, pointing at the sky. "To look, what is that?" Xiao Hong spreads her wings and glides proudly, giving a sharp report. "Master, my tribe is probably here to kidnap me back." Tabak, riding on Xiaobai, squints and mocks them. "Your Phoenix tribe buddies, huh? They want to fight." Tabak barks an order to Xiao Hong. "Xiao Hong, you keep smashing those guys below. I will handle those red pests in the sky myself." He swings his golden flaming spear and rockets into the sky, charging straight at those hidden phoenixes. Seeing him coming like a vengeful god, the cowardly birds freak out and start screaming at the top of their lungs. "He spotted us, he is coming right for us!" Without hesitating for even a second, they all turn into streaks of light and bolt out of there screaming as they run. Fall back and hide for now. We will wait to get our revenge later. Seeing things go south, the Bull Demon King explodes with purple energy and roars to hype up his crew. "Savage Bull Tribe, go berserk! Let us fight these punks to the death right now." He lunges forward, swinging a massive stone axe to split Old Han in two, cursing bitterly, "You dirty humans actually dared to ambush us!" Meanwhile, Tubak looks back at the battlefield, only to see those phoenixes have already vanished into thin air. He mutters a curse, "Damn, these savage bulls are annoying, and those phoenix demons sure can run fast." Turning back, he sees his best friend is totally surrounded. Tubak, riding the white tiger, swings his glowing blue sword and charges like lightning, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Old Han, I got your back." The holy sword carves a beautiful blue arc through the air, clashing with the Bull King's axe and triggering a massive earth-shaking explosion. The Bull Demon King is hit so hard his axe cracks. He stands there, jaw dropped in total disbelief. No way. What kind of crazy weapon is this? How can it possibly be this powerful? Before the bull could even blink, Tabak and his tiger leap high into the air. Delivering a fatal blow from above, he cold-heartedly declares, "Say your prayers because you are done." The Bull King lets out one final scream as the sharp blue blade slices his neck, taking his head off in an instant while blood sprays everywhere. Old Han waves his weapon and screams like a madman, "Die!" The white tiger lands majestically, letting out a terrifying roar to show off its power. The bull henchmen stare at their leader's headless body on the ground. Every single one of them turns pale and freezes up for several seconds. One henchman stammers, Our leader was killed." Suddenly, the whole crowd drops their weapons and hits the ground, bowing down and begging for their lives. They cry and beg, "Spare us, we surrender." A bit later, Old Hu walks over to Tobak and winks toward the group of prisoners. "Tobak, the rest of these savage bulls have been cleared out. Should we escort these prisoners back to Jiangzhou City?" Tabak orders Xiao Hong to keep watch from the sky, and then firmly says, "Clean up the mess, and let's head back to Jiangzhou City immediately. Those Phoenix tribe creeps might come back any second. We cannot afford to hang around here much longer." While riding on Xiaobai, the little Phoenix girl, Xiao Hong explains in a tiny voice, "Master, those people were the elders for my tribe. They're definitely going back to tell my mom everything. They want to take me back." Tabak pats her head to calm her down. "Do not worry, Xiao Hong." He grins with total confidence, his eyes glowing with warmth. "No matter how many enemies show up, I will protect you. You are my spirit beast now, and I look out for my own." Xiao Hong is moved to tears and whispers, "Yes, master." Over at the Jiangzhou City Command Center, the old principal sighs with relief while checking the map. Finally, humanity has caught a lucky break. Suddenly, an officer rushes in with terrible news. Principal, we have an emergency from Shanghai Pass. While General Lin Jenin was surrounding the enemy remnants, he was ambushed by a hidden diamond-level powerhouse. Our casualties are absolutely devastating right now. The principal jumps, slamming his desk as he stands up, his face turning pale as a ghost. What a diamond-level powerhouse. He did not hesitate to give the order. Tell Dabak to grab his team and reinforce Sun High Gate immediately. Roger that. Word hit the front lines. Yen Yen caught the signal and swung her Firebird around, racing toward Tobak. She screamed his name. Tobak looked back from his white tiger. What is it? Yen Yen landed, her face pale as a ghost from sheer panic. Sun High Gate is in trouble. My dad was ambushed by a diamond-tier powerhouse. The principal wants you to move out right now. Tobak froze for a second. Wait, what? No time to waste. He immediately barked out orders to the entire army. Han Ho, you guys get back to Zhengchao City. Me and Yen Yen are hitting the gate solo. They both yelled to follow. I am coming with you. More boots on the ground means more power to win this thing. Tobak shut them down. Negative, Zhengchao needs protection. Stay here and back up the principal. That is an order. He grabbed Yen Yen's waist and pulled her onto the tiger. The gate only needs the two of us, he announced with total confidence. He slapped the white tiger's flank. Go Snowball full throttle. He leaned into her ear. We have to arrive before General Lam falls. Meanwhile, back at the Sun High Gate battlefield, General Lam was down on one knee, covered in blood and gasping for air. Damn you, 9 nether scum! He could not believe they hit a force this massive. Standing over him was a giant lion-headed monster, the Black Land King, wearing a smug grin. Listen, human general, your little resistance act was actually pretty impressive, I will give you that. But against a king, it is totally useless. Even though they were beat, the soldiers still rushed forward to shield their commander, screaming in desperation. Our general will fight this monster until his very last breath. The Black Land King rolled his eyes, his gaze glowing purple with pure, unfiltered disgust. Pathetic. He swung a claw, and an invisible wall of pressure slammed down, pinning the soldiers to the dirt. They groaned in agony. The pressure was insane. The beast let out a massive roar, slashing through the air with razor-sharp claws as he lunged for General Lam. The general grit his teeth, blocking with his spear, but that purple energy still shredded his skin, sending blood spraying everywhere. The king dropped from the sky, his hand glowing with a lethal purple light as he let out a killer roar. Time to end this, old man. Below, the soldiers could only watch in terror. General, no. Just as those claws were about to crush the general's skull, a massive greatsword glowing with blue light slammed down to block the hit. A furious voice boomed. You filthy beast! Get away from him! Shoved back by the raw power, the Black Land King's eyes went wide. Wait, what? He stared in shock at the young guy sitting on a tiger, crackling with blue lightning, staring right back at him. The king could not hide his confusion. This kid had god-tier power. No way. How could a little brat be a god-tier warrior? Seeing the chaos pause, Yen Yen rushed to her father's side. Dad, are you okay? Answer me. Tobak stayed in a fighting stance, looking cool as hell. Yen Yen, get Uncle Lam out of here. I have got this. General Lam coughed, his shirt soaked in red, but he still tried to warn him. I am fine, kid. But watch out, this king is an elite force, not some basic diamond-tier scrub. Tobak, you have to be careful, seriously. Smirking, Tobak flicked his wrist, summoning a massive, flaming demon phoenix that towered over the battlefield behind him. Think he is strong? Let us see if he can handle this. No more waiting. Tobak attacked. Little Red blasted a wave of fire that sent the king scrambling in a panic. Is that the demon phoenix's flame? Little White roared, not wanting to be left out. Tobak just laughed at the monster internally. I do not care how tough you think you are. You are still just an animal. Tobak dived from the sky, his spear glowing with blinding energy. Eat this! The lion below was paralyzed with fear. No way! Pure power exploded as a massive blue dragon spiraled out from the tip of his spear. Tobak yelled. Azure Dragon's roar. The king tried to block, but it was hopeless. He screamed, this is impossible. No. The strike hit the ground like a nuke, creating a flash and blue lightning that tore the whole battlefield apart. Through the thick smoke, the Black Land King was a mess, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. He spat out a curse. How could some human kid have this much power? Tobak stood firm, his dragon spear glowing with energy. Tobak looked at him coldly. Enough talk. Today is the day you die. Consider this your invitation to your funeral. Suddenly a shout echoed from the distance. King, we are here to back you up! 2 massive purple beams pierced the sky. The king's face lit up. He threw his arms wide and laughed. Didn't expect that, did you, brat? Out of the light steps a scorpion lady and a massive mammoth dude. The Black Lion King starts talking trash immediately. Out of all the world's elites, I'm not alone. Today is officially your funeral. Staring down 3 giant freaks. Subai just rubs his chin like he's window shopping. These guys aren't half bad. Who knew the monster tribes were hiding this much talent? That mammoth guy, the Mountain Elephant King, swings his trunk and growls in a deep, scary voice. Human brat. You really think you can stop our master plan? The Scorpion Queen wiggles her creepy body and tells her buddies to hurry the heck up. Stop wasting time and end this now. Remember, we actually have real work to get done today. But Subai doesn't even flinch. He just grins like he won the lottery. Talk about perfect timing. I'm going to use you 3 animals to test my new god-level powers. Little Red, go handle the small fry. Leave these 3 losers to me. The Phoenix girl chirps back obediently. Yes, master. Seeing Subai acting so cocky. The Elephant King loses it. His eyes go white with rage. You're fighting us and you're still splitting your team up. Purely ticked off, the elephant swings a leg as thick as a pillar and stomps down from above. He screams D. Subai just spins his glowing green spear, looking totally relaxed and making a smug face. You're thinking way too highly of yourself, big guy. You're about to hit a brick wall. A sky-ripping blade beam slashes through the air, hitting the elephant's massive attack and causing a huge explosion. Blood sprays everywhere as his trunk gets sliced open. He stumbles back, screaming in pain. But Subai steps out of the smoke with a spear over his shoulder, wearing a punchable winning grin. Haha, why would I need to use my full power just to handle 3 losers like you? But being cocky almost costs him. From the distance, Yanran screams her head off. Subai, watch your back. Taking advantage of his distraction, the poisoned scorpion tail strikes with insane speed, looking like a drill of death. The stinger hits, but a glowing golden shield snaps into place right behind Subai. It stops the deadly needle cold, making the scorpion lady turn pale and mumble. Is that the sacred beast armor? Subai glares back and mocks her. A sneak attack, and you call yourself an elite warrior, ignoring the sarcasm. The Scorpion Queen snarls back her own logic. History is written by the winner's kid. The strong are the only ones who get to win. Right then, Yanran powers up her fire and charges in, yelling, Subai, I am here to help. Subai has to swing his spear to push her back, telling her it's too dangerous here. The Scorpion Queen smirks, eyeing Yanran with a nasty look, and starts teasing him. You seem to care a lot about this little girl, don't you? Before he can move, she fires a purple beam of energy straight at Yanran. Subai panics and screams out her name, Yanran. Look out. But luckily, a glowing golden shield appears just in time to block the shot. The pressure still makes Yanran struggle and wince. Seeing his girl under attack, Subai goes absolutely berserk. His eyes turn bloodshot as he swings his spear with insane force, growling every word with killing intent. How dare you try to hurt my woman? I'm going to kill you. His rage explodes as a massive blue dragon made of pure destruction roars out from the tip of his spear. Subai roars, activating his ultimate move, 9 Heavens Dragon Roar. Sensing a lethal threat, the 3 monsters quickly bunch up, dumping all their dark purple energy into a shield to try and survive. The lion grits his teeth and yells, let's crush this human ant together. The Scorpion Lady shouts her agreement. Their combined dark energy slams into the blue dragon, causing an earth-shattering explosion that shakes the whole world. Massive lightning bolts rip through the gloomy gray sky in every direction. The blowback from the blast is so intense it knocks Subai back. A thin line of blood leaks from his mouth. His eyes show total stress as he realizes his massive attack is actually being pushed back. Suddenly, a blinding light explodes, swallowing the entire area in its path with massive destructive force. When the dust finally settles, Subai's golden armored boots are still standing totally firm on the ruins. From inside the smoke, you can hear the monsters terrified whispering. I can't believe this human kid is this strong. All 3 diamond-level elites look totally wrecked, kneeling on the ground and gasping for air. The Elephant King admits it through heavy breaths. No wonder even Master Ju Yu lost to this guy. The Scorpion Queen clutches her chest and makes the call. The main mission is more important. We need to fall back now. Making a run for it, 3 purple streaks zoom into the sky as they scream for a retreat. Seeing the enemy leaders flee, human morale hits the roof. Everyone grabs their weapons and charges, screaming, push forward and wipe out the rest of them. Get them! As soon as they leave, Subai's energy hits 0. His golden armor vanishes and he just collapses backward. The firebird in the sky screams out. Master Yanran rushes over to catch him, her face turning pale with worry. Tabak, what's wrong? Holding his limp body in her arms. Yen Yen was freaking out, asking, are you hurt? Opening his heavy eyes, he whispered, I'm not hurt. It's just the backlash from that crazy god treasury power. Yen Yen totally lost it. She turned around and screamed to the back. Medics, get over here now. Emergency. Meanwhile, in a dark, hidden bunker, 3 monster lords who just fled were creeping toward a floating purple energy orb. They muttered, this has to be the place. Following Lord Ju Yu's instructions, we couldn't possibly be in the wrong spot. Suddenly, a ghostly spirit shaped like a beast's skull emerged from the orb, its creepy voice echoing through the chamber. You 3 are way too late, the spirit hissed. The Black Lion King bowed his head, looking totally frustrated. Lord Zhou Yu, the Tubok kid, is seriously too strong. The spirit noted he held the god treasury power without full control yet. The Scorpion King asked urgently, Lord Zhou Yu, what is our next move for this plan? Zhou Yu ordered, find these 3 items, and I can rebuild my immortal body. The 3 monsters asked what 3 items. They whispered to each other, the monster tribes have all retreated. It is just us three now. Before they could even finish, Ju Yu started screaming at them, calling the three of them totally useless, brainless idiots. Just then, a woman's confident voice drifted in from the door saying, I can help you guys. The lion and scorpion jumped, totally alert. Stepping out from the shadows was a gorgeous woman in a tight red dress that showed off her killer body. The monsters gasped. Elder of the Fire Phoenix tribe. Are you stalking us? Ignoring their shock, she made her move. She waved her hand casually and gave her terms. I'll give you a hand, but I have one major condition. You guys have to help me capture our tribe's saintess. Lord Ju Yu's spirit agreed, fine, it's a deal. Back at the Human Command Center, the vibe was hyped, and everyone felt totally victorious. On the big screens, generals reported that Huan Sun and Ung Kwok promised total support. The massive northeast counterattack against the monsters had finally begun. Russian forces were also closing in from the north. The commander in the white coat smiled. Thanks for the backup, everyone. He adjusted his glasses with a sharp, totally confident look. Relay my orders. Every unit nationwide needs to take the lead and launch a massive offensive right now. Wipe out every single monster remnant, his squad shouted back. Yes, sir. After giving the order, he turned to his assistant and asked for an update on the Mountain Pass situation. She reported that most retreating monsters were killed, but Tu Bok and General Lam were both injured. The commander's face dropped the second he heard the news. What is it serious? The assistant rushed to calm him down, saying it wasn't life-threatening. But since Tu Bok tapped into the God Treasury, he's suffering from divine power backlash. He still hasn't woken up yet. The commander stroked his chin, looking worried. That God Treasury is some serious unknown power, he analyzed. He barked a fresh order, get the best medical team ready. I want them both safe and sound, understood. Yes, sir, Days. Later in the ICU, Yen Yen was watching over Tu Bok while General Lam sat in the next bed covered in bandages. General Lam asked Yen Yen how's Tu Bok. She replied softly, the doctors say he will live. His body just took a massive hit from all that God-level power, so he is still out cold. Suddenly, the hospital room door slammed wide open. Old Ho and Old Han came charging in, looking totally panicked. Is Tu Bok awake yet? Ho leaned over the bed, asking, is he still out cold? General Lam, how are those wounds of yours? The general gave a relieved smile and said, I am doing fine. Ha patted everyone's backs. Don't worry, he absorbed God-level power. The kid is going to be just fine. Old Han nodded along. For real, Tu Bok has survived way worse than this. He's a total tank. With everyone gathered, General Lam's expression suddenly turned very serious, like he had a major announcement. Since everyone is here, Yen Yen, I think there is something we need to do. She looked confused. Like what? The general dropped a bombshell. When Tu Bok wakes up, I want you two to officially become a couple. Yen Yen's face turned beet red. She was totally embarrassed as her dad added, we are going to throw you two a huge wedding. Behind them, Han and Ho were losing it. Best idea ever. The two best friends were already celebrating. We are going to make sure you and Tu Bok have the most epic wedding ever. Totally, every student from the martial arts university is invited. Yen Yen hid her face, whining, Dad, stop, you're embarrassing me. Even though she was shy, she kept stealing loving glances at the guy lying on the hospital bed. Listen, Dad, I haven't actually asked Tu Bok about this yet. I don't know if he's even game. Right then, Tu Bok's eyes snapped open with a warm smirk. Count me in, he said. Yen Yen's eyes went wide with joy, as Tu Bok sat up shirtless, looking like a total stud. You're awake. How are you feeling? She chirped. He didn't answer, just stared until her face went red. She covered her cheeks, totally blushing. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you staring like that? Tu Bok teased, just admiring my future wife. His two best friends behind them burst out laughing at that. Lao Ho doubled over laughing. Man, this guy's sharp. Mention a wedding and his sickness just vanishes. Lao Han threw an arm around him. Just wait until you're healed. This wedding is going to be epic and totally legendary. The hospital room was pure vibes. General Lam gave his future son-in-law a kind, proud smile. Tu Bok, take care of my girl. He gripped her hand tight and looked at the general. Don't worry, Uncle Lam. I swear by the powers of the Sacred Vault, I'll never let Yen Yen get hurt. Not even a scratch. Lao Han's voice echoed from the hall. I'm calling every student at the Martial Arts University right now. Everyone is going to see Zhangzhou's top talent finally tie the knot. Outside, the turtle snake and fat cat heard the laughter and celebrated. They munched on their snacks, waving happily. Why the hidden cave? The smoking hot great elder of the demon phoenixes strutted out looking absolutely dangerous. She tossed her fiery red hair back. I'll handle my people first. You guys just get ready and follow me. As she vanished, Scorpion King rolled his eyes at the Lion King, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Old hag's gone. Once she was out of sight, the Scorpion started complaining to the glowing energy mass. Lord Ju, you those phoenixes have been flip-flopping since the war started. Do we really have to obey her? Ju Yu's skull flickered with an eerie fire as he growled at his mindless goons. You idiots don't understand. That vermilion bird feather is a primal power source stuck inside that little saintess's body. With that, I can finally rebuild my physical form. Realizing the stakes, the three kings bowed low. Yu barked the order. Follow the Phoenix Elder and bring me that girl. Yes, sir, they shouted. Cut to a sky full of fireworks and red balloons. The outdoor venue looks insane. Guests are losing their minds over it. Seriously spectacular. This wedding is definitely going down in Zhangzhou University history. On stage, the chunky old principal cleared his throat into the mic. All right, settle down, everyone. Welcome, everyone. The wedding of Tubok and Yan Nian is about to begin. Tubok stood there looking sharp in his suit, grinning like a fool. Please let's welcome the bride. Confetti rained down as Yan Nian walked the red carpet in white arm in arm with General Lam. Little Red followed behind with the flowers looking totally precious. Lao Ho clapped like crazy while Lao Han cheered at the top of his lungs. Ha ha, once this is over, we're drinking until we can't see straight. They reached the stage and a teary General Lam handed her over. Tubok, she's yours now. Take care of my daughter. Whether you're fighting monsters or living in peace, you've got to protect her. Tubok held her hand, looked into her eyes, and gave his father-in-law a nod. Don't worry, uncle. I'll protect her forever. Suddenly, 3 massive energy beams tore through the sky and slammed into the ground nearby. Sensing the bloodlust, Tubok's pets growled, showing their teeth. He frowned, totally confused. What's going on? Yan Yin's face paled. Something's wrong. I feel danger. Anger started to boil. Tubok clenched his fists and roared. What the hell? Are the monsters back for more? How dare they crash my wedding? Down below, Little Red whispered in a panic. Master. She was shaking, covering her ears. Something's calling me. It feels like that Phoenix Elder, and it's close. From a massive cloud of smoke, they looked down at the party. 4 monster powerhouses watched with arrogance. The Elder just smirked. Looks like we are just in time. Today is the big day. Tubok's wedding day. She hatched a sinister plot. With this massive crowd, Tubok is distracted trying to protect Lam Yan Nian. This is the absolute best time for us to strike and rescue our tribe's holy saintess once and for all. The Lion King lets out a savage laugh. Ha ha ha, exactly. His hidden god powers haven't even fully recovered yet. We will ambush him, steal the treasure, and end his life. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Scorpion King wiggles his venomous tail with a totally twisted grin. I'm going to set up a soul-eating poison formation to cover this entire wedding hall. We will mess with everyone's minds shut down. Tubok's powers grab the treasure and kidnap the saintess. Success is guaranteed this time around. The Elephant King cracks his knuckles, dripping with murderous intent. Perfect. I will smash their outer defenses and turn this wedding upside down before they can even call for backup. Let's move. He closes his eyes to feel the energy waves. Tubok calmly announces, I can feel the enemy approaching right now. It is the Demon Phoenix clan and other monster tribes. Their target is definitely Little Hong. Activate the emergency protocols immediately. He firmly takes command of the entire room, locking down every single exit of the Zhangzhou Martial Arts University wedding hall right now. Get ready to fight and keep the guests safe. We won't let these monster scumbags cause any more chaos. Seeing her father about to charge Yan Yan grabs his arm. Dad, your wounds haven't even healed yet. General Lam brushes her off with a determined look. No way, Yan Yan. Even injured, I'm still a high-level warrior. I won't hide like a coward behind my soldiers and students. On the other side, Old Ho grabs his giant sword and rushes out. Old Han is right on his heels. Old Ho shouts, I'm taking a squad to guard the east gate. If any beast tries to enter, slice them down. No mercy. Wang Duong, follow me. We need to set up a defensive line. Back on stage. Tubok rips off his groom's vest and hands it to Yan Yan. Little Hong, stay right by her side. You two better not get hurt. Little Hong obediently replies, I understand, master. Yan Yan watches him with worried eyes. Tubok, be careful. They really did their homework this time around. Tubok shouts to summon his pet squad. Little 8. Little White, Little Green, follow me to the front gate. The spirit beasts reply through their mental link and transform into bright streaks of light, zooming after their master. As everyone panics, the Scorpion Queen drops from the sky right into the middle of the wedding decorations, laughing like a maniac. Haha, this atmosphere is so lively, isn't it? Her entire body glows with a deep purple light as she gathers poison gas. Time to give you all a little present. This is a special poison I have spent many years refining just for today. She opens her mouth and a thick cloud of purple poison fog pours out like a waterfall onto the hall below. Enjoy this, you pathetic little ants. The toxic mist spreads instantly, choking the guests until they collapse onto the ground, desperately clutching their chests. Someone covers their nose and panics. Everyone watch out. It's a poison mist. A guy in a black suit chokes on the gas and curses under his breath in pure despair. Damn it, these dirty monster tribes are using cheap poison tricks again? Tubok rushes toward the source of the toxic mist, but the enemy is nowhere to be found. He crouches down to check the body of a security guard on the floor. Is there really no one here? I definitely felt an aura coming from this direction. This guard has been dead for quite a while now, actually. The trap has officially been sprung. In the middle of the thick mist, Tubok suddenly realizes the enemy's wicked plan. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he screams, "This is bad news. It is just a massive distraction." In another corner of the room, the massive Elephant King delivers an earth-shattering blow to the floor, smashing everything to bits. Tables fly everywhere as the crowd screams in panic. Ah, an unlucky student gets launched into the air cursing those damn monster beasts, despite her heavy wedding dress getting in the way. The bride Yen Nian charges forward like a total goddess of war, shouting orders to protect the guests and block the attackers. She glances back at little Hong, who is waddling along behind her. Be careful out there. Suddenly, the Black Lion King emerges from the toxic fog, blocking Yen Nian's way. He flashes his claws with a threatening growl. This wedding is about to become your funeral. Yen Yin gasps in shock, but the lion doesn't say a word, immediately launching a brutal strike from above. Tabak quickly summons his glowing gold shield, gritting his teeth while holding back thousands of pounds of pressure. Seeing his wife getting bullied on their wedding day, Tabak's golden power completely explodes. He flies through the air like a rocket roaring with pure rage. How dare you touch my wife? You're dead meat, caught off guard. The Black Lion King stumbles back, shouting, I'm going to take your life first, you absolute loser. From a distance, little Hong waddles as fast as she can to back up her master. Master, I'm coming to help. But before she could reach safety, a sharp, bony hand snatched her out of thin air, grabbing little Hong by the wrist. The Demon Phoenix. Great Elder appeared, gripping the girl tight as she sneered, Is our little rebel saintess quite finished yet? Get back here and stop letting that Tuobai guy brainwash you. Little Hong trembled, her eyes welling up with tears. Elder. The girl found her spine, ripped her hand away, and snapped back. I am not going. I belong with my master. The Elder glared and roared enough nonsense. Her face twisted in a blind rage as she screamed, You are the saintess of the Demon Phoenix clan. How could you be a pet for some puny human? Little Hong stood her ground for Tuobai. Master is good to me. I'm staying right here? Hearing that she hissed, insolent brat, and stopped trying to talk any sense into her. The Elder snatched little Hong up like a chicken and tucked her under one arm, growling, You stubborn idiot. Let us see how you like your punishment back home. The girl struggled, sobbing. I won't go. Seeing his pet literally kidnapped in broad daylight, Tuobai snapped his eyes, turning a bloodshot red with fury. He let out a bone-chilling scream, Let her go. You're not taking little Hong anywhere. While Tuobai was distracted by little Hong, the Black-Scale Lion King lunged from above, smirking, Got you. There is the opening I needed. From behind him, Yanran cried out in a panic, Watch out! As the lion roared, Die. Yanran threw herself forward, shoving Tuobai aside and taking the lethal blow right to her bare back, still in her wedding dress. Tuobai screamed her name as the impact sent them both flying. He pulled Yanran into his chest, using his own body as a shield while they tumbled through the poisonous mist. They hit the dirt, and Tuobai frantically checked her wounds. Yanran, talk to me. Are you okay? To his shock, the bride gave him a sly wink. I am fine. Go save little Hong. Tuobai's eyes went wide, floored by his wife's Oscar-worthy performance to trick the enemy. He exhaled his relief instantly, turning into a cold, murderous focus. Nearby, the Elephant King turned into a giant and stomped his foot down, bragging that when it comes to muscle, he is the undisputed champ. Over here, the Great Elder wrapped herself in blazing red flames, dragging little Hong into the sky while scolding her. Once we are home, the chief will teach you some manners. The little phoenix wept, reaching her tiny hands toward the ground. Master, master, please save me. Seeing the elder get what she wanted, the Nether Scorpion King cheered. We have the brat. Time to move out. Let us go. She played the hero, telling the others to head out while she covered the rear. But she had a secret plan. A greedy, twisted smile warped her entire face. The scorpion whispered to herself, Without that divine power, this Tuobai kid is not even that big of a deal. Once I poison him, I will take all the credit for myself. But she clearly did not check the forecast. Down on the ground, Tuobai's golden energy suddenly exploded like a massive volcano blowing its top. His eyes glowed as he roared like an angry god. How dare you! Pure hatred burned in his soul as he hissed every icy word. You absolute trash crashed my wedding, attacked my guests, kidnapped my pet, and you actually had the nerve to hurt my sweet, innocent Yanran. Feeling that insane killing intent and a power that was totally on another level? The scorpion started sweating bullets, her pupils shrinking in pure terror. No way, this is not right at all. Ignoring her completely, Tuobai swung his spear, launching a massive pillar of golden energy that shredded the poison mist and shot into the sky. The devastating strike hit the Nether Scorpion King square in the chest, piercing right through her. Tuobai screamed in a blind rage, I will make you pay 100 times over. Seeing his partner get skewered in midair, the Lion King panicked and yelled, Scorpion. But the Elephant King stopped him being the voice of reason. Forget her, the mission comes first. You cannot save her, even with a pierced heart. The scorpion used her last bit of strength to cough up blood and scream, Damn it if I'm going down. I am dragging you to hell with me. She swung her venomous tail at Tuobai in a final desperate suicide attack. But Tuobai just reached out and caught the sharp poison tip with his bare hand. He gritted his teeth, flashing a lethal, menacing smile. You want to kill me? With what exactly? Gripping that wicked tail. Tuobai did not say a single word as he unleashed a golden wave of energy so powerful it literally ripped through space itself. With one lethal strike, the Nether Scorpion King was sliced in half and sent falling. In midair, she coughed up blood, screaming in denial. Master Jiu Yu, this is not fair. Tuobai landed like a god with his spear, coldly declaring, "This is what happens when you touch my people." 1 down, 2 to go. Tuobai looked back at his crew and yelled, "Principal Old Han, I am leaving this mess to you. I have to go get little Hong back right now." The round brave principal pointed forward and cheered him on. "Just go. We have got this covered. Just stay safe out there." Then he turned back to the crowd lost in the purple haze. "Everyone pick up the pace and get to the indoor defense points right now. Do not stop." Yen Yin clutched her chest, eyes glued to her husband's back as he took off shouting out one last worried warning. "Tabak, you stay safe out there. We are going to hold the line right here until you get back to us." Right then, Tabak transformed into a streak of golden lightning and blasted off, tearing the gray sky apart. He yelled, "Little Bak, floor it! We are going full throttle right now!" Determination was written all over Tabak's face as his eyes burned with fire. He whispered a silent vow to himself. "Little Hong, do not be scared, Daddy's coming for you." Way up in the distance, that nasty elder was dragging poor little Hong through the air. The girl struggled and sobbed, screaming, "Let me go! I want to go back to my master! Please just let me go already!" The elder just glared, grabbing little Hong by the collar and barking, "Drop the attitude, Saintus. You are coming with me. The Tobak loser is just using you for the vermilion bird essence inside your body." While the old hag was busy trash-talking, those human ants, the black scale lion king flying beneath her, looked back in a total panic, sweating bullets. "Elder, that Tubak guy is catching up. After the way he smoked that scorpion earlier, we are seriously outmatched. We're totally cooked." The elephant king flying alongside them was shaking in his boots, too. He suggested, "Maybe we should just turn back and fight. We cannot outrun him forever." Hearing that, the elder narrowed her eyes and a wicked, nasty grin spread across her face. "Fine. Let's see where the limit of his holy power actually is." She clicked her tongue, analyzing the situation with a cold heart. Tabak's spirit, beasts were world-class trackers, and they were moving way too fast. If we do not take him out now, we will never lose this guy. Before she could even finish, Tabak dropped in from the clouds. A blast of golden energy ripped through the air, aimed straight at the Elephant King. "Little Hong!" Tabak screamed. Startled, the Mountain Elephant King threw up a massive purple shield to block the hit, roaring back. The two powers collided, triggering a massive mid-air explosion. The shockwave was so intense it pulverized a giant floating boulder into tiny pieces instantly. Riding the momentum of the blast, Tabak dove down like a god of war, surrounded by 1,000 flaming spears. He pointed at the beasts and growled, "Listen up, you animals. It is time to pay for hurting Yen Yin." Seeing Tabak's bold challenge, the Black Scale Lion King stepped forward, puffing out his chest. "Bring it on. Let's see if your holy power is actually worth anything human." Meanwhile, the elder held on to little Hong with one hand, while casually waving the other to create a wall of fire blocking the shockwaves from Tabak's heavy assault. The Lion King fired a blast of energy, forcing Tobak to retreat. "Killing you is going to be a walk in the park," he barked. But before the smirk could fade, his eyes bugged out. "No way. How is your holy energy this freaking infinite?" While he stood there looking like an idiot, Little Bak the white tiger pounced on him from behind. The lion jumped, letting out a sharp grunt, getting shredded by the white tiger, the Black Scale. Lion King struggled to defend himself, screaming for his buddies to help. "Hey, old elephant, hurry up. I cannot hold this guy off much longer." Seeing his best bud getting wrecked, the Elephant King lost it. He raised a massive foot to crush Tabak, roaring as he grabbed onto the kid's spear. "Watch me turn him into a pancake, right now." Tabak did not back down an inch. He threw up a glowing wall of holy power solid as a mountain and deflected that 10-ton stomp in a heartbeat. The Mountain Elephant King backed away, eyes wide. He hissed in pure rage, "You little human brat. There is no way you are this strong." Realizing they were in trouble, he screamed over to the old elder. Elder? "Even if we go down, you cannot let him take the Saintus back." But out of nowhere, the elder turned cold. She aimed her hand right at little Hong's head, ready to drain her power. The little girl shrieked in terror. "Elder, what are you doing?" The woman replied, with a heart like ice. "Sorry, kid. Do not take this personally." She heartlessly squeezed little Hong's neck, starting to rip the glowing aura right out of her tiny body. Little Hong let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ah," the elder smirked with pure evil. "The only way we are ever going to suppress that holy power of Tubox is by using your vermilion bird energy against him." Watching his own spirit beast get abused right in front of him, Tabak lost it, cursing, "You absolute scum! How dare you touch little Hong's soul?" Having drained the power, the elder's eyes turned to fire as she screamed a challenge. "Tabak, you have not even come close to mastering that holy power yet. Forcing that power is just going to result in a nasty backlash." Instantly, she transformed into a massive fire phoenix, scorching the sky as she dove straight at Tabak. "Today is the day you finally go down. Seeing Tabak standing all alone against a fire phoenix and two giant beasts on both sides, the elder let out a smug, nasty laugh. I refuse to believe the three of us together cannot handle one little human like you, trapped in a three-way pincer attack. Tabak suddenly looked up with a cold, cocky grin on his face. A pincer move? Is that all you got? Perfect. I'm sending all three of you to meet your maker at the same time. 4 great spirit beasts merge and resonate now. Boom, a shockwave sends that oversized elephant king flying like a rag doll. The big guy hits the dirt hard, screaming his head off. Suddenly the sky goes nuclear. 4 massive glowing phantoms, the dragon, tiger, phoenix, and tortoise, circle Subai like bodyguards. Seriously, this view is absolutely insane. The source of the 4 divine beasts is syncing up. No one has ever summoned all 4 at once before. Subai is literally breaking the game. Under that crushing pressure from above, the Black Lion King covers his face and grits his teeth, just trying to keep it together. This vibe way scarier than Master 9 Nether. Meanwhile, the Great Elder is losing her mind, screaming like she just saw a ghost. This is impossible. Your spirit beasts aren't even here on the battlefield. How are you tapping into all 4 ancient power sources at once? This totally breaks every single law of the universe. Little Red gets half free and cheers for her master. Up there, Subai looks down like he owns the place, cold as ice. Seems like you don't know squat about the deep secrets of beast contracts and hidden god-tier powers. I'm carrying on Master LaFamme's legacy now. It is time to wipe out every last one of you monsters. He points his spear, and the white tiger phantom lets out a roar, shredding the clouds as it dives. Get him, Little White. The tiger's starlight power flows straight into Subai, making his energy explode. He looks like a savage beast, god descended from heaven to wreck house. Next, that massive azure dragon curls around his long spear, merging with the blade. A blinding green light flashes. Down on the ground, Yan Ran, still in her wedding dress, sprints toward Little 8, who is glowing like a giant torch. She is like Little 8. What are you doing? The turtle looks up totally locked in and says, Master is calling for my power. A beam of golden energy shoots out from Little 8, soaring straight into the clouds. Yanran watches the light, clutching her hands together. She looks worried sick, just praying for him. Please, Subai, just come back in one piece. Subai absorbs the tortoise power, smirking as some sick energy armor wraps around him. 3 against 1. Yeah, you guys are definitely toast now. The Great Elder goes berserk, eyes wide, desperately clinging to one last tiny shred of hope. You haven't even healed from that fatal wound yet. Let's see how much beast power you can actually handle before you break. I am a demon. Phoenix fueled by the Saintess's phoenix power. I am not going down without a massive fight. She snarls, heartlessly crushing Little Red in her fire claws. She sprouts massive fire wings, heating up the whole sky as she charges like a crazy moth into a flame, screaming. She's going all in for the kill. Subai pumps blue lightning into his spear, totally focused. He's got to time this perfectly. One wrong move and he might seriously hurt Little Red by mistake. Subai's eyes turn sharp as daggers. He roars at the top of his lungs, unleashing the beast's full power. Boom. The collision rips the sky apart. Blue and red lights flash everywhere, and the sound is loud enough to split the whole world in half. Down below, the lion and elephant kings are diving for cover, trying not to get crushed by falling boulders. This power is way too intense. There's no way we can even get close to that fight. Trapped in that creepy ghost fire, Little Red starts sobbing, calling out for help with everything she has got. Subai and the Phoenix Phantom dive in for the rescue. The Elder yells, Saintess, don't resist. Just a bit longer and he is dead. But Subai's voice drowns them both out. Little Red, hold on to your power source. I am coming to get you right now. Just hang in there. Feeling her master's vibe, Little Red lets out a huge scream, finding her second wind. She explodes with red energy, shattering those dark claws holding her down. Right then, Subai's attack slams directly into the Great Elder's wing, blowing it apart. The bird lady is stunned. The Saintess actually got away. Little Red waves and yells, Master, I am over here! He catches Little Red safely in his arms, while the 4 divine beasts loom behind him like legends. Subai whispers, You okay, kid? She nods and says, I am fine. Just a little drained. I will be back to normal after a quick nap, I promise. Hostage gone. The Great Elder clutches her bloody arms, staring them down with nothing but pure, salty hatred. Don't get cocky. Subai, Master 9. Nether already has the 3 dark sources. He is coming for this world soon. When he gets here, you are all going to be dust. Subai is not sweating it, though. He just glares back, absolutely furious. 9 Nether. I don't care who he is. Anyone who touches my family is going to pay the ultimate price. His spear crackles with blinding lightning again, and the air gets heavy with his massive killing intent. Subai dives down like a blue comet, aiming a total wipeout move right at the Elder. It's time to settle the score for kidnapping Little Red. She grits her teeth and hisses, You really think you can kill me? It won't be that easy. The moment Tabak's spear hit her, she pulled a vanishing act, leaving one final curse echoing in the sky. Tabak, next time we meet, you're dead. Seeing that slippery snake escaped, Tabak floated among the clouds, retracted his spear, and clicked his tongue in total frustration. Crap, she actually ghosted me. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Lion King and Elephant King were shaking in their boots, terrified of the god of death. Hunched over, they tried to sneak through the ruins, whispering to each other, "Let us get out of here, move fast." Just as they were about to bail, both beasts froze. Tabak's ice-cold voice boomed down at them from the sky above. He glared down at them, his words dripping with pure murderous intent. "You really thought you could hurt my people and just walk away like nothing happened?" Then he turned into a bolt of blue lightning, slamming into the ground right in front of them. The shockwave sent both kings tumbling into the dirt. Floating over them, he loomed like a shadow over the losers. "Tell me everything you know about QU right now." The Elephant King was terrified, begging for his life. "Do not kill me. I will tell you everything." But the Lion King snapped, telling him to shut up. Even with his face covered in blood, he tried to act tough. "Did you forget QU's warning? If you say a single word, you will wish you were dead. There's no escape for you." Tabak smirked, his hand glowing with crackling blue electricity. He mocked them. "Oh, you are giving out warnings now." "For what?" "If you do not start talking, I will bury you right here, right now. No more talking." Tabak blasted the Lion King with a massive bolt, making him scream in agony. He kept the pressure on. "Start talking. Is not QU supposed to be dead?" Seeing his buddy get fried like bacon, the Elephant King started sweating bullets and spilled all the secrets. "I do not know much. Lord QU is not dead, his soul is still out there somewhere. He ordered us to kidnap the Saintess so he could rebuild his physical body." Tabak's eyes went wide. He was completely floored by this news. Wait, QU is actually still alive, getting his head back in the game. Tabak leveled his spear. Where's he hiding? The Elephant King replied he is currently hiding inside a dimensional rift. He is barely hanging on. The Lion King tried to curse him again, "You traitor." "The tribes will never forgive you." Tabak was sick of it and zapped him again, making the Lion King scream like a baby. The Elephant King was trembling black stone cliff, an abandoned altar on the edge of human territory. "I told you everything. Please do not kill me." Tabak's eyes went dark. A glowing red demon aura rose behind him, mirroring the absolute fury burning in his soul. So freaking low. "I cannot believe you kidnapped little Hong just to revive that monster." He realized that the Phoenix Elder must have run straight back to QU. "I will grind his bones to dust and scatter them." Suddenly, the Lion King started laughing like a complete psycho. "Oh, you are too late." The Lion King laughed maniacally, his eyes bloodshot and full of spite. "Lord QU has gathered his forces. Once he is back, you are all dead meat." Tabak just spun his spear, cool as ice. "You really think I'm going to sit back and let that happen?" The Elephant King begged one last time, "Please." Tabak growled, "You are both done." Before they could blink, a glowing blue energy slash ripped through the air, sending both of those monster kings straight to the afterlife for good. In a flash, the scene shifted back to the creepy underground altar. The Phoenix Elder limped inside, looking like she had been through a meat grinder. A sphere of energy containing QU's soul hovered over a magic circle, its voice deep and booming. "Why are you back alone? Where's the Saintess? Where are the others?" The Elder was a mess, clutching her bloody arm and shaking. "It is Tabak. He's too strong. We failed the mission." The creepy skull of QU flared with purple fire. It hissed with pure rage and disappointment. "You failed. How is that possible?" The purple spirit of QU appeared, screaming right into the face of the Elder, who was groveling on the floor. "Useless trash. My entire grand plan was ruined by one human kid. You could not even manage to capture a single girl. 2 of our best elites are dead. You actually had the nerve to crawl back here and face me." The Elder, covered in cuts and blood, tried to desperately explain herself. "That kid Tabak can actually sync with the 4 divine beasts. His holy power is way beyond anything we ever calculated before. I barely managed to escape with my life just to tell you this." QU reached out with purple mist like sharp tentacles, judging her coldly. "In that case, you are useless to me now." The Elder backed away, terrified. What the hell are you doing without a single word?" QU's soul transformed into a massive ghostly wolf head. It opened its huge jaws and lunged straight at her. That creepy purple mist forced its way down the Elder's throat while her eyes rolled back in pure terror. She couldn't fight it. The dark energy was just too strong for her. Her body was being hijacked. She spat out a mouthful of toxic purple blood veins, popping all over her face. With her last bit of strength, she hissed, "Ju Yu, how dare you! My clan will never forgive you for this." Now fully possessed by Ju Yu, she raised a hand dripping with dark purple energy, admiring it with a twisted, evil smile that sent shivers down my spine. "Like your little demon Phoenix squad was ever actually loyal to me anyway. Please. From here on out, this body belongs to me." A massive pillar of violet light blasted through the roof, shooting into the sky as his terrifying laugh echoed through the air. "Ha ha, the king is back!" Back at the ruined battlefield on the mountain, the fight was finally over. Tabak leaned against a rock, gently using his golden aura to heal Xiao Hong, who was curled up safely in his arms. He whispered, "How are you feeling?" Xiao Hong snuggled closer into his hand and softly replied, I am okay. Thanks to that divine power you gave me, Master, I am feeling a whole lot better now. In the forest west of Thantan, Tabak looked at Old Han with a serious face. Old Han Xiao Hong's core energy has been damaged. Take Yan Yin and Xiao Hong back home first. I'm going to hunt down Zhou Yu. But Yan Yin flat out refused. No, I'm coming with you. We can't give that monster any chance to recover his power. Xiao Hong clung to his neck, nodding along. Exactly, the little phoenix girl looked up at Tobak with big, determined eyes, begging him to let her tag along. Master, I'm not going back. I want to stay with you. Even like this, I can still help. I can still be useful. Yan Yin broke down the situation, her eyes filled with total worry. Zhou Yu is making a comeback, and taking him on alone is going to be a nightmare. Maybe we should head back and get some backup. Her eyes flashed with resolve. Tabak made the call. Fine, let's do it. Old Han, you head back right now and bring the reinforcements. Yan Yin and I will scout ahead. We've got to intercept Zhou Yu before things get way out of hand. Old Han nodded, looking at them with a completely serious expression. If you've made up your minds, you two better be incredibly careful. I'll be back with this cavalry as fast as I can. Little Bok the tiger let out a fierce roar. Tabak hurried them along. No time to waste. Yan Yin, let's go find Zhou Yu. The group scrambled onto the white tiger's back. Tabak signaled with a sharp wave. That's it. Little Bok full speed ahead. As they were flying through the air, Yan Yin suddenly tapped his shoulder. Her eyes went wide with shock. Tabak, look over there in the distance. A massive cloud of blackish-purple miasma was swallowing the Blackstone cliff so thick, it literally blocked out the sun. Tabak frowned, watching the dark fog on the Blackstone cliff get thick enough to choke the sky. Zhou Yu is definitely stabilizing his physical form already. We need to move even faster. Seeing Xiao Hong looking scared, Tabak pulled her close to comfort her. Don't worry. Little Bok is already going full throttle. Just hang in there a bit longer, Xiao Hong. We're absolutely not going to let Zhou Yu get away with his evil plan. She gave a small nod, looking totally exhausted but still alert. Yes, Master, I can feel Zhou Yu's power. It is getting stronger every single second. On the other side of the cliff, swarms of vicious monsters from the myriad clans were gathering together. Every single one of them was oozing that evil purple energy. Hiding behind a huge boulder, they watched as massive purple tentacles of power wrapped themselves around the mountain. Yan Yin whispered that they were all gathered there just to help Zhou Yu stabilize his new body. Yoto Bok, there are too many monsters here. A head-on attack is basically a suicide mission. Meanwhile, at the center of the altar, the elder, now completely overtaken by Zhou Yu, laughed like a lunatic in a deep, gravelly voice. Ha ha ha! This demon phoenix body is seriously impressive. He spread her arms wide, letting the dark purple energy swirl violently all around his body. He arrogantly declared, "It won't be long before I have total control over this body. When that time comes, both humans and the myriad clans will be my slaves." Right then, the white tiger carrying Tobak and Yan Yin landed softly on a jagged rock ledge. Tabak whispered a quick warning. Careful now. Everyone make sure to hide your energy signatures. Peeking over the edge, Tabak frowned as he watched the scene. Those myriad clan monsters are all gathering down there. We have to sneak into the altar without being seen. Suddenly, he spotted a small gap in the cliff face. He grabbed Yan Yin and pointed it out, whispering quietly, "Check it out, there is a ventilation shaft right over there. We can slip through there to get past the beast horde and watch Zhou Yu's progress. To keep them completely safe." Tabak turned and gave his pet an order. Little Bok, use your shadow powers. We need to hide our presence even better than before. On command, the white tiger leaped, diving straight into the dark shaft. Tabak gave a quick nod. Got it. Let's move. They finally made it inside. We are hugging the wall, creeping along in total silence so we do not wake up those ugly monsters. From a hidden ledge, Tabak spots a massive magic circle glowing neon purple right on the altar floor below. He froze, whispering, "This is the dead center of the magic circle. That crazy elder is sucking up energy like a freak, laughing at the sky. 4 divine beasts, hidden powers. Please, it is all trash compared to me." Suddenly, she tilts her head and her glowing purple eyes lock onto us. She cracks a smile that is straight up nightmare fuel. "You guys came all this way. Why not quit hiding and show yourselves already?" Busted. Tabak stands tall, giving her a cold smirk. "So you caught us that easily, huh? You must be Zhou Yu." He turns to Yan Yin and says, "Stay sharp. Do not go doing anything reckless yet." Yan Yin nods. "I am on it." The elder spreads those twisted wings, floating up to look Tabak right in the eye. "Bingo, Tabak. Looks like we meet again." Little Red stares at the enemy, eyes wide with horror and rage. That is the elder's body. Anger blinds her completely, and the little phoenix girl explodes into a massive sphere of flames. She charges, screaming that Zhou Yu murdered the elder, and she is going to make him pay for it with his life. Tabak panics at her reckless move and sprints after her. Reaching out to stop her, he shouts, "Little Red, chill out. We hit him together when the time is right." Pulling her back, Tabak glares at Zhou Yu. "Zhou Yu, I seriously cannot believe you are still drawing breath. Yen Yin scans the area and whispers, Tabak guards are totally swarming the altar right now. Below them, a snake demon and a bunch of nasty monsters are aiming their weapons right at us. Yen Yin worries. If we just charge in there like idiots, we will not even get close to Ju Yu before those guards and monsters below tear us to shreds. Tabak barked a firm order to his worried team. Got it. Everyone stay put and keep your eyes peeled. He vanishes like a ghost, calling out, I am going in for a closer look. At the same time, right in the center of the altar, Ju. You can feel the massive power surging through her veins. The Elder's flaming phoenix wings start getting choked out by dark energy. Slowly, they turn a soul-chilling pitch black. Ju Yu spreads those massive dark wings, laughing like a complete maniac as her voice booms through the entire chamber. Tabak, this new body is way more powerful than I ever imagined. But it looks like this insane power is too much for the body to handle. Suddenly, Ju Yu roars in pure agony. Gross purple veins start popping out all over the Elder's beautiful face. The pain vanishes instantly, replaced by that haunting smile. One of her eyes flashes with a wicked purple light. Gritting her teeth, she hisses that absolutely nobody can stop her now. Watching from the shadows, Tabak narrows his eyes and mumbles to himself. Looks like he is still trying to fuse with that body. This is our big chance. But just like that, Ju Yu senses exactly what he is thinking. She points a finger right at Tabak and roars one simple, deadly order. Kill him! Out of the shadows come two massive samurai guards in glowing purple armor reeking of death. They charge at Tabak, swinging their huge blades with total killer intent. From the back, Yen Yin screams, her voice cracking from pure fear. Tabak, look out. Two razor-sharp blades come crashing down on him from both sides. He looks trapped, but Tabak is staying scary calm. He spins his spear, and a burst of glowing blue dragon energy explodes outward. He gives a quick smile. Don't sweat it, I am good. Then he yells, Xiao Qing, get ready to move. The giant guards rush in swinging like crazy. Tabak blocks one guy's strike with his spear, and at the same time, the blue dragon spirit on his spear bites down on the other blade. A nasty metallic crunch rings out as the dragon soul shreds the guard's weapon. Without letting them breathe, Tabak spins around and dodges the next hit. He whips his spear across the samurai's waist, making him explode instantly. As the other swings, he calmly stops the blade with his foot. The insane impact sets off a blindingly bright explosion. Tabak sticks the landing, dusting his hands off with a dead serious expression. These guards definitely are not ordinary. Suddenly he frowns as that blue dragon energy around him starts acting a bit weird. He mutters, the divine power is backlashing again. Suddenly the last guard's body starts swelling up, glowing with a blinding purple light. Tabak's eyes go wide as he gasps he is self-destructing. A massive purple explosion rips through the area, swallowing everything. Watching the smoke rise, Ju Yu gives a nasty, hateful little smirk. Haha, you are just a pathetic little ant. You really thought you could stand against me. Out of the smoke, a figure emerges, clad in golden divine beast armor, and Tabak's voice rings out, dripping with pure sarcasm. Ju Yu, remember your pathetic existence today is a gift from me. Didn't think a lowly grunt would actually force me to activate my sacred beast gear. Pissed off, Ju Yu roars as the ground cracks beneath her feet. You reckless little parasite. A dark abyss opens from the floor, crawling with countless blood-red eyes, staring straight up at us from the void. Yan Ran and Xiaohong watch the horror unfold from afar, screaming in unison, Master, look out. A beast pops its head out only to get sliced clean in half by a flash of light. Old Han finally arrived with the reinforcements. He swings his blade and bellows hit them even harder now. Our boys? Tabak and Yan Ran are counting on us to smash through this monster blockade up there. We gotta reach the altar and stop Ju Yu from resurrecting. On the cliffside, tons of human warriors are climbing up with fire in their eyes. Battle cries shake the sky. Break through and cover Tabak, guys. Follow me. We hit them from behind and storm the divine altar. Hearing the backup cheering, Ju Yu glances over with a twisted look of amusement. She lets out a wicked laugh. Dark energy flares around her as she sneers, ha ha ha, Tabak. So you actually called for help. Too bad you are way too late. She rockets into the sky, looking down on the crowd like some twisted god, her voice dripping with ego. Once I have total control of this body, it doesn't matter how many of you show up. You are just snacks for me. Cold sweat beads onto Tabak's forehead as he feels the heat. He mutters nervously, we cannot wait any longer. Ju Yu is almost fully in charge now. Without skipping a beat, he turns and yells over to Yan Ran. Yan Ran, go link up with Old Han and the rest of the crew. We absolutely cannot let Ju Yu revive. Yan Ran gives a sharp, determined nod. Got it, stay safe. Ju Yu spreads her arms wide like a conductor leading a symphony of total destruction. She screams, come forth, my children, eat them alive. She orders her monster swarm to tear them apart and harvest every bit of their power. On command, the beast horde lets out a savage roar. They charge madly as the rescue squad. Facing a sea of monsters, Tabak bellows as his vermilion bird flames erupt violently from his sacred beast armor. A phoenix-shaped firestorm incinerates a huge chunk of the beasts, carving out a temporary path through the carnage. But Ju Yu just laughs it off, her voice full of mockery. No matter what power you use, you cannot stop me. I have an endless supply of monsters under my command. Suddenly, a massive purple energy pillar erupts from the ground. Fresh monsters crawl out, filling the gap in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Yanran reaches the vanguard units. She shouts with relief, "We are right here." Old Han cleaves a monster and replies, "I was just about to join up with you." They both stare deep into the altar where a purple space portal stands wide open. Old Han is shocked. Are there really that many monsters still inside? Yanran frowns, figuring it out. Looks like Juyu opened a rift. The backup finally breaks through the circle and reaches Tabak's side. Old Han asks, "Tabak, we are here. How are you holding up?" Tabak gasps for air, but his eyes stay sharp. "I am okay." Juyu devoured the Demon Phoenix Elder and her power just spiked. Everyone needs to stay on guard. Juyu floats above, arms crossed, smirking down at them. "Ha ha, you pathetic ants. You really overestimate your own strength. You really think teaming up gives you a chance against a queen like me?" Without a word, she raises her hand. A massive purple orb of energy condenses, radiating an absolutely terrifying pressure. "Since you are all in such a huge hurry to die, I will send every single one of you to hell together." She hurls the energy orb down. Tabak braces himself and triggers his final beast power, the Black Tortoise Shield Divine Force. A massive golden energy turtle shell shield appears. Tabak roars, "Everyone get behind me and stay down." The purple orb slams into the shield with a bang. Juyu just keeps laughing. "Ha ha, you think way too much of yourselves." The explosion clears and the shield shatters. Tabak collapses, coughing up blood. Yanran and Old Han rush to catch him. Tabak Yanran asks worriedly, "Are you okay?" Tabak can only cough and sputter. "I am fine." Old Han is boiling mad. He screams, "Juyu, you old hag. I'm taking you down with me today." His allies rush to stop him. "Hanjan, do not be reckless." Ignoring them, Old Han charges straight at Juyu. She just flicks her hand, shooting out purple lightning. Old Han raises his sword to block, but the force is too much and sends him flying. He lets out a cry of pain. "Ah!" Tabak screams in horror as he sees a beam blast Old Han away, sliding across the ground for a long distance. Old Han. Juyu looks surprised. "I did not expect you to survive that hit." Now Tubak. But then she conjures an even bigger ball of energy, that creepy grin widening on her face. "Let us see how you handle this little gift, tough guy." As Subai leans on Yanran for support, his eyes flicker with pure cold despair. Yanran, look. He scans his exhausted teammates, heart heavy as lead. A wave of total helplessness just crashes over him out of nowhere. He grits his teeth, beating himself up in the dark. What now? Am I really this weak? I am no hero, and humanity is doomed because of me. That massive death orb drops down, reeking of straight-up hell. Juyu snarls one word, "Die." Right at the final second, a streak of blue light rips through the air, slicing that energy bomb in half like it was absolutely nothing. Yanran looks up, her jaw on the floor and her eyes wide with shock. She starts to stutter. Floating right there is an ancient sword dripping with massive legendary power. Yanran screams out in pure joy that his master Ni Jing is legendary blade. A ghostly figure emerges from the sword, looking absolutely legendary and untouchable. Ni Jing's spirit gives Subai a warm smile. "Kid, you have really grown up. Haven is not you." Juyu stands there completely frozen. What Ni Jing? All her swagger just evaporates instantly, replaced by a massive wave of pure, unadulterated panic. "Ni Jing, you died in battle." "How is this possible?" "Your remnant soul still exists." Ni Jing locks his gaze, his voice booming like thunder across the field. "Juyu not finishing you off for good back then remains the single biggest regret of my entire life. Today I'm using the last of this soul to end you and keep humanity safe once and for all." He flicks his wrist, sending the blade flying straight into Subai's hand. Subai is stunned, while Yanran beams with joy. "Master, you were actually here the whole time." The second Subai wraps his fingers around the hilt. A surge of pure raw energy floods his system. He feels light as a feather, and that chaotic divine backlash finally starts to chill out and settle. Even Old Han, struggling to stand, cannot help but gasp as he feels that insane level of power. Is this really Lord Ni Jing's strength? It is terrifying. His sudden return just breathed new life into everyone's fading hope. Every single warrior lets out a massive roar. With Master Ni Jing here, Juyu is toast. Let is tear her to pieces together. Someone else screams for the charge to end Juyu and save the world. Juyu shakes off the shock and gets her nasty ego back, letting out a hateful scoff. "Ridiculous. You are just a fading ghost, yet you dare stand before me. Today I'm going to swallow your soul and take total absolute control over this entire world." She snaps her fingers, ordering her remaining goons with a voice as cold as ice. "Kill them all." The remaining monsters roar, charging toward the heroes like maniacs. But Ni Jing's spirit stays totally cool, just calmly raising two fingers into the air. A massive sword of pure light appears. He focuses his power, getting ready to unleash a world-shaking ultimate move. A brilliant arc of blue energy slashes out, sweeping across the battlefield like a freaking hurricane. The lead monsters do not even know what hit them before they are turned into dust. Nia Jing stands tall in the middle of the cleared field. He looks back at Subai, his voice full of trust. The rest of this is up to you, kid. At the same time, he throws up an energy barrier, slamming the door on the monsters pouring out of the portal. Subai lets out a roar, his blade igniting with brilliant golden fire. The power of the four spirit beasts starts surging through every vein in his body. Without hesitating for even a second, he charges straight at Juyu. He swings a massive beast slash, combining all four spirits into one glowing rainbow of absolute death. Inside that light, shadows of countless monsters just shatter and vanish instantly. The dragon strikes keep coming, catching her off guard with their insane speed. Juyu screams in pain as she is blasted backward. She hits the dirt clothes torn to shreds, eyes wide with total disbelief. How did one single hit just wipe out my entire army? She glares at Subai, her face twisted in pure shocked disbelief. This brat can actually use the full extent of his divine power. Juyu lets out a pissed-off roar, gathering dark energy into a massive jagged blade of shadows. She swings it down hard right as Nia Jing steps in to intervene. He points one finger forward, firing off a beam of pure sword energy while shouting sword break. The two massive powers collide, causing a giant explosion that makes the entire world shake under their feet. Juyu snarls, a smug look hitting her face as she sees Nia Jing's spirit start to fade. Nia Jing, your soul is running on empty. Today, you are definitely going down for good. Seeing his mentor, his soul start to vanish. Subai screams out, sounding completely and utterly panicked. Master Ni, are you okay? Nia Jing shakes his head, his voice sounding incredibly rushed. Subai, I am running out of juice. I cannot hold her back for much longer. Her back. His eyes turn sharp as needles as he makes his point. You have to combine the divine vault with the four spirit beasts and crush her once and for all. From behind, Old Han yells, just leave the small fry to us. Focus on taking down 9 Nether. Yin Yin nodded, her eyes full of faith in their victory. Tabak, I believe in you. Fired up by his crew, he roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Count on me. 9 Nether is history. He leaped, high sword raised, pouring every ounce of soul into one strike. A beam of pure destruction ripped toward 9 Nether. Time to pay that blood debt in full today. 9. Nether watched the light closing in. No way, she screamed in total despair, refusing to accept the end. She crossed her arms, conjuring a dark barrier. The light slammed into the shield, causing a deafening blast. The dark shield cracked and healed on repeat. Tabak hissed through gritted teeth, frustrated by her defense. Damn it, she blocked it? Seeing him struggle, Yin Yan yelled as Old Han charged in to help. Old Han and another warrior unleashed their ultimate moves, slamming into the shield to back up Tabak. Count me in too. Suddenly, the spirit of Nikin manifested right behind Tobak to join the fight. He pressed both hands onto the boy's back, dumping every last drop of his remaining energy into him. Move, he thundered. Let your heart guide the blade. Tabak roared as his power finally hit critical mass. The dark shield started splintering for real this time, finally shattering into a million tiny pieces. 9. Nether watched her final defense crumble. No, she shrieked in total despair. I won't lose like this. Tabak roared, putting everything into one last swing. A prismatic wave of energy tore through the night. Time to die, 9 Nether. An earth-shaking explosion rocked the altar, burying everything in thick smoke. The ground trembled as rocks flew everywhere. As the smoke cleared, a broken 9 Nether emerged, her darkness fading. She staggered, her voice shaking but still full of hate. I'm going to slaughter every last one of you. Tabak just stared her down. Your time is up. This time I am ending you for good. With that, he lunged forward, his flaming blade raised high to finish the job once and for all. Just as the blade was about to hit, a purple energy sphere deflected the blow. A low voice spoke out. Come to me. A massive hand reached out from the darkness, snatching up the dying 9 Nether. Tabak froze. What the hell? A tall figure in a black cloak appeared under a swirling blue portal. He grabbed 9 Nether, his voice cold as ice. This one stays alive for now. Not on my watch. Tabak braced himself, asking with a cocky smirk. Who the hell are you? 9? Nether, looking like a scared kitten, gazed up at her savior with desperate eyes begging for her life. Divine Envoy, please take me back. I will make up for my failure. I swear I will never be this careless. The envoy glanced down, his pale eyes glowing. He declared that the life of 9 Nether belonged to him. Then he looked at Tobak's crew and gave a simple command. All of you back off. But Tobak wasn't backing down. He roared and swung his blade, sending a flaming wave toward the envoy. 9 Nether dies today. The envoy just snorted, raising a purple shield that easily brushed off the attack. Just a human, he sneered. An ant thinks he can stop me. Nikin's spirit appeared, warning Tabak that this guy was dangerous. Watch out, Tabak. His power is insane. Tabak hissed, Who are you and why save that demon? The envoy used energy chains to bind 9 Nether, leaving her floating helplessly by his side. I am taking her. As for who I am, you will find out when the 10,000 clans return. No way. Yen Yin charged forward, screaming for him to stop and hand over 9 nether right now. The envoy just glanced at her, his red eyes glowing. How insolent, he muttered coldly. A bolt of purple energy shot at Yen Yin. She screamed as Tobak dove, grabbing her just in time. The energy blasted a deep crater into the ground. You okay? He shouted. Watch yourself, Yen Yin. Old Han saw the opening and charged in his sword, bursting into flames for a final desperate strike. I will hold him off. But Tobak could only scream in total despair. Old Han, no. The envoy just huffed in contempt. With a wave of his hand, a purple cyclone sent Old Han flying. Another teammate watched in horror. What kind of monster is this? Yet their fighting spirit only burned brighter. Dong Then yelled out, "Come on, guys! We cannot let this bastard get away with 9 nether." The divine envoy stared at the hyped-up crowd, his voice cold as he gave the order to kill him. He looked at them like ants. Worthless little ants who clearly didn't know their place. Let this messenger see what kind of pathetic little tricks you have today. Suddenly, Xiao Hong charged from behind her body, exploding with phoenix flames. She screamed, "Master, hold on, I'm coming to help you." She transformed into a massive vermilion bird, diving straight at the envoy while unleashing her most powerful move. Vermilion bird's heaven burn. The envoy looked surprised. A demon phoenix. He just snapped his fingers, and a wave of absolute zero cold surged out. Deep ice froze everything. The phoenix flames were snuffed out instantly. Xiao Hong was trapped in a massive ice block, letting out one terrified cry. "Ah," she gasped weakly. "Master!" Su Bai roared in fury when he saw his spirit beast get captured like that. "Xiao Hong, get back here." Right then, Nijing's soul began to fade. He placed a hand on Su Bai's sword, his voice sounding desperate. "Su Bai, I'll use my last bit of strength to trigger the divine treasury. Do not hesitate." Su Bai yelled back, "Master Knight, this is our only shot." Nijing nodded with grim intensity. Su Bai gritted his teeth and gripped the hilt. "I got this." With Nijing's spirit backing him, Su Bai roared. Power exploded from his core as he screamed, "Divine treasury full release!" Jade green energy flared out, blinding everyone nearby. Right then, a narrator's voice boomed over the chaos. "The divine treasury has awakened, and Su Bai's power just broke the scale." The smug envoy froze, shock written all over his face. Whoa. I didn't think his divine power could actually reach a level this insane. Not giving him a second to breathe, Su Bai vaulted into the air, his blade glowing as he screamed his move. "Divine treasury, sacred beast, slash..." The envoy just smirked, looking actually amused. Interesting. Let's see how strong a real divine power really is. A massive wave of sword energy carrying the spirits of the 4 beasts slammed toward the envoy. But the guy just held out one hand. A giant purple energy palm easily caught the world-ending attack. He scoffed, "Humph, I am not even close to done yet." The shockwave from the hit blasted everywhere. Old Han slammed his greatsword down to brace himself, shouting, "If you can't take the pressure, get behind me!" Yanran didn't flinch either. She turned and yelled, "Su Bai, don't worry about us, just handle the front." Su Bai's eyes burned with pure rage. He growled, "The debt for Ju Yu and you. I'm settling it all right now." He swung again, his jade energy shattering the purple hand. He screamed, "Break for me, you bastard!" The envoy looked stunned. He stepped back, muttering, "Guess I underestimated you. Time to actually put in some effort." Instantly, countless purple energy orbs swirled around him, reeking of absolute death. He waved his hand, unleashing a massive area of effect attack. 10,000 dark blades. Thousands of black energy daggers rained down like a deadly meteor shower aimed straight at Su Bai. Su Bai braced himself, his teeth nearly cracking under the pressure. "Gotta keep pushing." Nijing's spirit appeared right behind him, his voice echoing clearly in Su Bai's mind. "Su Bai, trust your divine power. This is not even close to its limit." Like a light bulb went off, Su Bai's eyes flared. He roared as the 4 sacred beasts and the divine treasury merged into one massive epic display of power. Divine Merger, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise all charged the envoy in one final strike. Facing this total onslaught, the envoy finally realized he had to get serious or die. He summoned an eternal dark shield for defense. A bone-shattering crash rang out as the dark shield exploded into pieces. The attack didn't stop there. It shot straight into the sky, punching a hole through a distant mountain peak. The envoy was blown back, his robes in tatters. He gasped in horror. "No way! How is this even possible?" Juyu, still bound, shrieked in terror. "Lord Envoy, we need to get out of here right now!" Su Bai was panting hard, but his will was steel. He roared, "Juyu, and you two, neither of you is escaping." He lunged like a guided missile, his sword radiating a blinding light as he aimed for both of them. Juyu screamed in pure desperation, "Save me, my lord!" A wave of destruction swallowed him whole as the envoy yelled, "No!" When the light finally faded, nothing was left on the ground but a floating purple soul orb. "I refuse to accept this," Juyu's voice drifted through the air. It was coming from his soul pearl. A figure blurred past and snatched the pearl. He cheered, "Got it!" The Grand Master watched from a distance, stunned. You actually killed him, niece. Suddenly his purple eyes flashed with murderous intent. Well then, he said coldly, since you took him out, you might as well pay with your own life. He charged a massive dark orb. Tabak is gasped, but he is standing up. One last push, let us finish this. He yells out his ultimate move, Divine Sacred Beast Slash. Two massive forces collide, creating an insane explosion that rattles the entire planet. The altar starts falling apart. Yanran screams, watch out! This place is coming down. Get the wounded out now. Old Han shouts, move it, watch for falling rocks. Amidst the total chaos, Tabak takes flight to face the villain in black. I'm never going to let you succeed. The masked guy blocks him easily. Blocked, no way, you are just a puny human. How can a mere human wield such massive divine energy? Nijing Soul starts cheering him on from within. Go all out, Tabak. He roars back. Who cares if I am human, god, or demon? I am finishing this. A massive wave of sword energy forms. This is the ultimate strike, the final cut. Sacred Beast slash I am ending you today. The dark figure screams, I am an angel, you cannot kill me. He growls a threat. I will remember this. When the tribes return, you and all of humanity are finished. He vanishes into thin air, leaving only a glowing red token behind. Tabak is confused. What it is, just a token, his strength is gone and he drops, but Yan Ran catches him. Tabak, you okay? He gasps, smiling weakly. I am fine, just totally gassed. The air finally clears. Yan Ran beams at him, looking totally proud. We actually won this fight. She finishes with a grin. Yeah, you were absolutely incredible out there. Nijing Soul glows with a warm blue light. Tabak, you did it. You broke the divine shackles and saved humanity front line. He gives one last task. From here on out, it's all on you. The secrets of the gods and the truth of the sky are yours to discover. Tabak and his friends whisper a tearful goodbye. Boss Ni. Nijing Soul starts fading into tiny sparks of light drifting into the air. He leaves one last message. Protect this land, save humanity. Tabak clenches his fist. Do not worry, boss. I will do whatever it takes to protect our people. Back to reality, he talks to Yan Ran as she brings the medicine. Everyone take these recovery pills first. Nearby, a captain is busy barking out orders to start the rescue mission after the battle. Check every spot for people trapped under rubble. Bring all the injured over here right now. Old Han is sweating bullets. His teammates help him over, but he is still hyped up. That move you pulled was fire, Tabak. He smiles back. You doing okay? Do not sweat it. Take these meds and you will feel better soon. Suddenly, the guy with glasses pulls out a strange red object. Tabak, look at this token. It started getting warm the second I touched it. Tabak reaches for it, looking suspicious. Let me see that. The moment his fingers touch the red token, everything around him glitches out. His mind is hit with blurry images of a creepy temple and weird dark shadows. He jumps back. What is this? Seeing his face change, Yan Ran asks what is wrong. Tabak frowns, totally confused. There's some kind of link between this token and the Divine Vault. I just saw images flash through my head. It looked like some kind of scene from an entirely different dimension. Yan Ran curiously touches the token, but a spark of electricity hits her and she drops it on the ground. She rubs her fingers. I can feel a huge wave of dark energy coming off this thing. Better take this to the principal. Suddenly, the clear sky turns pitch black as red lightning tears through the air. Someone points up, panicking. Why do those thick black clouds show up so fast? Tabak feels a heavy killer intent. He looks up, his eyes widening in shock. This is not good. Something way stronger than that last guy is coming. The guy in purple armor pushes Old Han back, shouting to the squad. Medics move the wounded, so get ready to fight. A massive black hole opens up. Dark tentacles start wrapping around the red token. A deep voice booms. You humans are going to pay for what you have done. Tabak looks at his hand. The token is bleeding black smoke reacting to the sky. He grinds his teeth. The token is definitely reacting. A giant fog face with purple eyes appears. It glared down at Tabak, snarling a warning. That thing in your hand. Yeah, you really shouldn't have touched that. Even with his body totally trashed, Tabak stood his ground and leaned right into the fight. He wound up a fist glowing with dark energy, pointing it right at the enemy's face. You sky trash, think you can flex on human turf. Get over here and catch these hands. The massive ghost let out a twisted, bone-chilling laugh. Opening its massive mouth wide enough to swallow a whole mountain, it lunged at the group. A hail of dark spikes rained down like a deadly meteor shower from hell. Yen Yin and the squad instantly threw up their hand seals, screaming, Tabak, look out. We got this hit. Just focus on swallowing those recovery pills. The squad slammed down a massive, brilliant wall of fire, blocking that endless rain of spikes. Yin Yin gritted her teeth and yelled, hang on everyone, stay strong. Taking advantage of the cover from his teammates, Tabak dug his heels in and gathered every ounce of power. A blue blast from his sword erupted, piercing the dark clouds. He roared with total confidence, the rest is on me. He swung his blade like a whirlwind, shredding those dark spikes like a fireworks show while yelling, get wrecked. Every single piece of his high-tier gear hit its absolute peak power. His energy wings flared out his aura, completely taking over the entire battlefield. Clad in his divine beast armor, he stood firm, while the shadow entity mocked him with a sneer. Look at these tiny little ants trying so hard to act tough. A massive hand reeking of death dropped from the sky, ready to mash him into a pulp. It screamed, "Die quick," as lightning. Tabak braced his legs as a massive glowing turtle symbol filled the entire sky. Divine Spirit Technique, Black Tortoise Shield. The massive dark hand slammed violently into the golden shield, creating a space-tearing shockwave that sent everyone down below stumbling and reeling back from the blast. Everyone squinted, shielding their eyes from the blinding energy sparks raining down from the explosion. The soldiers were totally stunned. They stared up at that freakish monster, while far off the chubby principal in his fancy suit was, flying in at insane speeds, glowing bright as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Move it, hurry up! Pick up the pace, charge!" Meanwhile, back at the center, Tabak stumbled and coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes bloodshot and pulsing as he desperately assessed the situation. These things are way nastier than that last messenger. Can I seriously not hold on a bit longer? His body was trashed, but Tabak gnashed his teeth using his final bit of strength. Finally, those 6 golden energy wings flared out again. I am going all in. Below, Lao Han and the squad were barely holding their ground against the monsters. Dripping with sweat, he screamed out, "Keep going, Tabak. You're carrying the hopes of every one of us." Tabak glowed like a star in midair, letting out a roar that was both epic and tragic. "Humanity will not be wiped out today. Divine power, break through for me." He spun around and swung a massive glowing energy blade, aiming it straight at the enemy's throat. "My turn." He pointed his razor-sharp blade straight at the gloomy sky. Aiming right for that devil face, he screamed and struck. "Kill him!" That giant shadow face glared down with cold purple eyes, his voice booming. Stupid humans who do not know their own strength. Truly pathetic. How dare you act tough in my face? Dark double shield. Tabak's glowing strike slammed into the black defensive wall, causing a massive light explosion that shook the entire world. The recoil made Tabak spit more blood, but he just went berserk, forcing his blade forward. Break It is finally cracking. Sure enough, under that insane pressure, the dark wall finally shattered. Brilliant light tore right through the pitch-black night. Seeing its defense fail, the shadow entity looked annoyed and spit out a massive, terrifying black dragon head from its maw. "Since you want to be so stubborn, I will just turn you into some delicious nutrition for this venom." Right at the last second, Yin Yin erupted in flames and flew up to help. "Tabak, I got your back." The brave girl launched a blinding strike, a massive white light slash, cutting straight through the air toward that black dragon. But the dragon just roared, firing a deadly purple laser that completely crushed her attack while growling, "Get lost, brat." That massive laser blasted Yin Yin dead on, slamming her into the dirt without an ounce of mercy. Seeing that happen, Tabak's eyes went wide. A surge of pure rage completely wiped out all of his pain. "You bastard! How dare you hurt Yin Yin?" He went completely savage like a wild beast, hacking at the dragon's mouth while screaming, "I will tear you into 1,000 pieces." The shadow entity narrowed its eyes, its cold purple gaze radiating a mountain of killing intent. "A little ant actually thinks he can kill my pet. Congrats, kid. You just successfully made me really angry. I am burying you right here, right now." Massive shadow hands screamed down like lethal drill bits from the dark dimension. Everything is about to break. Everything turns to ash. Tabak frantically summons his 4 divine beast spirits to shield them as people below lose their minds and bolt for cover. It is bad. Everyone get out of the way. Burning his last bit of energy, he unleashes a blinding rainbow fusion blast straight at the sky. God's vault, divine, beasts unite. But the power gap is just too huge. The massive recoil sends Tabak coughing up blood, his face twisted in pure agonizing helplessness. The giant ghost hand shatters the defense, delivering a god-tier slap that slams into the earth. It wipes out everything in its path, leaving the mercenaries screaming, "Get out of the way." As the dust settles, Yin Yin sits frozen on the cracked ground, frantically searching for a familiar face. "Tabak. Where are you? Where did he go? Are you okay, Tabak?" Deep in the rubble, Tabak lies dying. His armor shattered and his body covered in bleeding gashes. He can only manage a weak, raspy cough. Hack, hack. That massive dark hand hovers above, ready for the final execution. A cold voice delivers the verdict, "Game over, kid." Right at the brink of death, the chubby principal finally flies in, glowing with orange flames like some kind of legit superhero landing. He is here. "Hang on, Tabak. We are here to protect humanity. Give us cover." The shadow entity looks down and sneers. More ants lining up to die. "Fine by me. I will bury every single one of you in the same grave." The principal is not backing down, holding his head high and trash-talking the enemy. "You sky trash savages! You dare slaughter my people on our turf!" In the heat of the moment, the big-bellied principal streaks forward like a flaming comet. He throws a punch and shouts, "In the name of high justice, I am taking you down today." A massive sword of light drops from the heavens, fueled by pure courage, slashing right at that snarling shadow face. It is go time! Too bad the shadow entity just uses a wisp of mist hair to block the hit like it is nothing. It smirks with total contempt. Just a bunch of ants. Seeing the big boss move, Old Han and the mercs get a second wind, drawing weapons and screaming as they charge. Listen up, students and soldiers. The principal is in the fight. We cannot back down now. Pin him down and buy Tabak some time to recover. Dozens of lasers and colorful magic beams blast up from the ground, unloading on that dark cloud, accompanied by the thunderous roar of kill. The ghost face glares at the crowd blasting away below, letting out a cold, arrogant huff. No matter how many of you show up, you're still just ants. Suddenly, thousands of dark spikes rain down like a storm, sending the warriors below scrambling. Everyone is sweating bullets and shouting in a total frantic panic. Watch out, move, move. Old Han quickly leads the squad to the side, waving them forward as they run. Everyone follow me. We are flanking this jerk to distract him. Meanwhile, over in the rubble, little Hong is sobbing while holding Tabak's limp body. She shakes him, crying, "Master, please, wake up, master." Hearing his spirit beast, Tabak stumbles up, blood dripping from his nose and mouth, but his eyes still burn with the will to survive. "No, I cannot quit. I have to protect them, protect humanity." He looks up and sees the shadow aiming a massive razor-sharp spike right at the principal. The warriors around him start screaming in terror. "Principal, look out, get away." But the chubby principal stands his ground, catching the lethal point with his bare hands, just inches away, his face straining with every nerve. Even though he is struggling, he still manages a proud thumbs up for Tabak to keep him going. "Great job, kid. Take a breather. I have got this from here." The shadow entity narrows its eyes at these stubborn humans, his voice dripping with pure malice. "You little ants sure are hard to kill, aren't you?" Without missing a beat, the principal explodes with energy roaring as he knocks the spike away. Healers get to Tabak now. Seeing Tabak getting help, the shadow face shifts targets, sending a wave of tentacles crashing toward him. Old Han points and screams, "It is not over, watch out, Tabak." In that do-or-die moment, the four divine beasts, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise suddenly glow and rush out to shield their master. "We will protect you, master." The giant Black Tortoise puts his steel hard shell forward, tanking every hit coming from the sky. It forms an unbreakable wall. The dragon and tiger let out earth-shaking roars, baring their claws as they charge into the sky to settle the score with that dark mist once and for all. The shadow howls in rage, swinging waves of dark energy to strike back. Anyone in my way dies. A massive, terrifying collision rocks the area. Burning flames and swirling black mist crash together, blowing the entire space apart in a huge explosion. Right when the tension hits the breaking point, a deep voice booms from the shadows. "Ha, the fire cavalry is here, baby." Our heavy hitters finally join the party. Dozens of armored warriors soar through the sky, raining fire rockets down on the enemy. "Blast that freak to pieces," caught in the explosive crossfire. The shadow entity snarled in pain, cursing those annoying little ants for interfering with his plans. Their time in this world is up, sensing the tide turning against him. The massive ghost starts shrinking back into a black hole, spitting out one last chilling threat. "Funny, you got lucky today, but this game? It is only just beginning." When the myriad tribes return, humanity is history. Suddenly, the black hole swirls into nothingness, leaving nothing but a haunting, eerie echo ringing across the sky. "See you soon, little bugs." The sky clears as warm sunlight hits the ground. Tired soldiers drop their gear and start cheering like crazy. We did it. We actually won. That monster is finally gone for good. The principal exhales, hugging the bruised Subai with a relieved grin. It is over. Everything is okay now. "Subai, you did great, kid. You worked way too hard." Little Red panics, shaking his arm. "Master, wake up!" Old Han and Yanran rush over. Yanran is sobbing. "Subai, wake up. Please do not scare me like this. We won. Remember, wake up." "Get up, man," Old Han screams. "Where's the medical team? Get over here right now, out of the way." The medical team is sprinting over with their emergency kits as fast as they can. A nurse presses a glowing green light to Subai's chest. "Save him," the principal demands. The nurse is drenched in sweat. It is bad. Subai's power is totally drained, and his internal spiritual pathways are completely shattered. It is a disaster. Those old injuries never healed, and now he is dealing with this mess. Bottom line, he is in critical condition. We can keep him stable, but that is about it. He needs top-tier elixirs to fully recover. Hearing the news, the principal stands up, his face hardening with resolve. "We save Subai no matter what, those are my orders. Find those elixirs immediately. Meanwhile, get everyone else to start cleaning up this battlefield. Help the wounded and gather our fallen heroes." "Do you copy?" Old Han salutes sharply. "Crystal clear, sir." The principal looks down at Subai's pale face, his beard twitching with pure grief. "Subai, you gotta pull through. Humanity needs you. This land needs you to protect it." He looks at the horizon, eyes burning with pure, unyielding grit. "If those savages from beyond the clouds ever dare to show their faces here again, we will make sure they never return home alive." Cut to the Zhangzhou Martial Arts Clinic, inside a sterile white recovery room. Su Bei is still out cold, hooked up to machines. Old Han walks in frowning. Boss, how is his condition looking? The principal sighs, hands behind his back, explaining the impossible situation they're in. Su Bei's body is locked down. It is definitely a backlash from his hidden powers, like an automatic safety seal. Only the ancient spirit essence from deep inside the Forbidden Zone can break that seal and fix his broken body. He strokes his beard, his face a mask of total helplessness. But that spirit stuff, it is nearly impossible to move. Even if we brought it back, it would lose all its medicinal magic. Without a second thought, old Han pounds his chest with determination. I will carry him into that zone myself and heal him no matter what. Yan Ran stands up from the bed, looking totally determined. I'm coming too. The principal waves his hands to stop her. Yan Ran, that place is crawling with the most vicious beasts in the world. It is a death trap. Your chance of survival is like 1 in 1,000. But Yan Ran just bites her lip. I cannot just sit here while he is stuck like this. Seeing their fire, the principal sighs and finally nods. Fine. We will infiltrate the zone and save Su Bai together as a team. I will call the military and get the heavy backup ready right now. Old Han crosses his arms, looking worried. Seriously, Yan Ran. Going in there alone is suicide. Yan Ran nods with a soft smile. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Under the silent night, Yan Ran carries Su Bai on her back, quietly walking through the charred, hollow ruins of the broken city after the war. That clinic scan keeps looping in my head. The nurse looked worried and Tubok's vibe totally not good. If we don't fix this kid fast, he's never waking up. Seriously, lights out forever. Yin Yan looks down at him, biting her lip with total heartbreak. Tubok, I can't let you stay like this. I must save you. Out of the safe zone, she's lugging him up these insane cliffs in the middle of nowhere. Pure grind. Night hits, and they're chilling by a fire. The forest is giving off major creepy, gloomy vibes tonight. She's exhausted, leaning on his back for a quick nap. Suddenly, boom, a nasty mutant monster jumps out for an ambush. She leaps into the air, swinging a flaming sword like a boss to protect the 2 guys still catching Z's. Back on track, feet dragging through the freezing dirt. They pass a massive beast skull that smells like straight-up death and decay. She's hugging him from behind, chin on his shoulder, sweating buckets, but still smiling. Tubok, just hang on. We're almost there. Finally, this massive dark cave pops up. Devil horns on the sides like a giant keep out sign for everyone. Staring into the abyss, her voice is actually full of hope. You've got to wake up, Tubok. Suddenly, Little Red the Phoenix pops out of thin air, looking absolutely freaked the heck out. Yen Yin's like Little Red. What's the deal? Why are you jumping out of your poke space right now? The bird points and screams, danger ahead, before she even finishes. 2 giant green eyeballs light up in the pitch black. A massive wave of pressure hits like a falling mountain. It's so heavy Yen Yin just drops. She's gritting her teeth. This is terrifying. A house-sized claw steps out of the shadows and a deep growl shakes the rocks. Who has the guts to trespass in this forbidden zone? The black Kirin Guardian rolls out covered in red flames with a glowing horn. This thing looks absolutely beastly. It roars as a threat, and without hesitation, Yen Yen jumps in front of Old Han and Tobak. She draws her sword and yells, "Get back!" The Kirin isn't having it. It opens its nasty maw and spits a blast of blue energy that looks like straight-up destruction. She puts everything she's got into a sword swing, making a blue light shield. She's screaming her lungs out, "Don't you dare touch him!" The pressure is brutal. She's grinding her teeth, face twisted as she lets out a painful groan. Little Red transforms into a flaming phoenix and takes the hit. You aren't hurting my master today, you oversized lizard. But then a crescent-shaped blade of light rips through the air, sharp as a razor. It slams down, shattering the ground. Everything goes flying. She's frantically blocking and backing up, yelling at her little firebird. "Get out of there, Little Red." The bird's sweating and running for her life. But she's still shouting like a hero. This beast is on another level. Everyone run. I'll try to distract this thing as long as I can. She wraps herself in fire and shoots a blast back. It's a total come-at-me-bro move. The Kirin just swats the flames away like a fly. It starts trash-talking her for being so weak. You think you can stop me with that? Forget it. None of you are getting out of here alive. Next second, it lunges at Yen Yin. She's gripping her sword with both hands, trying to block the hit. That claw is heavy as a boulder. She's dripping sweat, her sword shaking under the sheer weight. She's gasping, losing hope. Coming here was a total suicide mission. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Facing the end, she looks at Tabak's sleeping face and gives a sad, loving smile. Tabak, if we're going down, at least we're going down together. Then a miracle. These gold glowing seals on his face start shining like high beams. It's like a total power-up. His eyes snap open, glowing gold piercing the dark. His whole body is wrapped in this crazy light, like he's going Super Saiyan. He starts floating, leaving Little Red and Yen Yen completely stunned. They're both staring up at him like, what the heck? Master's awake Tabak. He's just hovering there, hospital gown blowing in the wind. He lets out a primal roar, pure rage and bloodlust. Kill Little Red's eyes are huge. Wait a second. Something is definitely wrong with the boss right now. Suddenly, Tabak explodes like a grenade covered in flames and rocking some legendary golden beast armor. Someone's jaw drops. That's the real power of the divine treasury. Seeing his twisted face, Yen Nian broke into a cold sweat, screaming, "Tabak, what's wrong?" Ignoring her, he hovered in midair, summoning a massive phantom blue dragon that roared and circled him. Channeling divine power, he slammed his sword down like a lightning strike, aiming right for the beast's skull with a blue dragon blast. The attacks collided, triggering a blinding green light and a massive shockwave. Suddenly, Little Hong's body glowed with intense light as she roared, shattering the unicorn monster's magical chains. Reeling from the hit, the black Kirin recoiled, lashing its flaming tail against the cliff in a total rage. No breathing room allowed? Tabak spread his 6 energy wings wide, flaring brilliantly as he unleashed his ultimate. Sacred Beast Fusion. A massive pillar of destructive light slammed down from the sky, targeting the black Kirin's head. The monster strained against the pressure, howling like a maniac under the weight of the massive beam. Amidst the chaos, Yen Nian drew her sword to deflect flying debris, desperately calling out Tabak's name. The black Kirin opened its fang-filled mouth and let out a deafening roar that shattered the attack. Immediately, it launched a barrage of razor-sharp stone pillars straight at Tabak's face, but he was already busy charging up a glowing orb. Drenched in sweat, Yen Nian screamed out a frantic warning. "Look out!" She lunged forward, slicing the pillars to bits. She screamed, "Tabak, what's happening to you? Wake up, Tabak." She looked down, her face pale with terror, whispering in despair. It's already deep inside him. The black Kirin stepped through the smoke covered in scratches. It growled, "That kid actually managed to draw blood." It raised sharp claws, crackling with black lightning, its eyes full of pure, murderous intent. Standing tall at the cave entrance, the beast arrogantly declared, "As long as I guard this door, I am truly invincible." Nearby, a mumbled voice mixed with heavy breathing was heard. "Tabak. Tabak." Suddenly, Tabak threw his head back, screaming as the golden energy chains binding him started to crack. "Don't you dare trap me!" Yen Nian desperately grabbed his arm, watching in horror as weird runes began floating all over the place. "What are these sealing charms? Tabak, are you okay?" She held him tight, her eyes filled with heartbreak. "Tabak, stay with me. I know you're fighting that seal. Just keep holding on for me." Suddenly, a blast of light shot out. Yen Nian yanked him down, narrowly dodging it. She looked into his wild, blood-red eyes and screamed his name in a total panic. Tabak instantly took off, flying straight into the Kirin's cave, slashing his sword like a madman. Seeing this, Yen Nian yelled to warn him, "Tabak, stop, this could be a trap." The black Kirin pointed its claws at them, delivering a death sentence. Anyone who dares trespass in this forbidden place must die. Ignoring everything, Tabak became a mindless killing machine, charging the beast with a feral face and eyes full of fire. He rained down a series of light blade strikes on the monster's head. The Kirin's voice boomed, "The seal is backfiring. His divine core is totally out of control. This kid's mind is being eaten alive." The Kirin raised its claw, but was instantly slashed by Tabak's blade energy, drawing dark blood. The wound on the Kirin's claw began to slowly close, wrapped in a creepy, glowing blue energy. Meanwhile, Tabak was gritting his teeth, his body tense as a wire. Blue energy veins rippled across him like they'd tear him apart. Yen Yin stared in shock at the massive blue energy gate. A brutal truth hit her. This gate. Have I just been accidentally charging up that monster's battery this whole time? Honestly, in his madness, Tabak only cared about attacking, totally ignoring his defense. Now his body was just racking up more injuries. Sweat beaded on her forehead as Yen Yen muttered with determination. "This isn't working. I've got to find a way to break this seal on him right here and now." Seeing his enemy flagging, the black Kirin laughed like a villain charging a deep blue orb on its horn. "Haha, just die already." Tabak let out a bloody roar, refusing to dodge, as he threw a punch packed with pure, raw, destructive energy. The two terrifying powers collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion right in front of the gate. Once the smoke cleared, Yen Yen squinted and cheered. The door was blown open. Now's her chance. She immediately grabbed Tubok's shaking hand and yelled, "Tubok, let's go! I have to break your seal!" But the black Kirin reacted fast. Its massive head popped out of the smoke, roaring in pure fury. "Don't you go in there?" The energy gate slammed shut, but they managed to squeeze through just in time. Inside the weird space, Yen Yen caught Tubok as he collapsed. She asked, "Are you okay?" Tabak covered his face body, shaking one eye glowing a painful red. "I can feel the seal. It's eating me." Yen Yin was both happy and worried. She blurted out, "You are back. Thank God. There has to be a way to bust you out of this seal." She helped him up, her eyes locked onto his. "Hang in there. I know it hurts like hell, but do not you dare give up now." She looked up and gasped. Right there in front of them stood a massive, deep purple unicorn statue wrapped in heavy rusted chains. Yen Yin stared in total shock. Like, why is there another unicorn here? Before she could finish, Tabak's eyes went pitch black, his pupils bleeding red as he started losing control. He clutched his head, screaming in pain. Yen Yen panicked, holding him tight and trying to keep him together. "Tabak, what is happening?" "Fight it. Do not quit on me." Just then, the purple unicorn statue's eyes flashed with a weird blue light. Yen Yin stared at the change, completely stunned. Wait, what? Cracks began spiderwebbing across the stone. Through those gaps, it started sucking out the dark energy that was tearing Tabak apart. She realized the statue was absorbing the sealed dark energy. Suddenly, a bright red beam shot down from above. Yen Yan looked up, thinking, "Oh, we are so dead." She muttered, "Okay, that sound does not mean anything good is happening." Suddenly, the stone statue exploded into a million pieces. Yen Yan dove to shield Tabak, screaming, "Tabak, watch out!" Through the dust, a powerful voice boomed as a glowing golden figure appeared. "The heir of the god's treasury does not need to fight this." A stunning golden saint unicorn stepped forward, its bright blue eyes locked onto Tabak. "Only I can break your seal." Yen Yan jumped into a fighting stance, shielding Tabak with her sword. "Who are you? Speak up. What is your deal? Are you connected to that dark unicorn outside?" The saint unicorn calmly explained, "I am an ancient being guarding the core of this forbidden land. That dark unicorn is just a corrupted remnant of my own body. Their entire mission is to guard the entrance to this restricted zone and keep anyone else from breaking in." Not many people know their minds were clouded by shadow, turning them into nothing more than puppets for the darkness. The Saint Unicorn watched Tabak struggle and continued, "The power of the divine treasury has been sealed deep inside you this whole time. Now the source of the shadow is restless, and that seal is cracking. It is lashing out, eating away at his mind and causing all this pain." Lost in the chaos, Tabak screamed, "I need more power. I will kill anyone who tries to hurt them." The Saint Unicorn explained, "The divine power and the source of darkness were born together. They are meant to keep each other in check. You have got two opposing forces fighting inside you. Maybe you can actually control both the divine power and the darkness at the same time. He is literally the only one who can break this double seal." Yen Yan begged, "Please, Saint Unicorn, save Tabak. I will pay any price, just help him." The Saint Unicorn shook its head. He has to find the answer within himself if he wants to be saved. Only he can make the choice to truly accept the dark nature living inside his own soul. Only by fully merging that shadow with the divine power can the seal be broken. If he fails, his mind will be locked away forever, turning him into a monster that only knows how to kill. Outside, another massive explosion rocked the entire place as the dark unicorn went berserk, slamming against the main gate. The dark unicorn roared in a total rage. "Saint Unicorn, how dare you mess with the seal without any permission? If the source of darkness goes out of control, this entire forbidden zone is going to be swallowed whole. It could even wipe out all of humanity, and then you and I will be the ultimate villains of every race." The Saint Unicorn kept drawing the dark energy out of Tabak, responding calmly. "Dark Unicorn, you have been blinded by the shadows for far too long now. We both forgot why we were actually assigned to guard this forbidden land in the first place. Our job was not to just lock the darkness away, it was to guide light and shadow so they could coexist, maintaining the balance of the world instead of relying on pure suppression." Hearing those words through the agony, a small spark of reason finally flickered into Tabak's eyes. He grit his teeth, his voice shaky but determined. "I am going to control this power. I have to protect Yen Yan. I have to protect everyone." The Saint Unicorn nodded, its voice booming with encouragement. "Well done, heir. Now focus your mind. Stop resisting, embrace the darkness fully, and merge it with the divine treasury. Just remember, you are not some puppet for the shadows. You are the master of both light and dark, the one who protects humanity's last hope." After hearing that massive pep talk, Tabak squeezed his eyes shut, sweat dripping down his face, but his expression was nothing but pure determination. He whispered in his mind, "Merge. Merge with me completely. I have to get stronger. I need to protect Yen Yen and the rest of humanity. I cannot let this darkness take over." He sat down cross-legged, his entire body glowing with a fierce, fiery aura. He called out to his spirit squad, "Little 8, little white, little red, little blue, help me merge." The little beasts immediately rushed to his side. Little Red burst into flames, arms wide and looking totally serious, and shouted, "Master, do not worry. We are here to back you up." The tiny snake right next to him chimed in too. "You have got this, boss. Just hang on tight." Instantly, swirls of crazy red, blue, and gold energy start tangled up together, forming a wild, glowing tornado that wraps around Tabak like some flashy light cocoon. Yen Yen stands back, staring at that blinding orb, her eyes practically leaking pure faith and hope. She is cheering her heart out. "Come on, Tabak. I know you will wake up and fuse those powers. We have to stick together to save the world and finally find our way back home." But before she can finish her dramatic moment, a massive explosion from behind makes her jump and spin around. She gasps in total shock. Oh man, that dark Kirin actually smashed through the barrier. Its whole body is spitting out vicious lightning as it charges forward like a tank with no brakes. It roars, demanding to break the seal and keep protecting this little human punk. Then it growls, "Fine, I will just destroy every single one of you." Done with the talking, the beast unhinges its massive jaws, charges up and spits out a giant beam of neon green energy right at them. That death beam slams down, but the holy Kirin dives out to intercept it, using its own body as a shield for the light cocoon. Yen Yen sees this and screams, "Protect Tabak." The impact is insane, creating a massive blast of fire that makes the whole cave shake like crazy. The Holy Kirin gets pushed back, claws tearing up the dirt through the thick smoke. It growls with determination. Until he fuses his power and breaks the seal, we cannot let that dark Kirin get even one step closer. We have to keep him safe no matter what it costs us. Yen Yin grips her sword, eyes sharp and ready for a suicide mission. She declares loudly, "Do not you worry one bit. Great Holy Kirin, I am never letting that dark beast lay a claw on Tubok. I will protect him even if it kills me." High above the dark Kirin goes berserk and rains down another blast of energy. It snarls, "Get out of my way, you pests. I will end him and keep that seal locked tight." The Holy Kirin braces itself desperately, trying to snap its twisted half back to reality. Dark Kirin, wake up. If you keep choosing this darkness, it will swallow you whole. Your soul will be lost forever, and you will never find your way back to where we belong. Seeing the shield cracking, Yen Nian sweats as she sizes up the situation. She shouts out a quick order. At this rate, the Holy Kirin is not going to last. Little 8, you guys are the last line of defense. Little Bok, follow me. We cannot let that thing anywhere near the light cocoon. Putting words into action, Yen Yan leaps into the air and swings her sword hard. Meanwhile, Little Bok transforms into a massive white tiger and goes in for the kill. The dark Kirin just scoffs. Even a tiny little ant like you thinks you can ambush me. Like lightning, the beast just gives its huge tail a casual flick, and with one heavy hit, both Yen Yin and that big tiger are sent flying backwards. The girl gasps in total terror. Oh no. The impact is so brutal, Yen Yin slams against the cave wall. She clutches her arm, gritting her teeth against the agonizing pain of that hit. While chaos erupts outside, inside the cocoon, a shirtless Tubok groans unconsciously, his brow furrowed in pain. He mutters, "Ah, fusion." The Holy Kirin urges him on with panicked eyes. Listen, chosen one, you need to speed up the fusion. They really cannot hold the line much longer. Only your awakening can finally take down the dark Kirin and save the forbidden land of 10,000 tribes. Stumbling to her feet through the thick smoke, Yen Yen clutches her stomach, face scratched up, but still screaming with pure defiance. We cannot back down, no matter what we have to keep this thing pinned where it is. Seeing them exhausted the dark, Kirin hovers and rains down a machine gun spray of green lasers. It laughs like a maniac. Let us see who can stop me now. You guys are literal dead meat. Yen Yin's eyes go wide as she screams at the top of her lungs to rally the team. Come on, everyone block it together. Instantly, Yen Yin, Little Red the White Tiger, and all the other spirit beasts form a single solid line. Massive phantoms of a dragon phoenix. And Tiger appear behind them. Together they pour every last bit of their remaining strength into stopping that deadly rain. Blood drips from the corner of Yen Yin's mouth. She grits her teeth, forcing herself to push way past her own limits. She whispers, "No, we are absolutely not giving up." But facing these stubborn pests, the dark Kirin channels every ounce of power into its demonic claws and roars a final death sentence. Now die. The power gap is just too big. That brutal beam of light slams down, shredding their flimsy defenses. A massive shockwave sends Yen Yin flying through the air. The Holy Kirin and the spirit beasts go tumbling helplessly. That beam of pure destruction pierces the ground, sweeping straight toward the exact spot of Tobok's golden cocoon. As the thick clouds of dust rise up, a creepy figure floats right in front of the massive dark Kirin phantom. It flashes a bone-chilling evil smirk and slowly begins to threaten them. Darkness has arrived? Are you guys ready to taste death? The smoke clears slightly, revealing the golden light cocoon still sitting peacefully in the middle of all the total wreckage.